What bad intentions could Batman have? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Superboy Connor and his mother Lex Luthor. Chen Tao carefully observed the smile on his face. It was a very sunny and silly smile, very contagious. When you observe it, you may even want to follow it and raise your mouth slightly. Great, the real Joker needs to use laughing gas to make others laugh with him. Chen Tao murmured to himself in a low voice. The Joker did it with just a sunny and cheerful smile. At this time, his face had completely turned pale, and the sunny smile that stretched from ear to ear was solidified on his face, but it did not make people feel scary at all. Not good. I won't have a smiling face every day in the future. Chen Tao touched his face. I can't let others introduce him in the future. This is the greatest hero in the world, Batman. Oh, he smiles so happily. What if one day, when I go to a funeral, everyone is mourning he deserves the title of hero, and he is the only one with a smiling face? Is this appropriate? Chen Tao tried to make his eyes for a long time, and finally got rid of the almost solidified smile on his face. In fact, it's not that he can't switch it as easily as he can turn his head into a car computer, but the point is, that smile is a natural expression of human beings, and it feels completely different from turning into a big dinosaur or a car. If you have to say the difference, turning into a car computer is like raising, or naturally dropping your arm, while removing the smile from your face feels like raising one eyebrow alone. I'm afraid you need to practice diligently before you can switch quickly and freely. He held it in for a while and finally eliminated the white on his face, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked through the information left by the Joker for a while and then turned his eyes to the metal cabin where a corpse was produced. The equipment that the Joker used to instill memories into his clones. Although it turned out that the clones could not accept the Joker's memories and the Joker's plan failed, he still moved it away first. Then he looked at the other furnishings in the Joker cave for a while. The clone culture dish that the Joker prepared for his clone resurrection plan. It should record the Joker's genetic information and 2 incomplete embryos. Move it away. Hey, there are some leftover raw materials for making laughing gas here. It was just right to use these remaining raw materials to synthesize some laughing gas. Soon, these half-finished products that Joker had already made had completed the most complicated and time-consuming steps. He only needed to adjust them a little bit. Chen Tao collected for a while like a burglar and finally looted all the things that could be used. He packed everything up, put it on his back, and took a last look at the Joker cave. His eyes lingered on the blood-soaked Harley Quinn uniform and the words written by the Night Owl on it. Crime Syndicate. Night Owl, right? The smile will never die. It is an idea that can be passed on, an instinct. He will help Joker meet his old rival again. One day. Passing through the magic portal again, Chen Tao appeared in the Eternal Vault, a multiverse transit station that can be reached through Shazam's magic fortress, the Rock of Eternity. He walked to a wall, synchronized with the Batman, and whispered some spells learned from Shazam's magic book. Soon, the place where Superboy Prime was imprisoned appeared in his eyes. His eyes met those red eyes. It's you, Batman. Chen Tao heard that Superboy Prime spoke first. Let me out. You must have run into some trouble, right? Beautiful. Hitting the nail on the head. Chen Tao looked at the other party, who said that the Superman family is not smart. It's just that they don't like to use their brains. Look at Superboy Prime. He is so strong, but when he is trapped, he still seeks a chance to escape by selling his martial arts. Let's make a deal, Batman. As long as you let me out, I will help you solve the crisis you are facing now. No matter who it is, I can help you defeat him. Then we will go our separate ways. You can continue to be your superhero, and I will find a way to go home, back to my hometown, Origin Earth. We don't interfere with each other. Chen Tao wanted to cheer for him after hearing this. If he hadn't read the comics, he would have almost believed it. The logic of what Superboy Prime called returning to my hometown Earth was essentially wow. I really miss the courtyard house. Let's blow up this building and rebuild a courtyard house on the ruins. Why don't you ask me who I want you to deal with? Chen Tao was a little unwilling to give up. No matter who it is, I can help you defeat it. Superboy Prime said, the Eternal Council should have recorded my strength. He said, and I don't need to ask who the enemy is. So come on, let's make a deal. If you are worried, you can even engrave the contract magic on my body and then let me out. Hearing what Superboy Prime said, Chen Tao's eyes became colder. He had read the comics, and he knew very well that Superboy Prime's ability was basically the Superman of the Silver Age. Note, the Silver Age of DC Comics, from 1956 to 1970. All superheroes in this era were very powerful, with many ridiculously powerful settings, second only to the Golden Age. Contract magic? What kind of contract magic can work on Superboy Prime? Isn't this a joke? Superboy Prime has only two weaknesses. One is a green kryptonite of the origin universe, and the other is a red sun. Magic is as ridiculous as playing house in front of him, so Superboy Prime is just playing with him by bringing up some contract magic at this moment. If he really foolishly sets up a contract magic and then releases it, he might get a hot shower the first second they meet. I can help you do a lot of things. Once the contract ends, I will turn around and leave. Superboy Prime is still trying to persuade the other party. I can. Then he saw Chen Tao showing him a polite smile, and then took out two bottles of green things with his left hand. They were the two bottles of enhanced laughing gas that he had just quickly synthesized using the remaining raw materials in the clown cave. He took out the two bottles of laughing gas and sprayed a large cloud of mist on Superboy Prime's face, but he couldn't do anything to the other party. The corners of the other party's mouth didn't even rise at all. Chen Tao sprayed twice again, and the final result was the same. What are you doing, outsider? I want you to help me. I need you to let me out, not to force me to drink. Chen Tao just looked at the Prime Superboy stuck on the origin wall. Does the drug of laughing gas have no effect on him at all? Chen Tao made a decision immediately. Goodbye. The portal of the Eternal Cellar suddenly disappeared, leaving only the hysterical curse of the Prime Superboy echoing on the endless origin wall. Chen Tao closed the portal and squinted his eyes. Prime Superboy can indeed be used, but it is obvious that he can't be sober. The opponent is hopeless and has a particularly strong drug resistance. The enhanced laughing gas prepared by the Joker has no reaction to him at all. His body naturally resists these things that may cause damage to his body. From a biological standpoint, all messed up forces can only slide to their knees. Unless there is something that can give him power, but it can interfere with his mind and make him crazy. The sober Superboy Prime would only say I'm going to kill you all, while the crazy Superboy Prime would be an object that can be used, rather than a strong support who kills teammates first. And Chen Tao has already thought of something that can achieve this goal, the Red Lantern Ring of Rage. Superboy Prime is already angry enough, and this ring can make him even more angry, and his IQ will also plummet, and then add some explosive stuff. But for now, he has to find a way to contact Atrocitus, the future leader of the Red Lantern Corps. But this still needs to be considered in the long run. Chen Tao thought. He looked down at the watch on his hand. He has another thing to do before going to Atlantis. Beep beep beep, Metropolis. Luthor's extended Lincoln stopped on the side of the road. He rolled down the window, revealing his shiny bald head, and looked at Superboy Connor Carl surrounded by a group of teenagers. He coughed quietly. Get in the car. A few minutes later, inside the car. You're like all brand new products. So far, all you've done is be complacent, hang out with girls and Zizzy. Next to it was a small missing person notice, which said that the Hands were offering a high reward for their son William Hand, who was abducted by aliens. They wanted him dead or alive. Luthor turned another page, and the following was a report about the Flash and Green Lantern. There was also a promotional poster for Batman's latest movie. Batman on the poster was wearing a suit with 8-pack abs, and the shadow cast by his body surrounded Deadshot and Killer Croc. Then in the middle was the title, Batman, Assault on Arkham. Cool, this new movie is awesome. Superboy Connor said. Page 3 was a shipwreck, which was pushed back to the shore by a mysterious man, and the crew was unharmed. After turning 5 or 6 pages, they finally saw Superboy's photo. Superboy, the newest crime nemesis of Metropolis. Wow, look, that's me. Superboy straightened up in his seat. Luther switched the news to the next one with an expressionless face. Superboy takes photos with teenagers on the street. The latest McFarlane 12:1 action figure toys are officially available for pre-order. Superboy Connor said, "Your public relations have gone wrong. Do you know what they call you?" Superboy. "But I'm Superman." They didn't remember this name. Your positioning was supposed to be a replacement for Superman after Superman disappeared, but the whole promotion process was a disaster. When you were active on the screen like a clown, Batman and those new heroes wearing red and green received widespread media attention. Luther said, "This situation must be reversed. I have done my best." Superboy Connor said. The first half of his sentence was normal, but the second half was a bit weird. As a clone, Luther was so angry that he let out a long breath again. He never knew that it was so tiring to raise a child who knew nothing. Oh come on, so you are genetically modified, but who isn't? Some DNA here, some there, and bang, you are born. Congratulations. He looked at Superboy Connor, who still refused to talk to him, and finally lost his patience and pinched the other's shoulder. The first half of his sentence was normal, but the second half became a little sarcastic. The only difference between you and a natural child is that I invested more money to create you. If you always. Luther turned back to himself, released Superboy Connor's shoulders, and continued. So, we have to change our marketing methods and make a comeback. What should I do? Superboy Connor asked. Join the alliance of heroes formed by Batman. Lex Luthor said, "It is rumored that the strongest heroes have been forming an alliance and meeting recently, and they have formed a new alliance. And you are a teenage version of Superman. If we have proved the failure of those marketing methods before, then the safest way is to bind ourselves to Batman." Luthor said, "Restart the Superman Project 2.0.01. He paused, then continued. "You'd better get Batman to accept you, otherwise the PR department will be busy all night again. You have enjoyed your happiness before, Superboy, and I didn't interfere with you too much. But now it's time to act like a man." At this time, the car turned a few intersections and suddenly the view became clear. Superboy Connor sat up straight and saw a huge building spanning a large building area located there. Then he heard Luthor say, "We are going to meet Batman. He has a job for you." Then Luthor's voice also dropped octaves. "He found one for me too." Chapter 252. Chintao decided to eat the mother box as a snack for the safest. This is the red of all living things, His Excellency President Clinton. While Luthor and Superman Connor were driving to the newly established Hall of Justice, Chintao was busy meeting with His Excellency the President. President Clinton was a sturdy middle-aged man with a tall, big nose, thick eyelids and big eyes. He had a head of slightly white curly hair and round facial muscles, and his appearance was very different from the thin style of the previous president. At this time, they were in the red of all living things, a different dimension where all the red lives on Earth gathered. Amanda Waller and Steve Trevor, two of the two generals, followed behind Batman and the president, and the two green guys, Marty and Manhunter and Killer Croc, acted as bodyguards in the back, and standing next to the president was the new US Army Chief of Staff, Mr. Gantry. "It's incredible." President Clinton squatted down, grabbed a handful of red sand on the ground, and then let the red sand, which felt like animal bones, slip through his fingers. "Mr. President, this is the red of all beings. A safe hiding place. Aha, just call me Clinton." "Okay, Mr. Clinton." Chintao said, "As you can see, the Justice League intends to hide the mother box here. No, if we can enter this alternate dimension, how can you ensure that others can't enter?" Before the president could speak, the Army Chief of Staff Gan Cui, who was standing next to him, spoke first. "And it's placed in this alternate dimension that only Killer Croc can open. What if he dies?" Chintao glanced at President Clinton, who said nothing, and was still smiling. The other person looked very friendly. There were some things he couldn't say, so he trained a special mouthpiece. The voice of Army Staff Officer Gan Cui was still ringing. "And if we leave it here, we can't study the mother box, so the research on the mother box can be temporarily stopped until I come back from Atlantis and continue the research when I'm here." Chintao said, "I have studied for a long time and still don't understand anything." It doesn't matter if I spend more time or less time. If you can't solve the math problem, you can't solve it. It's useless to spend more time. Without waiting for Staff Officer Gansui to continue, he ended the topic directly. I think the most important issue before us is planning, not research, unless you tell me that you can study a way to deal with Darkseid from the mother box in a short time. As for Killer Croc, Chen Tao said bluntly, he won't die even if you die. Okay, I thought our chat would be more harmonious. Clinton immediately came out to smooth things over. Staff Officer Gansui just expressed his doubts. Chen Tao immediately stopped talking. This was not a question, but a test. His response must be strong and firm. There were already enough things. He didn't want to encourage some people to do stupid things because of his unsteady attitude. Some signs should be nipped in the bud. For the government, if there were no external dangers like Brainiac and Darkseid, and they were sure that the government had no ability to deal with them, they would not be so polite to superheroes like Chen Tao. We plan to give you the rank of Army General. Clinton changed the subject. It's just an honorary title. Thank you very much, sir. Chen Tao said. Hey, to be honest, this is a bit weird. I just call you Batman. Clinton said. Can I just call you Bruce or Mr. Wayne? As you wish, sir. Chen Tao said. Okay, Bruce. Clinton said. Let's talk about Atlantis. Clinton is a person who is very good at building relationships. Although Chen Tao and him didn't communicate much before, now with just a few words, the two of them are like friends who have known each other for a long time. Atlantis is very powerful, beyond ordinary people's power, Clinton said, and based on the intelligence we have collected so far, they are not friendly to us. So, I know very well. Chen Tao said, so this trip to Atlantis to ask for the mother box should not turn into a war between America and Atlantis. That's right, Bruce. Clinton said, there are actually quite a few attacks by the Atlanteans. The most recent one was just 6 hours ago, when they smashed an illegal whaling ship to pieces in Massachusetts, a state in the northeastern United States, bordering the Atlantic Ocean to the east, and there was no one alive on it. Admittedly, those people are criminals who engage in illegal whaling, and I have no intention of exonerating them. But the aggressive methods of the Atlanteans always make people worry that they will use such methods to attack us. Clinton said, I know, you will definitely tell me that the Atlanteans are not a crazy race and will not attack America for no reason. But as a president, I must be responsible for the country. We can never rely on the premise that others will not attack us for national security. So I must regretfully tell you that at a time when more and more Atlanteans are attacking, we have made all preparations for national war against Atlantis. I also hope that you will prioritize the safety of our people in the event of a war. Chen Tao and Clinton walked slowly on the red beach, listening to each other continue. But once the war begins, both sides will suffer. Therefore, although I agree with your plan to seek the mother box from Atlantis, I hope you promise me to remain restrained and never let Atlantis attack the United States because of this. Otherwise we will be forced to fight back, and many people will die. Understood, sir. Chen Tao said. After we focused on the Atlanteans, Dr. Stephen Shen revealed a lot of his research to the Pentagon. Clinton said, it's a nation of millions of superhumans. We must never ever conflict with them. But if a war starts, we have to fight back as soon as possible to make sure we are the safe ones. Imagine this world. A shameful fact. A reminder of mortals' place in the universe. Imagine the ocean. The average depth of the ocean is 2.5 miles. The deepest is more than 7 miles, and they occupy almost 128,000 square miles of the surface of this planet. That's 2/3 of the entire surface, 97% of the global biosphere, compared to which any one person is insignificant, unless he claims the ocean as his domain and rules over them like I do. My name is Arthur Curry, the ruler of Atlantis, Aquaman. Those who have been saved by me have a more affectionate name for me, Aquaman. This is the western Atlantic Ocean, near Massachusetts. How far is he from me? In the rapids, Seeking Arthur was speeding at a speed of more than Mach 9, 3 kilometers per second. He heard the communication from the Atlantis Palace. Your Majesty, our equipment shows that we are still 6 miles away from the quarry. Seeking Arthur asked, has the identity of the target been confirmed, Captain Sark? Dear, I'm Mila. Then Arthur heard the voice of his lover. The identity has been confirmed. It is the Hung Beast organization. Damn it. The man with flying blonde hair said. His hair fluttered in the high-speed water, and countless tiny bubbles gushed out from the corners of his mouth, driving him to speed up a few points. I'm Arthur Curry. I regard myself as the king and guardian of 2/3 of the world. Is this self-confidence or admirable determination, or arrogance? But in short, managing 2/3 of the planet is not an easy task. Some people would say that this is too much for one person to bear. At this time and place, I ignored the typhoon in Indonesia, the earthquake in the Sea of Japan, and a migrant ship that sank in the Mediterranean. But I need to prioritize the Hang Shao organization today. They are an extremely dangerous Atlantis terrorist organization. The figure of Seeking Arthur stagnated in a sea area, which was filled with a large number of fleets, and sea monsters like dinosaurs, and cavalry riding directly on sea monsters. He stopped in front of this fleet, waved the Seeking trident in his hand, and cut through the thick steel armor of one of the Atlantis watercrafts. Now stop. Boom. Seeking Arthur stood in front of the screaming members of the Hang Shao organization. He listened to the other parties roar indifferently. The king has come in person. Forget your loyalty, Hang Shao. We swear to join this operation. Seeking Arthur looked at them. Due to the famous loneliness of Atlantis, the perfect society here is not understood by the surface world. The Hang Beast organization recruited the 9th tribe of Atlantis, which is what we commonly call the lowest class of people in the city-state. The people of the 9th tribe believe that they are Hadarin, which means creatures that live in the deep sea area on the seabed of the deep sea and rely on organic matter left over from the upper growth layer to survive. The dregs of the bottom layer. It is unequivocal that in the eyes of the Atlanteans, Hadarin are noble, and they do the most humble work to keep the sea clean. Kilunrus of the 9th clan. I recognize you. You are a true Atlantean. Aquaman Arthur dodged the bullets that were attacking him like a school of migrating fish in the deep sea. But you betrayed your own beliefs. You are not my king. Where is your crown? You look like an idiot on land. You don't belong to us. Your brother Lord Orm should be the king of Atlantis, but he is so pedantic that he abides by the law and voluntarily gave up the throne. Hang Shao organization regards the world on land as filthy, and they oppose any contact between Atlantis and the land. Perhaps more than anything else, what they hate most is that their king was actually born on land. Boom. Aquaman Arthur waved his trident and broke the iron shackles on the sea beasts. You started a war. You tied hydrogen bombs to these enslaved sea beasts. Let me guess, you want to swim into an undefended American port and blow up a city. The Flood Beast organization has been waiting for your action, king, but you didn't. You love your surface so much that you dare not face up to our power. A bold leader of the Flood Beast organization, Kilendless, roared, land people are polluting our oceans, destroying our living environment, and we should fight back. He drove the heavy artillery carried by the giant beast and shot Aquaman Arthur flying out. The flames of the hydrogen bomb will carry our message to the land. The surface will burn. For Atlantis. No, not for Atlantis. Aquaman recovered and rushed towards the people of the Flood Beast organization again. This is definitely not for Atlantis. At the same time, in the palace of Atlantis, the king attacked his own people in order to save the people on land. Someone said so. They are terrorists, Commander Mook. They are not our people. Mira stood by and refuted the loyal Atlantis army. Commander Mook. Poseidon knows that the underwater and terrestrial worlds have been at odds for a long time, but you heard what Arthur said. The Flood Beast organization has prepared a hydrogen bomb. They put the hydrogen bomb in a saddlebag. They can destroy a western coastal city in an instant, which will immediately involve the two worlds in the war. Aquaman's lover Mira turned and asked the person next to her, Captain Sack, is there any sign that the Americans know what is going to happen? Not yet, but if the battle gets a little closer to the land, it may not be certain. Do we need to deploy mobile forces to help your majesty? Or even mobilize all our troops? Wait a minute, Captain Sack. Mobilizing our elite special forces or the entire military power of Atlantis will cause an international incident, which will easily discover the existence of our world. Mira heard her man's roar through the communication channel. They use implants to destroy your nerves. Old sea beast, I can feel your pain. Be free. Throw the man who enslaved you off your back. No. You stopped me from destroying Boston. False king. The bomb will still evaporate this coast. The voice of the flood beast will still. Bang. A muffled sound. Mira, it's over. Send someone to tie up the prisoners, and then take good care of the enslaved sea beasts. Yes, yes, put it here. I asked Mudface to make 7 or 8 fake ones, but I really decided to bury it here. This is the territory of the red of all living things. Chintao is in a building at this time, and President Clinton is next to him. Killer Croc kept the door open, and everyone witnessed the mother box being placed in this building that was protected by magic and hidden in an extremely deep place. We should go. When the group completely disappeared in the red of all living things, this building specially built to store the mother box also disappeared in the air of the red of all living things. It stood there quietly, and no one knew it. However, after a while, open the door of the cave, and lead the blood fresh one to open the door of the red of all living things. Use the blood of the opener of the red of all living things as a guide. The door is open. A portal suddenly appeared, and Chintao, who maintained the posture of a bat wizard, returned here again. He checked his body one last time, to make sure that there was no trace of Mudface's body tissue left, to ensure that even Mudface would not know what he had done. After passing through layers of security measures, he appeared in front of the 2 mother boxes. Then the power of the metal spirit condensed in his hands, combined with the anti-speech magic chanted by the bad mage, and created 2 other metal cubes that were exactly the same as the mother boxes. He took the 2 mother boxes down, and held them in his hands, and then stuffed the fake ones in. Alas, it's still this way to be reassuring. Chintao muttered as he raised the 2 mother boxes. Then he opened his mouth. The next second, his skin turned green, his sharp teeth stretched out, and he turned directly into a dinosaur's head. With a long and sharp tongue, he swallowed the 2 mother boxes into his stomach with a gulp. Burp. He burped loudly, his stomach bulged slightly, and the 2 mother boxes were stacked together in his stomach. He was a little over 1.8 meters tall, and there was more than enough space in his stomach and chest to put 2 mother boxes the size of an ordinary person's head. As for the internal organs, after loading the Batmobile, Chintao had already become a monster of metal spirit, which could be transformed into mechanical parts at any time to make room. Chapter 253 A Man and a Woman, Wonder Woman and Batman. I'm impressed by your technology. Sitting on a plane over the Pacific Ocean at this moment is none other than David Hyde, who has another name that is more well known to the world, Black Manta. After the Brainiac incident, all the villains who participated in the fight against Brainiac were given legal status in recognition of their contributions to the protection of the Earth, and Black Manta was one of them. After getting legal status and settling the money with Batman, he immediately disappeared and has been out of the public eye for a long time. But how could he appear on this plane at this moment? At this moment, sitting opposite Black Manta is a woman dressed in black. She wears a sniper scope on her left eye like Deadshot, and has a slender figure. She said, "Thank you for noticing, Black Manta. The stealth aircraft can stay in the air for weeks at a time, which allows the Nemo organization to collect intelligence on a global scale more effectively and respond." "Okay," Black Manta said. "Blackjack, where are you taking me?" The woman named Blackjack replied, "You will know, but now is not the time." She blew a sip of the hot tea in her hand. "Then let's change the subject." Black Manta also held up his hot tea. "What exactly is the Nemo organization? You invited me to join your organization, but you never revealed too much to me. Likewise, you will know." "No, Blackjack." Black Manta put the hot tea on the table. "I have heard this. You can tell me now." Black Manta looked at Blackjack's face. An unnatural look flashed on the woman's face. This is a questioning technique. He knew that Blackjack would not answer the first question, but he still asked it. So, now when he asked the real question, the other party could not refuse, and even if he refused, he had an excuse to attack. "Okay," the woman named Blackjack said. She put down her tea and hugged the bulge on her chest. "Nemo Organization, which stands for Maritime Order Enforcement Organization. Hey, you people even have your own acronym. Which people? You secret societies." the secret society of supervillains, the organization of the villains, outsiders, in the previous article, the Justice League, and so on. Black Manta said, I bet you just love to put on your capes and gather around the big table and giggle. Black Manta was deliberately belittling them, trying to trick her into giving her more information, but Black Jack didn't care, like you. It's ridiculous. Black Manta continued, is irony so unappreciated? Explain to me your disgusting acronym. What do you want? Rule the world? We prefer to control its activities. Black Jack said. Yeah, use the ocean? Black Jack shook his head. The ocean is the life of this planet. It undoubtedly determines the climate, the growth of organisms, agricultural transportation, traffic, safety. Black Manta added, if you control the ocean, you control everything. Yes, and we do control the ocean. The Maritime Order Enforcement Organization was founded in 1872, and we have remained completely secretive. Black Jack said, we have been developing our technology. We gained control of the ocean in 1983, and we have been improving our ideas since then. And now, it's time to act more openly. The countries in the world are simply vulnerable to us. They just don't know it yet. But before we reveal our identity, there is one last stumbling block to deal with. Aquaman of Atlantis. Black Manta gave the answer. You are right. Black Jack replied, our leader, fisherman, will like you. Aquaman is the murderer of my father, so our cooperation is a natural thing. That's why I agreed to your recruitment without hesitation. Black Manta said, as long as I can kill Aquaman, I can do anything. He said submissive words, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Idiot. Do you really think you are here to recruit me? How can I follow you without investigating you thoroughly? What? Me? Superboy Connor pointed at his nose. Me, with Batman, go to that Atlantis? The city under the deep sea. He muttered, it's ridiculous. I mean, I thought the so-called mission was that Batman and I would fly in the air, meet the news media, eat chocolate ice cream, and then change the photo of us together as our avatar, go to the top of Twitter, and then. Luthor sat next to Superboy Connor, and felt very embarrassed. As a veteran who has been engaged in the career of supervillains for many years, Luthor originally thought that the feeling of humiliation had been expelled from every little hole in his sweat hair. He is the cold and outstanding Lex Luthor, the smartest human, the evil. After the Twitter trending search is over, we will find our own mothers and go back to our own homes. Oh, hell, although we don't have mothers. I'm a clone, and Batman, you told me before that he. Shut up. Luthor's face was dark. What on earth did I synthesize? Exclamation mark. This damn clone has half the genes of a smart person like me, Lex Luthor. Why is he so stupid? What went wrong? Luthor said expressionlessly, if you dare to speak like this again, when you see Batman later, I will kill you. Sorry. Superboy Connor immediately admitted his mistake. In fact, in just a few seconds, the extremely smart bald guy had realized the reason why Superboy Connor became so stupid. Since the Lex Luthor group wanted to create a friendly character for the people, clones like Superboy Connor were not created with the purpose of I need a biological weapon when the project was established, so his emotions were no different from normal people when he left the factory, especially after adding half of Lex Luthor's own genes. Luthor himself had no parenting experience, crossed out, and he didn't often abuse young children like the bats next door. In addition, he was busy with other things, so he only gave Connor the task of doing chivalrous things and accumulating reputation for Lex Group, and then went to do his own thing. As a result, Connor was hanging out with the media every day and became like this. Luthor knew that he had to deal with it civilly, otherwise it would not only be Connor's own reputation that would be ruined. Superboy Connor looked at the fierce light in Luthor's eyes and shuddered with fear, then quickly pointed his finger at Luthor's back. Ah, look, Batman. Mr. Luthor, nice to meet you. Luthor turned his head and saw Wonder Woman Diana next to Batman, holding a golden lasso in his hand. Luthor's eyes were immediately attracted by the lasso. According to the intelligence submitted to him by his insider in the government, this lasso is called the lasso of truth, which is said to make people who come into contact with it tell the truth. For someone like Luthor who is used to lying, this is definitely something he doesn't want to touch. Nice to meet you, Batman. He frowned, and with some disdain, he dragged Superboy Connor, who was standing next to him, and staring at the couple curiously, to his front like a kindergarten child, and then pushed him forward. This is the content of our deal. You can ask him to do anything, whether it's going to the bottom of the sea tens of thousands of meters deep to fight with superhumans who talk to fish, or helping to serve tea and water. It's all up to you, he said, and I want to join the Justice League. Superboy Connor was a little confused at first, not knowing what deal was, but then he reacted and looked at Luthor in disbelief. So you sold me? No, I'm just borrowing. Shut up quickly. Stop talking. Luthor scolded him. Oh. Connor made a zipper up gesture. Of course, one hand pays the other hand, Chintao said, while he slid Superboy Connor, who made a ray sound, to his side, and then took out an information entry device. Luthor didn't even notice how he took this thing out from behind his buttocks. Could it be a nanotechnology on-site reorganization? Luthor felt his eyelids twitching. Batman's technology has reached this level? Wrong, it's the magic of the metal spirit. The information input device groaned for a while, and soon printed out a physical card with Luthor's unhappy face printed on it. Luthor himself did not notice when Batman took a photo of him. Chintao handed the card to Luthor. Your information has been entered, and you have the authority. Luthor took the card with satisfaction. Very good, things went more smoothly than expected. Soon he will be able to use all his knowledge to fight openly and secretly in the League, and through a series of means, eliminate Batman's influence in the League, thereby undermining the other party, and becoming the actual leader of the Justice League, the Human Salvation Organization. Then things will be simple. Lex Luthor saves the world. Hehehe. Since you are now a member of the Justice League, I'll leave a lot of things to you while I'm away. Chintao said, you have to mobilize the members of the League, and maintain the following. Coast City, Central City, Keystone City, Gotham City, Metropolis, Boston, Seattle, San Diego. He read out a long list of cities like a menu, and then said, you have to dispatch these heroes reasonably, and let them get the job done in an orderly manner. Without waiting for Luthor to say anything, he continued, Lucius has some experimental issues that you have to participate in. You will report there in the afternoon. Poison Ivy needs your help, Dr. Silisto needs your help, and the government. For some reason, Luthor felt that there was even some cheerfulness in Batman's tone. And there is one more very important thing. You have to teach all the members of the Justice League how to work as a team. The training tonight is in. Connor, who was sold to Batman by Luthor, watched Batman talk about chores for a long time, and then Luthor thought he was calm and solemn, but actually walked away happily. Connor was left alone to look at Batman. Batman is looking at me. What should I do? Go and report to Supergirl. Connor finally heard the order, and he left, as if he had been pardoned. Then Chintao grabbed his collar again. Don't leave in a hurry. This is your ID card. After you carry it on your back, you can call other members of the Justice League. The AI can also show you the way. After Superboy Connor left, Chintao and Diana also left the Justice League building and went to the Batcave. Chintao synchronized with the Batman and simply learned the spell of using the lasso of truth from Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman is a demigod, so she naturally doesn't need a spell to use the lasso of truth, but Chintao is not necessarily the case. Unless he plans to use the lasso of truth as an ordinary rope like those villains. Otherwise, if he wants to use the lasso of truth to lasso an enemy who is struggling with some strength, he has to study the spell a little bit first. Frankly speaking, it is not complicated, and Chintao quickly figured it out. Well, I'm glad you can lend me your lasso of truth. This will help Aquaman gain trust and save us some effort on this trip, he said. Yeah. Wonder Woman nodded. It's my duty. Chintao tutted his lips and started to make small talk. Well, I've been busy lately, so I can't stay with the people in the Alliance to train coordination, but I'll have time soon. Yeah. Wonder Woman nodded. Well, I've already told you about the Spicerborg Superman. We'll use other plans to deceive him when the time comes. Yeah. Wonder Woman said. Okay. The atmosphere has gradually become awkward to an unparalleled level. Just when Chintao was about to be unable to bear this awkward conversation and decided to find an excuse to slip away, send Wonder Woman away, and then prepare for tomorrow's trip to Atlantis, He heard Alfred's voice coming from the corridor of the Batcave. Bruce, who is visiting the Batcave? Normally, he would greet others as soon as they entered the Batcave, but this time the old butler Alfred, who was late, was wearing pajamas. God knows why Alfred was wearing pajamas when it wasn't even dark yet, as if he had just woken up and looked dazed, but he wore it anyway. In short, he said, "Wow, it's Diana." He walked up to Diana enthusiastically and shook hands with her. "Welcome to the Batcave, Miss Prince. Bruce has mentioned you to me many times. I'm Alfred, Bruce's butler. Welcome to the Bat." "Aha, I forgot that this is not your first time here. Please feel free. Just treat the Batcave as your own home. What would you like to eat? Milk pudding? Alfred's secret sandwich with caviar? Oh, of course. And coffee." Actually, it is the first time. Chen Tao reminded him from the side. "You remembered it wrong, Alfred. Diana has never been here before." Then he was stared at by Alfred inexplicably. "Unfair. Why are you staring at me? Ahaha, I'll get you a cup of coffee. Don't bother, Alfred." Diana waved her hands repeatedly. "I'm leaving soon since you're here. Sit for a while. This is a rare opportunity." But Diana was interrupted by Alfred. "You know, Bruce used your photo as the desktop wallpaper of his computer." Chen Tao's eyes widened in vain. What the hell? Desktop wallpaper? He had only seen the information and photos of the Justice League members. Well, although he had read Wonder Woman's information for a long time, he definitely had never set Wonder Woman's photo as a desktop in front of others after practicing for so long. He was almost able to play the magic of Metal Spirit. Who knows who he had used as the cover? Alfred must have been guessing. He wanted to say something to Alfred, but the other party had already run away. Even the Flashberry Allen would be amazed at this speed, and would admit defeat. Chen Tao turned his head stiffly, and saw Wonder Woman Diana Prince walking towards him swayingly, looking at him with a half smile. HMM. She made a pleasant sound. Chapter 254 Touching. Wrong. Chen Tao turned his face expressionlessly. He's Alfred." Diana came a little closer, tilting her head to look at him with her lake-like blue eyes. HMM. This action is really oppressive. She walked up to me and undoubtedly suppressed my space for action visually. This is a negotiation technique, invading other people's territory through closed body language. She wants to. Chen Tao subconsciously wanted to start speculating on the other party's logic of action, just like he had done countless times before. Pursuing clues and calculating results. This should be his strong point. However, when he met those blue eyes, he couldn't guess anything. He still maintained an expressionless posture. This is a camouflage color. Never let others know what you are thinking. If you can't ensure that you won't reveal flaws on your face, it's better to solidify your expression. It should be like this. Take off your hood. Then he heard Diana say, "No. Take it off." Okay. Chen Tao took off his half-face bat mask. He was not used to exposing his true face to the air. He did not ask Diana why she asked him to do this, and she did not mention it. He had been wearing the mask for a while. He was either doing different things as Batman in different places, or syncing with other Batmen, such as Batmaster, and then soaking in the laboratory, doing experiments with the Flash, who was foaming at the mouth, and Lucius, who was gradually showing signs of Mediterranean. That's Alfred, the old butler Alfred. HMM. Chen Tao began to rub the mask unconsciously, but soon he realized it himself, and then put the mask into his belt, and said, "He is very old, and sometimes he makes mistakes." HMM. Wonder Woman nodded. However, when Chen Tao thought he had fooled him, he suddenly heard the Amazon warrior ask directly and abruptly, "So you didn't use my photo as your computer desktop?" Chen Tao almost couldn't hold back the expression on his face. I took photos of everyone in the Justice League in order to make everyone's pass and enter their information." "Oh, is that so?" Wonder Woman nodded. "He must have seen me touch up stuff, so he made a mistake." "You touch up stuff? You got it wrong." Then Diana started to giggle first, and Chen Tao followed with a slight smile. Such a small joke made the atmosphere between the two of them suddenly become harmonious, as if a catalyst had been added. "So, you are leaving for Atlantis tomorrow?" "Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, and you can probably find someone around noon." "Well, you have to be careful." I have some connections in the government. They told me that the government's attitude towards Atlantis is still relatively unfriendly. I guess the Atlanteans won't be very friendly either. Paradise Island, the island where the Amazon tribe from which Wonder Woman came lives, has fought with them before. Well, yeah. Then they found that they had nothing to talk about. So, is there anything else you want to talk to me about? Diana asked. She turned slightly, as if she was about to walk away naturally. She waited. Nothing. Batman did not respond. The expressionless face that Diana was familiar with, common, consistent, and always had began to appear on his face again. In Diana's eyes, Batman seemed to always have only two emotions. One was a crazy smile used to intimidate the enemy, and the other was an expressionless face with a lot on his mind. The shallow smile just now was like an illusion. Are you really done? Then I'm leaving. Batman still said nothing, and Diana felt a little disappointed. She turned half of her body to the side and raised her steps slightly. Well, see you next time. Of course. Diana turned her head back abruptly, blinking her blue eyes. Do you have anything else? What's the matter? Then there was a pause of more than 10 seconds. Do you want to? I don't know. I was really a little incoherent. Chentao thought so. He said, I don't know. I mean, we can do something else. I mean, or not discussing things? What? No, of course not. Not discussing, nor is it part of any plan. Just doing something else. I know you will be very busy with the establishment of the Justice League, and sometimes the government will ask you for things. If you don't have time, then forget it, okay? Chentao met her eyes. So, you agreed. Well, anything is fine. Oh, okay, Chentao said. But not now. It's not convenient now. He hesitated, but even at this time, the serious expression seemed to be solidified on his face, and he subconsciously turned his head. I still have to deal with the Atlantis matter. Yes, Diana said. She suddenly realized something, so she quickly turned her head like Batman. The two looked at different places on both sides, and then looked at each other with their peripheral vision. Oh, yes, I'm very busy now. I know, I have things to do too. But maybe. Yes, you see. In 2 days? In 2 days. Okay. Goodbye. What we are looking for is a middle-aged white man about 28 years old, with golden hair and golden eyes. If he has a beard, it will also be golden. Name Arthur Curry, code name, Aquaman. Chentao, Supergeneral Kara Kent and Superboy Connor Luther, a total of 3 people, sat in a hidden tactical van. This kind of van looks like an ordinary car, but the interior is decorated with something special, almost like a small bat cave. In the early days of Batman's career, Bruce Wayne once lived directly in this van, monitoring the Falcone family, the criminal group of DC villain Roman, on a weekly basis, to collect evidence that could legally send them to prison. At this time, the 3 of them were sitting in a row in the car, and on the screen in front of them, Amanda Waller was introducing the situation held by the government. His height is about 1.9 to 2 meters, although according to those fishermen, his height is more than 2.5 meters, but after multiple verifications, we believe that it is a false rumor. Arthur Curry's height is 1.93 meters, Chentao said. Then he saw Amanda Waller staring at him with a look of why didn't you say it earlier? Go on. He is extremely dangerous. The highest record of his strength that we have observed is that he lifted a 160,000-ton cruise ship with his bare hands while bearing the impact of tidal waves. Although this known upper limit of strength is not as good as the Superman we know, it is no less than Wonder Woman Diana Prince. Among the 3 people present, Supergeneral listened very attentively. Chentao already knew this information, and only Superboy Connor was distracted. Chentao stretched out a hand, synchronized all his fingers to his shoulders into high-speed bullets, and then knocked Connor on the back with a bang. Focus. Superboy Connor covered his forehead. Why did you hit me so hard? He looked at the seat under his butt, and the seat hasn't collapsed yet. This is of course, because Chentao used a force from the back to the front, not from the top to the bottom. He had not planned to dismantle the car he was riding in. Amanda on the screen was still talking. Drive Stephen Shen was entrusted by Arthur Curry's father, Tom Curry, to conduct research on the Atlanteans when Arthur Curry was a child. However, Stephen Shen later tried to make this research public. He planned to obtain the blood of the young Aquaman, Arthur, to prove to the world that he had discovered the existence of the Atlanteans. Therefore, their two families broke up. Tom Curry, the father of Aquaman Arthur, would never allow such research that put his son in danger to be made public, due to some reasons that Dr. Shen kept secret and was unwilling to share even if he died. Arthur's father Tom Curry died, and he never saw Arthur again since then. The reason why Dr. Shen was unwilling to share is very simple. Chen Tao said he hired a mercenary named Black Manta to steal the blood of Aquaman Arthur, but accidentally killed Arthur's father. The furious Aquaman went to Black Manta's salvage ship to seek revenge on him, but accidentally killed Black Manta's dad. They killed each other's dad and developed a deep hatred. He shrugged. In summary, they killed each other's dads to show friendship. Amanda Waller rolled her eyes. How do you know everything? You know so much. Why am I pretending to explain to you the information you already knew? Go on. Hearing Batman's words, Amanda Waller could only sigh, and then continued. Therefore, Dr. Shen can only provide us with some outdated information to allow us to speculate on the current status of Aquaman Arthur. As he spoke, he was thinking about the problem of Aquaman Arthur. Unlike Wonder Woman Diana, based on the information they knew and what Batman said, it seemed that the other party was a person with more impulsive emotions, more reckless and aggressive. However, according to the timeline provided by Dr. Shen, that was only a character profile of his teenage years, and it could not represent his current state. Amanda continued, time has changed, and his appearance is probably no longer the same as it was in his teenage years. Therefore, in the preliminary preparations, we made a lot of mistakes and found a lot of wrong. Aquaman Arthur. In addition, due to improper expressions by the communicators, it even caused a certain panic in the fisherman's circle, causing Aquaman Arthur to hide himself more, which in disguise increased the difficulty of the task. But fortunately, after a long period of hard work and subsequent funding, we have finally basically locked in the location where Aquaman Arthur may be. No, in other words, if Aquaman Arthur is not here, it means that it is basically impossible for us to find him again. Amanda Waller on the screen tapped the table with a pen in her hand, and then the camera cut to the door of a tavern by the sea. We finally locked on this place, the town of Derry, Maine, the Little Boy in Yellow Brewery. Amanda Waller said, due to the 1990 movie It, the town of Derry once ushered in a small wave of development. Even though there are almost no dividends now, there is a network here, and people can contact the outside world. It is also a coastal town with a large flow of people. If Aquaman Arthur needs to obtain intelligence from the outside world, this would be the right place. And what ultimately prompted us to make a judgment was another reason. Amanda Waller put a picture of a person on the screen. He was a strong man who was obviously much taller than others. He had golden hair and a golden beard like a lion. What attracted people's attention most was his eyes. They were really golden yellow, as if he was wearing cosmetic contact lenses. This person called himself Arthur Morgan. He is now a security guard at the Yellow Boy Tavern. He is a part-time worker, working 2 days a week and resting 5 days a week. He only works on weekends, because weekends are when people relax, and there are the most security incidents in the tavern. People around told us that he appeared in Derry town 2 months ago. There is no record of his train ticket or flight to Maine, and this name has not been found in Maine. It is likely to be a pseudonym. How tall is he? According to the calculation of professional agents, it is 1.98 meters. This is consistent with what the fisherman said. A height of about 2 meters is indeed likely to be mistaken for about 2.5 meters, but it is different from your information, Batman. We dare not confirm that it is him, so we reported an estimate of about 1.8 to 2 meters. Chen Tao motioned Amanda Waller to continue. We found that he was running his own intelligence network in the local area and was consciously avoiding our people while trying to get information about the government's movements. Of course, it's not just us. Many locals also suspected that he was the Seeking that many fishermen had been talking about, but no one dared to ask him. Our agents had tried to probe him once, but he acted just like an ordinary person. It's hard to say whether he was just a great actor or we made a mistake. Amanda Waller said, the name Arthur is really too common, and there are people with this name everywhere. We didn't dare to test him too intensely to prevent another false Arthur from being mistaken like before, which almost killed civilians. But no matter what, according to the experts' probabilistic analysis, seeking Arthur must have his own intelligence channels, otherwise there is no way to explain why he could hide from us for so long, you know? Searching for his submarines and fleets, under the premise of deliberate search. Not once, not even once, did we encounter any Atlanteans. Even if we deliberately find someone to pretend to be a fisherman to lure him out, he won't be fooled. Without knowing the outside world, this is almost impossible. Amanda Waller concluded, so, Aquaman Arthur Curry must be hiding among us. Even if he is not the target person with long golden hair, he must be in Delhi town, because this is the easiest place to obtain intelligence in coastal towns. I'm done, she said. Chen Tao touched his chin. Well, in that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go and try him ourselves. Chapter 255, Seeking and Tuna, 5800 words long chapter. I wrote so much, I'm so awesome. Antarctica. In a secret base unknown to the public. Hahaha, Black Manta, are you kidding me? You seem to be fantasizing that after joining Nemo, you will have a say in the operation? Black Manta sat on his seat with his fingers crossed. At this time, all his weapons had been stolen, including his famous diving suit armor and the helmet that could fire destructive lasers like a fly's head. Almost all the soldiers around him were armed with live ammunition from the Nemo organization. Black Manta's scarred face showed a mocking look. Cowardly rats. Why can't I? He asked the other party. The fisherman was a burly old man with white hair and beard. He wore cowhide boots and a white sailing jacket. Black Jack told me that you are reckless, sir. Nemo's schedule has been arranged for decades, and we have carefully designed it to achieve global control. The fisherman said, unless they are very talented newcomers, we will not allow them to adopt new ideas or disrupt our carefully designed plans. He looked at Black Manta. It is obvious that you have nothing but revenge in your mind. You can't be a decision maker, but only a tool for our plan. I have never served anyone. The fisherman heard what Black Manta said. He laughed dumbly and then waved his hand nonchalantly. Get used to it slowly. You will like it here. Otherwise. Okay, let's stop here. He waved his hand to signal his men to send Black Manta away, but he didn't notice the increasingly cold look in his eyes. The stupidest thing he did was to let Black Manta appear in front of him. This was definitely a huge mistake. Black Manta stood up, and the next second, in a burst of golden light, he suddenly disappeared from his seat. This is not a description or metaphor. He really stood up and fell backwards in a golden vortex, disappearing from his seat. What? Where did he go? Why did he suddenly disappear? The fisherman stood up suddenly from his seat. He looked at the place where Black Manta had just sat in surprise and turned to look at the woman who brought Black Manta into the base. Black Jack, what is going on? Black Jack seemed even more surprised and panicked than the fisherman. I don't know. Black Manta never told me. Before Black Jack finished speaking, the fisherman suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart and screamed. He lowered his head and saw with his eyes that were almost bulging that a knife tip was sticking out of his chest, and the bright red blood soaked his shirt bit by bit. You. He turned his head with effort, but only saw Black Manta's helmet, which was like a fly's eye, flashing a scarlet light. How could it be possible? When did he get his equipment back? He just flashed and disappeared in the golden vortex. Was that teleportation? He teleported to a certain place, took his equipment, and then came back. Sizzle. The blade was pulled out, and blood sprayed on Black Manta's helmet. Everyone was stunned by this unexpected result. Black Manta's fly-like helmet might have been very funny when others saw it for the first time. However, at this moment, when the helmet was stained with the blood of their former leader fisherman, it was indescribably hideous and terrifying. Black Jack was the first to react. She originally thought that she had been in an evil organization like Nemo for so many years that she had long forgotten what fear was. But when she looked into Black Manta's deep red eyes, she still trembled uncontrollably. What did you do? Oh my god, what did you do? The king is dead. Blackjack. Black Manta's voice came from his fly helmet, hoarse, dark, and with an inhuman sense of terror. He sat directly in the seat where the fisherman had just sat, and then crossed his legs. So long live the new king. Black Manta pursed his lips under his helmet. Any questions? Before entering the tavern, Chen Tao disguised himself. He covered his face with a pair of sunglasses and a mask, and wore a hat on his head. Supergirl and Superboy had biological positions as a means to cover their appearance, so there was no need to do anything extra. Okay, let's go, Chen Tao said. They walked in, and there was a lot of noise inside. At this moment, the bar was going on Chen Tao didn't quite understand. A performance? A handsome young man. He stood on the stage, holding a trident of Aquaman that looked like a prop, but was obviously made of metal. Chen Tao's eyes stayed on the trident for a while. As we all know, the trident of Aquaman, that is, the trident of Neptune, has 5 forks, which is a very reasonable thing. He was surprised that the props of a stage play performed in a mere tavern were so restored. Standing next to him were 2 actors dressed as Superman and Batman. The props of these 2 actors were pulled, and they were completely different from the clothes worn by the Aquaman actor next to them. They were made of ordinary cloth, unlike the golden scales of the Aquaman actor, which had a metallic texture. When they came in, the Aquaman actor was just coming to the end of his joke. I don't want to play with you anymore. No matter what you say, I just want to sleep with this tuna. Ha 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 ha. Aquaman actually sleeps with a fish. The Batman actor laughed wildly, and then suddenly looked like he couldn't laugh anymore. Wait. When he said sleeping, he just meant sleeping with fish, right? Who knows? The Superman actor said, let me use an X-ray to see. Then the Aquaman actor actually took a half-dead tuna, walked over and began to twist his hips seductively. Oh, honey, although you are great, I will still marry an octopus. You know, the octopus will always be Aquaman's official girlfriend. Oh, honey, taste my masculinity. Note, there is a joke here. In another popular super British and American drama The Boys, there is a spoof version of Aquaman whose superpower is to talk to fish, and even chat with lobsters. His friend is an octopus, and later Homelander forced him to eat his friend alive. Then he pretended to have the tuna's sharp and thin voice. Oh, it doesn't matter, as long as you are in my heart and brain, I will always belong to you. While saying this, the Aquaman actor showed the audience the tuna's deliberately cut open body, heart, and the fish mouth, brain, that was deliberately poked wide with a wooden stick. The performance seemed quite successful, and the tavern was filled with laughter. Thanks to the government's carpet search and the increasingly frequency rescue operations of Aquaman in recent years and months, the popularity of Aquaman in this small borderland of Maine is higher than people in the inland can imagine. Everyone is talking about this superhero who swims around in the sea and has the superpower of talking to fish. The emergence of such a performance program can be said to be a necessity. TSK. This joke is too vulgar. Chen Tao looked at the actor dressed as Aquaman. He has strong muscles and natural hair dyed golden. Although he wears golden contact lenses, he looks like he really has a pair of golden pupils. His face is as handsome as an ancient Greek demigod, and even if he is deliberately making a fool of himself, it does not affect his heroic appearance. With such appearance conditions, it is too much of a waste of talent to make a living as a joke actor in a mere tavern in a borderland. Soon, the comedy skit ended, and the 3 actors packed up and left the stage. A waiter came up to clean up the liquid that the tuna had dripped onto the stage, and then a white man with a red neck and red scarf holding an accordion took over the stage from the performing trio and began to play the accordion. The 3 actors who had been there before left the stage and sat down at a table not far away, also taking a few drinks. Chen Tao turned his eyes away from the stage performance. Connor. Chen Tao suddenly called Superboy Connor's name. Well, what's the matter? He asked. Use your X-ray vision and microscopic vision to scan that man, and then tell me what you find. Chen Tao pointed at the long-haired man. What? You can't treat me as a tool in your multi-purpose belt. Superboy Connor protested. Why not? That's what I did to Superman. Scan quickly. Do you think I haven't scanned myself? After the scan, tell me what you analyzed. Connor realized that this seemed to be a pop quiz. So he did as he was told and then replied, the X-ray vision can't see through his body. Either he wears something to block prying eyes, or he can prevent others from prying into his physical fitness. That's all. Superboy was stunned and then scanned back and forth with his X-ray vision twice. Is it true? Chintao sighed. Even if your vision exceeds 99.9% of the people on this planet, you are still hopelessly blind. Question mark? Connor was furious when he heard it. Chintao turned his head and looked at Supergirl. Did you scan it? Yes, I can see it. It's very obvious. Chintao stopped Kara from saying the next sentence and nodded with satisfaction. Fortunately, not everyone is as stupid as Connor. Connor? Chintao sighed again. This can't be blamed on Superboy Connor. Although he looks like a teenager now, a few months ago, he was even an immature embryo. Strictly speaking, a baby less than 1 year old. Super brains can make Kryptonians full of wisdom and good at learning, but wisdom does not mean knowledge and experience, and the complexity of this world is far from being fully understood by just reading books. Why don't you tell our target about our purpose? Chintao said. Me. Superboy Connor's eyes widened, and he pointed at himself in surprise. Are you sure? Yes, he heard Batman's voice. Go test him. Okay. In this situation, Connor's superbrain turned quickly. The blonde-bearded man had been sitting there expressionlessly since the actors of Aquaman and Batman performed a spoof of Aquaman on the stage just now, and his face showed no joy or anger. He was the security guard of the tavern, the suspected target person mentioned by Amanda Waller in the van before. Connor walked in front of the other party. We need your help. Chintao nodded secretly. Superboy Connor inherited Superman's superbrain after all. Although he was a little weak in experience, he was definitely not stupid. He came up and directly stated that he was looking for help, instead of talking nonsense or making riddles, which would alert the other party, or cause more misunderstandings that would raise people's blood pressure. At the table next to him, the actor who played Aquaman before immediately pricked up his ears. He took the opportunity to pour the wine to change his seat, and sat behind the man with long blonde hair and beard. Your name is Arthur Morgan, right? Can I call you that, Mr. Morgan? Connor felt a little guilty because he found that the man in front of him just stared at him with a pair of golden pupils without saying a word. The atmosphere froze in an instant. Burp. The actor who played Aquaman on the stage before suddenly rudely burped loudly in the back, breaking the stagnant atmosphere. Arthur Morgan, a man with long blonde hair and a beard, squinted at the hiccuping actor, then turned his gaze back to Connor's face, with a ferocious expression on his face. What do you want from me? If you have something to say, please say it quickly. Connor subconsciously wanted to look back at Batman, but finally stopped himself. Chintao nodded in approval from behind. This is called training, not letting the other party grow wildly like Luthor. Connor thought for half a second, and finally decided to be a little more tactful, and try it out first. There is a stranger who came to this village from the sea. Connor's behavior has attracted the attention of several tables of drinkers around. Their chatter gradually became lighter. Connor, who was suddenly watched by so many people, was a little nervous, but he still bit the bullet and continued. The stranger is with sharks and dolphins, riding the tide, and commanding all creatures on the ocean. He saves ships in distress, and brings fish to fishermen. That's just a rumor. But before Connor finished speaking, he was interrupted by the blonde-haired strong man. There has never been such a person. Please go back. The enemy from afar is about to attack. The other party's attitude confirmed Connor's judgment, and he said, we need warriors. We need this stranger. There are already many other people like him who have formed an alliance to defend the earth. We must meet this person. The man with blonde beard and named Arthur looked at him steadily. Then he suddenly started laughing, and then the people at the tables around him also started laughing. The violent laughter burst into a ball, and the whole tavern was filled with a happy atmosphere. Connor was confused by their reaction. Yowguis, what do you mean? This is the blonde-bearded man named Arthur laughed breathlessly. I'm dying of laughter. That's the expression. I bet you mistook me for the rumored Aquaman or something, and even came all the way here for this. He laughed so hard that his stomach hurt and pointed at Connor's confused face. Yes, that's the expression. Ha ha ha, but the truth is, everything is fake. It's just a means for our tavern to drum up business. He grabbed the actor who played Aquaman behind him, and while he complained, "Hey, don't rub my hair," he rubbed his forehead wildly. "Do you still think that I might be fake and this guy's actually the real Aquaman and he's standing behind the scenes secretly controlling me?" The blonde bearded man named Arthur Morgan was overjoyed. "You're wrong. It's fake. That's what you should think. This is all set up to attract business. It's just to play tricks on you outsiders. Ha 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 ha." He laughed so hard that he pounded the table, then hooked the neck of the actor who was performing Aquaman on the stage next to him. Haha, Tom. He believed it. He believed it. This is the first time we have successfully deceived someone since we planned this plan. It's so interesting. The Aquaman actor named Tom also flattered him at the right time. Well done, Arthur. You're so good. Arthur, the blonde bearded man, laughed loudly. "You idiots. You fantasize about superheroes hiding in the crowd all day long, and you can find them by chance. I'm so happy." He pointed to the table of drinks on Chentao's table. "But our purpose from beginning to end is just to let you buy this table of drinks. Ha 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 ha. You came to our bar to find the legendary Aquaman and paid the money. Now you can't refund it." He turned to the bar owner and said, "Hey, boss, our brother's plan is good, but it successfully brought you a big business." The bar owner, who was wiping the cup, also laughed too hard to speak and could only wave his hands. What? Connor was shocked by this fact and his face turned liver colored. He turned his head and looked at Batman with a look of despair. This is impossible. The intelligence system can't make such a big mistake." Amanda Waller's voice came from the headset. She was also surprised, but soon calmed down. "It's impossible for our guys to make such a big mistake," she said. "Even if Aquaman is not among these two people, he may be hiding in a corner of the tavern, or even not here today." Amanda Waller said firmly, "But no matter what, Aquaman should be near this tavern, or this area. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain his source of information. We finally tracked it here. There is no doubt about it. It can't be false. And this is also completely consistent with the calculation results in probability. No, you were fooled by a juggler in a tavern." Connor's mentality was a little broken when he thought of what he had just said to the other party in a serious manner about distant enemies. He felt his face burning. In the violent laughter, he forced himself to walk back to Chentao's table. Chentao almost saw smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. "Let's go quickly. I don't want to stay here for a second," he said to Chentao. Chentao sighed. Then he turned his head and looked at the Supergirl Kara, who had been sitting there quietly like a quiet lady from just now until now. "Let me test you. Do you know what to do at this time?" Chentao said. "Please, think about it before you tell me the answer. Don't let me down." "I know." The Supergirl thought for half a second and then answered in a soft voice. "What are you talking about? Why don't we go quickly?" Before Connor finished speaking, he saw Kara taking off her coat, revealing the S on her chest and the cape behind her. "Connor?" Kara flew straight up, flew in front of the people in the tavern, who could hardly laugh, and then her eyes glowed red, and directly roasted the table in front of them into charcoal. "Let me tell you something, Rue. I have something to tell you guys." Kara seemed a little shy when she was suddenly stared at by so many people. The little girl flew in the air timidly and said, "If Aquaman doesn't come out, I'm going to burn this tavern down and kill all of you." She turned her head and melted the double-barreled shotgun that the boss took out from under the bar into molten iron, scaring the boss to raise his hands. "I'm really going to kill all of you, no kidding." "Sorry." Batman showed an approving look and then said, "Well done, but the aggressiveness is not strong enough. Watch me." Then he synchronized with the speed bullet and floated up, staring straight at the man who had just performed Aquaman the Tuner on the stage and called himself Tom. The corners of his mouth gradually rose. "Come on," Supergirl said. Superboy Connor turned his head to look at her. He was a little numb now. "What's coming?" Then the next second Connor heard Batman's creepy laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha." He flew directly to the ear of Aquaman Arthur and laughed wildly in a low voice that only he could hear. "Arthur, I know your father is buried in Port Sheen. If you still don't admit it, I will fly to Port Sheen now, destroy your father's grave, and flush all the ashes into the sea. Chen Tao's eyes lingered on the other party's golden scale armor, which was obviously made of metal, and the Aquaman's trident, which was placed next to him within reach even when drinking. Although the trident was called a trident, it did have 5 points, just like in the comics. Chapter 256 Black Manta is also a manta. 6,000 words long chapter. I'm awesome. You. When his father was mentioned, the actor who was performing on the stage just now had a fierce light flashing in his eyes, but only half a second later, he showed a blank look on his face. Chen Tao didn't expect that he was still pretending. After giving Aquaman such a serious stimulus, he deliberately said something that would make the other party angry in order to prevent Aquaman from pretending to be stupid, so as to induce him to expose himself. But it was obvious that Aquaman saw through this and still tried to fool Chen Tao and others to believe that they were wrong. Or did he think he was deceiving him? Chen Tao turned his head and looked at Supergirl. Madam, do you know what to do? Yes, I know. Supergirl nodded, and then the next second, boom. The bar exploded. No, aren't you superheroes? Look at what you have protected. Why am I the one who was injured? The bar owner was like a bereaved mother. He rushed over and tried to grab a decorative statue in his store, but then he saw Supergirl flying to another angle, and her hot eyes bypassed his palm and directly burned the statue into ashes. No. The bar owner burst into tears. What happened? It was fine originally. How come it suddenly? Stop it. That's my favorite drink. Finally, Aquaman Arthur, who had pretended to be himself on stage to perform tuna sucking, could no longer pretend. He hurriedly waved his trident and intercepted a thermal line of sight that Supergirl shot at the wine cabinet in the air. Then he realized that he was exposed and could only smile bitterly. I really didn't expect that you would be so. He couldn't go on. He turned his head, and the man with long blonde hair and beard looked at him in surprise, and then a look of sudden enlightenment emerged on his face. Oh my god, you asked me to work as a security guard in the tavern, and then hinted to others that I was Aquaman, calling myself Arthur. All this was to cover you. You are the Aquaman in the Fisherman's Legend. You also told me to follow your orders, deliberately letting some smart people who found out that I was fake to suspect you, and then suddenly broke out that both of us were fake in order to achieve the purpose of whitewashing and hiding your own identity. Too smart. Once people confirm that I'm a fake Aquaman, they will subconsciously think that you are also fake, and this is exactly your purpose. Yes, it's me. Sorry. The real Aquaman, that is, the one without long hair and beard, as young as a guy in his early 20s, Arthur, who just played himself sucking tuna on the stage, pointed at Chen Tao and his group apologetically and said, they have been tracking my whereabouts. In order to keep my information channel on land, I had to play such a trick to deceive you. I'm sorry. The blonde bearded man was still muttering to himself. I really didn't expect it. I had some guesses, such as you never need to take off your golden contact lenses. But when I thought that Aquaman was willing to participate in the funny skit of Aquaman ate tuna, I felt that it was not you. But I didn't expect. Who could have thought of this? Aquaman Arthur's face darkened when he heard it. Connor was full of question marks. Supergirl Kara couldn't bear to watch it anymore. She explained in a low voice, the real Aquaman is the actor who played Aquaman on the stage just now. He found a bearded blonde man who called himself Arthur to pretend to be Aquaman, and claimed that all this was a show. Do you understand? The owner of the tavern was still shouting beside him, my tavern. Woo woo woo. Aquaman Arthur helped him up from the ground and put him on the chair. Then he turned his head. A completely different aura emanated from him, which was different from the one when he was hiding in the crowd just now. Well, after dealing with me and my friend, it's your turn next. Even if you want to find me, you shouldn't use the loss of the tavern owner as the price. This is not a heroic act. Someone will be responsible for the loss of this tavern later, and the compensation will be enough for you to build 10 new taverns. Chen Tao walked up to the tavern owner. This town has network and signal. You can check your bank account now. The money has arrived. The tavern owner took out his mobile phone and took a look. He was immediately overjoyed and performed a Sichuan opera face-changing performance on the spot, turning sadness into joy. He kicked the glass of the bar in front of him and broke it. Burn. Burn it casually. Burn well. Burn wonderfully. Burn it quack. Great. I'm rich. This overwhelming wealth has finally fallen on my head. Then he actually twisted his fat belly in public and danced a happy belly dance in ecstasy. A customer in the tavern leaned over and took a look at the amount of money transferred to the boss, and he froze there. Aquaman stood next to the dancing tavern owner, feeling like an idiot. He took a deep breath, then stuttered, "Oh, but even this is not something a hero would do. You shouldn't smash the store first." And then he was grabbed by the arm by the tavern owner who was halfway through his dance. "No. It should be. It's too real. I wish something like this happened every month. Hey, I'm a rich man. Hey." The tavern owner ignored Aquaman as he spoke, and he took out his mobile phone while dancing and called his family. "Brother, our family is rich. It's time for us to talk." Chen Tao turned around and said to Aquaman Arthur. They walked outside the tavern, and Superboy Connor tried to stop the curious people in the tavern, but those drunkards ignored Connor's obstruction. They took advantage of his inattention and climbed over the guardrail, trying to get close to Aquaman Arthur and Chen Tao, who were discussing things. After being dragged back by Connor, they dared to do it again next time, so Connor could only use his super speed to send the idle people who kept getting close to that side back to their original positions like a porter. "It's useless." Supergirl Kara curled her lips and said. Connor, who was diligently working hard, was a little angry when he heard it. "What can you do? Look at me." Supergirl flew directly above the crowd who refused to change their ways, and then her golden hair flew in the biological stance. "All of you stay behind. Otherwise, I will shoot you to death with lasers. Damn it. You bunch of troublemakers. I will shoot all of you to death with lasers." Superboy Connor stared dumbfoundedly at Supergirl Kara, who was descending from the sky, and the silent crowd behind her. "You know." Kara stretched out a finger and twirled it on her forehead. "Sometimes you have to have a bit of bad thinking. But if you have such a reputation." Then he saw Supergirl walking to the edge of the crowd shyly with the look of a girl next door. "I'm sorry, everyone. After all, I have to maintain order." Then she took out a book in front of everyone, on which was written, "From Arkham to the Batcave, on how to become Batman's favorite Robin." The subtitle below was, "Bazo Carroll's Youthful Robin Diary, A Just Life Needs No Explanation." Note, Bazo Carroll is the original name of Mudface. This book first appeared in chapter 79, and is now passed on to Kara. Kara said softly, "I scared everyone, because the operating manual required necessary measures to be taken. Don't be angry, everyone." Huh. Connor said, "Do you think you can? It's okay, it's okay. We are also wrong. We shouldn't have said that we didn't listen and still wanted to get over it. I'm sorry, sorry, sorry. The fierce Supergirl is so cute." Sent. Connor looked numbly at the drunkards and idlers in the tavern. "Why? Who put me back into the petri dish?" Quickly. And Chen Tao's side, "We have nothing to talk about. I don't have time to help you deal with any visitors from alien worlds." Aquaman Arthur said honestly, "I'm already annoyed enough by the pile of things in Atlantis." He stretched out his rough fingers like those of a fisherman, and Chen Tao noticed that there were many calluses on his palms, caused by years of holding weapons. Although the dock boy was not a well-trained warrior like Wonder Woman Diana Prince, he was also a master of long-handled weapons who changed his career halfway. Many people often ignore Aquaman Arthur's personal combat effectiveness because of his identity as the King of Atlantis, and even take jokes and skits seriously, which is absolutely a complete mistake. Not everyone has the ability to punch Superman dozens of meters away, Aquaman V8, or to confront Wonder Woman Diana head-on. Most people who beat Clark Diana would only knock sparks or break their own bones. Being able to be among the 7 giants of the Justice League and contribute a first-line villain of the Aquaman system like Black Manta proves the strength of Aquaman. Aquaman Arthur stretched out his fingers and pulled them off one by one. The opposition organization, Flood, within the Atlanteans. I don't know if they were the ones who carried out the attack, and Black Manta. He said, Black Manta came to me with great fanfare before, and he told me that he wanted me to witness his destruction of Atlantis. He said, he is a madman, and because of the personal hatred between him and me, he took his anger out on the entire city-state, where millions of Atlanteans live. He is a threat to the entire Atlantis. Arthur said, I must guard Atlantis to prevent possible problems. Wrong. Chentoru commented, this is why you always can't figure it out. We need more pioneering ideas, more imaginative and creative plans. Get straight to the point, and kill with one blow. Without waiting for Aquaman Arthur to continue speaking, Chentao continued, I'm here to ask you for something called the Mother Box. In exchange, I will help you solve these problems. I'm willing to do it. I don't need your help, I can. Oh, poor Aquaman Arthur. Chentao said. Your mother is a member of the Atlantean royal family, and your father is a surface resident, a lighthouse keeper. How does it feel to have a person's origin story sound like a seaman's song? You come from these two worlds, but you don't belong to either side, and you are not accepted by either world. What do you want to say? But despite being misunderstood, ridiculed, and ignored, you still persist. You run between the two sides to protect the land and the sea, just like your father's lighthouse in his later years. You watch the coastline, protecting the dry land from the invasion of the angry sea, and keeping the sea away from the Greenland. Aquaman Arthur was silent. He would never tell these to others, but everything he did was told by Batman, who he met for the first time. I sympathize with you and your unfinished business very much, Chentao said. You are sure that you are working hard for a better and safer world. You are undoubtedly a superhuman, one of the best heroes. You are a king and rule a country, but those people on land see you as a joke or a threat. Most Atlanteans hate your rules. You fight every day to maintain the interests of both your parents' worlds. When wars and all the struggles surround you, there is no doubt that you believe in peace, and in fact fish won't even talk to you. I've lost some patience, Aquaman Arthur said, telling what I did won't change anything. He was silent for a while. The tradition of hatred for land people in Atlantis is older than the history of the founding of the United States. And I also know the government's fear of Atlantis. He forced a smile and said, let's get straight to the point. If I understand correctly, you are Batman, and those enemies from another world want to capture the Earth. You need something called a mother box that is guarded by us Atlanteans. Although he knew that the other party was simply telling the facts of what he did, Arthur still felt a little relieved. These words brought them closer together. For a long time, everything he did was not understood and was hated by both sides. The people of the Hang Beast organization called him the False King, and although he had never told anyone, not even his beloved wife Mila, it still hurt him. And Batman may be one of the few people who will evaluate his actions fairly. I will give you what you need, but correspondingly, I'm indeed too busy to join your team. Aquaman Arthur said, so I'm sorry. I plan to build an embassy for Atlantis, and then completely establish diplomatic relations with the United States. You are trying to bring Atlantis to the world stage, and at the same time you want the world that breathes the air to accept this ocean kingdom that she fears at the root, right? I can help you do that. Aquaman's eyes lit up. I can also help you solve the troubles you are facing now, clarify all the misunderstandings between you and the government, and promote the normalization and regularization of exchanges between the two countries. And, you mean the Atlantean opposition organization Han Shao? Yes, they are a group of separatists who have been immersed for many years, but today they launched an attack. Aquaman said, it's a troubled time. He paused, then said, this is very unusual. Although it may be their spontaneous behavior, it is also possible that they are driven by a third force. I have more opponents than friends. The interrogation will tell us the truth. Chentao said, then it's a happy decision. I will be your helper to help you solve the problems that Atlantis is currently facing, and then promote the establishment of the embassy. He said, and you have to give me the mother box, then join my team and save the world with us. He stretched out his hand to Aquaman. So, deal. In the somewhat damp and cold air and warm sunshine at the seaside, Aquaman held Chentao's hand. Deal. Nemo Organization Meeting Hall. Black Manta is fighting There are already 7 or 8 corpses lying at his feet. A dozen soldiers in high-tech armor are besieging him, but they are no match for him. Black Manta's figure keeps jumping out of the golden space vortex he created, and then jumps in, and disappears without a trace. It seems that Black Manta has found a new power, or equipment. Black Manta grabbed the harpoon with his backhand, pulled it out of a soldier's chest, and then inserted it into another person's chest. Then, not far away, he saw a soldier pointing a gun at him. "You bastard." Italian. Black Manta's eyes flashed coldly, and a hot crimson laser condensed at the launch port on his helmet. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Black Manta turned his head. Black Jack was holding a gun that was still smoking. "Your laser will blow this place into ruins," she said to Black Manta. "Let me do it." A few minutes later, Black Manta sat in the main seat, surrounded by people from the Nemo group. All those who dared to resist, and their soldiers had been killed just now. Anything else? "So, are you taking over the Nemo group now?" Someone at the conference table raised his hand and asked. Nemo has existed as a secret society for more than a century. The management has relied on their own skills and abilities to get to the top, just like a group of pirates. Only the strong can survive. Black Manta put his 10 fingers together, and his body leaned forward slightly, showing his streamlined biceps and chest muscles. Even though he didn't deliberately design the movements, his appearance was still full of powerful beauty. The tubes that conduct energy from the backpack on his back to the helmet fluttered like wings on the back of his head. "I killed your fisherman, and now I'm the fisherman. Black Jack is your second in command," and she realized that following me was the right and wise choice. Sometimes it costs a price to recognize the situation. Black Jack added from the side. "So, unless you still have objections," Black Manta said, "then let's get to work." He turned and asked a leader in the hall, "Can anyone tell me how far the Nemo group's plan to deal with Aquaman Arthur Curry has progressed?" We pretended to be Atlanteans to attack the Usponcha train in the South Atlantic, which was just commissioned into the Navy in March of this year. Soon we, the Atlanteans pretending to be people, will announce to the United States that Atlantis is responsible for this. At that time, we will release a monster called the Hairy Man given to us by a cooperative ally called Outsiders. We will use it as a vanguard, taking us disguised as US soldiers to attack Atlantis, and then cause as many casualties as possible to provoke the militant faction within Atlantis that hates the land people to start a war. The leader flipped through the information in his hand. "Very good, very good. You know what? You did a great job, which is one of the reasons why I took the trouble to join you. Such a good thing can't be done by someone else." Black Manta nodded with satisfaction. These plans can make Aquaman painful. So what stage has the plan reached now? The plan is being carried out simultaneously, and it started a few hours ago. So what were you going to do originally? We were going to induce the US government and the Atlanteans to go to war. To put it simply, after we seize the aircraft carrier, we will use it to launch nuclear bombs, and then the United States will take the initiative, and then we will send people to attack Atlantis, and Atlantis will also go to war, and if the Justice League does not intervene, Atlantis and the United States will both suffer losses? No, no, no. Black Manta rejected. This will not happen. This plan is totally unworkable. Then what should we do? It's simple. Black Manta said, we fight fast. Don't think about letting Atlantis and the United States engage in a protracted war and both suffer losses. I bet Batman will use hostage taking and other means to force a ceasefire between the two sides. For example, kidnap the President of the United States of America and bring him to the Atlanteans to clarify misunderstandings. Kidnap hostages? Batman, the leader of Nemo, almost didn't figure out who the villain was. None of us will do such a crazy thing. Are you sure he will really do this? So you are a third-rate villain and a third-rate villain organization. Black Manta commented sharply. He then continued, we need more pioneering ideas, more imaginative and creative plans. Get to the point and kill with one blow. Only Batman can defeat Batman. Then he said, we have to do it before Batman can react. The US war response process is much faster than that of Atlantis. We first make the Americans believe that they are attacked and then cut off the connection between the US president and various departments. Then help the United States quickly attack Atlantis before Atlantis reacts. Use a nuclear bomb to break their energy shield at one time and kill at least 70% of Atlantis civilians, leaving the most elite war forces of Atlantis. Then he asked the Nemo leader next to him, "Do you understand?" The poor leader was about to cry. How stupid. Black Manta said, "I mean to turn the long-term tug-of-war in your original plan into a decapitation battle with the help and leadership of the United States against Atlantis. Do you understand?" The leader listened and cursed in his heart. "Damn you. It doesn't matter if you understand or not, as long as I understand." Black Manta said, "No one understands Batman better than me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 257. We are going to give Aquaman to Black Manta to kill. 5,000 words long chapter. So, this is where the story begins. The old grudge that started Aquaman and Black Manta's lifelong fight, the tragic death of a man. Black Manta closed his eyes, and the roar of the young Aquaman seemed to still echo in his ears. "Black Manta Ray." The voice was full of anger and deep hatred. The voice came from the lighthouse of Port Mercy and spread along the ocean current to the ship of Black Manta and his father. They were a father and son treasure hunters, a group of illegal criminals roaming the sea. "I know you are here." Even after so many years, Black Manta can still remember the trembling feeling when he heard this roar. He was hired by Dr. Stephen Shen to steal the blood of Aquaman Arthur Curry so that Dr. Shen could tell the world about his discovery of Atlantis. When Black Manta broke into Arthur Curry's house to steal, he happened to encounter his father Tom Curry, who had a heart attack and died. But Aquaman didn't know that he thought it was Black Manta who killed his father. Note, in fact, it was Black Manta who came in to steal things and ended up scaring Aquaman's father into having a heart attack and then died. Black Manta is not as innocent as he thinks. As a son, the young Aquaman Arthur Curry was furious and determined to catch the murderer. In order to commemorate his father, he wanted to give the murderer the most fair trial, death. However, he was blinded by his father's death and made a wrong decision. To vent his anger on the murderer he thought was the murderer, Black Manta's father, Arthur searched the seas to find Black Manta, and he found Black Manta's ship near a shipwreck. At that time, Black Manta was searching for treasure underwater. He thought Black Manta was alone, but he was not. Black Manta was a diver, and his father was the captain. And Aquaman Arthur Curry strangled the wrong person. He strangled Black Manta's father to death. Black Manta survived, but he and Arthur were forever trapped in a cycle of revenge. It was a long time ago. But once the flames of revenge start, they will never go out, no matter what damn mistake ignited them. They burn, they spread, they burn everyone they touch. Everyone, and all their hopes and dreams. Now, at this moment, the Nemo meeting hall, the leaders who were here before have long left. Even the second in command Blackjack has disappeared without a trace, and only Black Manta is sitting alone in the center of the hall. "You can come out now," he said. There was no response, and the surroundings were silent. Black Manta sighed. He opened his palm, and the dazzling golden light spread from his palm, forming a golden vortex space portal. The next second, a figure fell from it in a mess, but before landing, he suddenly turned his body sideways and landed lightly on the ground. "I hope that, since you are already here, you won't pretend that you are not here," Black Manta said to the figure, "and I will only say the same thing once, Atrocitus. Where is the help that Meditation Might promised me?" That's right, the one who appeared in front of Black Manta at this time was the future leader of the Red Lantern Corps, the Blood Magician, Atrocitus, a prophet from an alien planet, and the target of Green Lantern Sinestro and Green Lantern Hal's pursuit. He came to Earth because he predicted the great crisis of Blackest Night, in which the universe would fall into death in the future, but was deceived by the magic worm, Meditation Might, and joined their army. Your assistance will be here soon. Atrocitus's red-faced, fanged face was expressionless. The chemical waste monster is ready, and of course I'm too. Our mission is to distract Batman as much as possible, waste his time, and give the Mite more time to absorb magic. Since the Mite used Billy's father C.C. Batson to steal the power of Thunder Shazam, he successfully released many monsters, except the Supreme Superboy through the Eternal Vault, and also connected the 7 magic continents at the same time, so that the magic that was once sealed to other different dimensional magic continents by the ancient Wizard Alliance, Wizard Council, returned to the Earth and was gradually absorbed by it. During the time of absorbing these magic powers, the Mite certainly hoped that Batman's plan would not be launched so quickly, so that he could be more fully prepared. Therefore, through an alliance with another villain, outsider, the Mite borrowed the other party's name, and provided the Hairy Man and the Chemical Waste Monster, 2 monsters with low intelligence, but capable of fighting, to the leaders of the Nemo organization, the Fisherman and the Black Manta. But with the change of hands of the Nemo organization and the death of the Fisherman, the command of the 2 monsters now fell into the hands of Black Manta. The Hairy Man had an empty head, full of strange power, low intelligence, and could only destroy. He was a failed genetic synthesis monster. The Chemical Waste Monster was a container for storing chemicals, because the monsters born after the chemical substances were mixed, were also low in intelligence. Our mission. Black Manta sneered, but did not continue to speak. Atrocitus knew that the other party did not regard the meditation mites as any allies at all, and the meditation mites were probably the same. He sighed. He knew that as an alien, he had been too involved in the disputes on this planet, but in order to find William Hand, the initiator of the Blackest Night in the prophecy, he had to obey the orders of the meditation mites. Because only the other party could find William Hand, which was a fact he had verified through the blood magic prophecy. What Atrocitus did not know was that William Hand was hidden by the meditation mites, so naturally only he could find him. In a way, the prophecy was not wrong. Very good. Black Manta stood up. Wait until we disguise ourselves as Atlanteans and launch nuclear bombs to attack the United States, and the first wave of American self-defense actions begins. He said, we will follow behind the United States and turn the first American counterattack against Atlantis into the end of Atlantis. At this time, they were following behind Aquaman Arthur and appeared on the seabed. For the 2 Kryptonians, they can survive in space, not to mention a little seawater, and Chentao simply turned his head into an iron lump, and he also didn't need a diving bottle or anything. The equipment on them naturally had waterproof functions. They were now passing through Atlantis' defense measures, an energy shield built underwater, or strictly speaking, a magic shield network. These shields guarded Atlantis like a city wall, and also hid them in the deep sea for thousands of years. Since his birth, countless generations of Atlanteans have reinforced and cast different spells on him. The complexity is amazing. However, with the king's authority of seeking Arthur, these shields and magic circles have made way for the 4 of them. The palace of Atlantis is in front of us, and it is also my residence. Seeking Arthur said. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Superboy Connor next to him. You really live in the palace? That's cool, buddy. Arthur paused. He is old enough to be Superboy Connor's father, and this guy has only been out of the petri dish for less than a year. Arthur took a deep breath, and decided not to pay attention to him. He continued, Regent Tiller will. Regent Tiller, also known as Water Girl, is an important figure in Atlantis. The relationship between him and Aquaman Arthur is very complicated. To put it simply, Aquaman Arthur has a half-brother, Lord Orm, who has now left Atlantis and is traveling in other seas. Regent Tiller is Lord Orm's half-sister. Let's go meet the rebels of the Han Beast organization first. And then Aquaman Arthur stopped talking halfway and then looked at Chentao strangely. Although his head still looked like a weight, an inverted bat logo and a red sun logo appeared on his chest. What's going on? He asked Chentao. Chentao, who was syncing with the Bat Wizard and frantically recording the paths of the magic circles and shields in and out of Atlantis, smiled shyly. No, I just changed the color of my clothes. You continue. Aquaman Arthur scratched his head. Okay. He continued to chatter in front, and began to introduce, causing the 2 Kryptonians to exclaim. They passed through the magic circle, and entered the city, and were surrounded by many Atlanteans along the way. They whispered to each other, talking about the big news, that they found that people on land can breathe and speak even in water. I have contacted the Regent Tiller remotely. He will prepare the route for us to see the mother box in advance. We will interrogate the people of the Han Shao organization first, and then. Batman. There is a situation now. Chen Tao put 2 fingers on the headset and suddenly heard Amanda Waller's voice in his ears. Batman, are you listening to me? Something happened. A very serious situation. Go ahead. 32 minutes ago, the Usponcha train and all the crew members on it disappeared in the South Atlantic. Atlantis claimed responsibility for this. They hijacked the nuclear weapons on the aircraft carrier and are about to attack the US mainland. This is impossible. Chen Tao stopped suddenly. This sudden incident disrupted his previous plan. And that's the truth. At least some people in the United States are willing to believe it. Atlantis attacked the United States. That's ridiculous. I think so too. But they are taking advantage of the situation. And in fact they have every reason to take advantage of the situation. The nuclear weapons on that aircraft carrier can at least turn a city into a desert where no one will live for the next 50 years. In other words, they really have the ability to turn the threat into reality, and that's enough. Chen Tao knew that Amanda Waller's statement that some people took advantage of the situation was just a clarification of his caliber. I'm afraid most people are now in a panic. Listen to me, Batman. Things are very strange, but the automatic self-defense system of the American political system has taken effect. Amanda Waller's voice was steady and clear, and the fat black woman knew very well how dangerous the current situation was. More than 10 minutes ago, the US Strategic Command quickly reported the situation to the president, but the president did not respond at all and no one could be contacted. Chen Tao immediately understood what Amanda Waller meant. Someone quickly and accurately cut off the connection between the president and departments at all levels. Yes, so of course, the crisis commissioner beside the president read out his identification code, and then his identity was awakened, and he began to exercise the power that the president should have exercised. Amanda Waller warned. After verifying the commissioner's identity password, the crisis commissioner bypassed me and Steve Trevor and convened a 5-person National Security Council in the name of the president. This is also the only way in the entire American political system to bypass the 2 of us and several other generals to directly exercise power to mobilize the US war machine. There is a problem with the crisis commissioner. He directly used the National Security Council to indirectly strip the rights of the 2 of us in a short period of time. After confirming the crisis, the Night Watchman program was directly launched. All government personnel on leave will be recalled as soon as possible. The crisis commissioner who gave the order has already boarded the helicopter to the Doomsday Fortress for refuge. Chen Tao's face was a little ugly, I know, and then. National soon, the crisis commissioner will defend himself according to the law. He has exercised his rights based on the national crisis. Under such conditions, his rights are almost absolute. I have to find a way to prove to them that the Atlanteans did not attack the United States and someone is interfering. That's right. Amanda Waller said, quick, because from a legal perspective, the country has now entered a state of war. In such a state, it is legal to launch a counterattack against Atlantis. This is no longer applicable to any international law. That is to say, if I can't prove all this quickly and stop the country's state of war, then the country may take the lead in attacking Atlantis in order to prevent itself from further attacks. Amanda Waller said, whoever the instigator is, he must be familiar with the US military government system, the Navy, nuclear submarines, powerful air forces of the country and the army stationed in other countries at various military bases around the world. They will be granted unlimited defense rights. Every nuclear submarine with nuclear weapons. The US government does not know the specific location of Atlantis. That place is in the deep sea. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. I'm sorry, Batman, the US government knows the location of Atlantis. What did you say? We found the place, but Atlantis has its own defense system. They built an energy field shield underwater. No one can break through that thing, and we haven't tried whether nuclear bombs can defeat it. But so far, we do know the location of Atlantis. Chen Tao's heart sank. That is to say, the third-party conspiracy organization must not operate the hijacked aircraft carrier. to launch a nuclear bomb at the United States. Otherwise, the United States Mutual Destruction Program will be launched immediately and Atlantis will be dragged to hell regardless of anything. But even now, Atlantis, which attacked the aircraft carrier, has been regarded as starting a war, and conventional means of attack, except nuclear bombs, will be used. I'm sure some powerful militant figures have already started to deploy soldiers towards Atlantis. Amanda Waller said, "It's completely out of control now." Chen Tao touched his chin. "Too cruel. This is completely aimed at sending the entire Atlantis to hell. What kind of person has such a deep hatred for Aquaman?" Chen Tao immediately thought of a name in his mind, and Chen Tao could almost guess the ending. The goal of the third party behind the scenes certainly could not be to destroy the United States, because the United States has the Justice League. Even if Atlantis launched the ocean plan that was created by Aquaman Arthur himself to directly destroy the United States, it might cause the fall of several continents in the United States or the death of a large number of people, but under the absolute force of the Justice League, it would be absolutely impossible for Atlantis to destroy the United States alone. But at the same time, Atlantis is not that fragile. Even if the opponent's position is known, a few nuclear bombs want to destroy Atlantis? Yes, nuclear bombs are very powerful, but they must be able to blow up people. The United States has never realized that they are facing a magical civilization, and magic. It is a basic operation to transmit attacks that others cannot withstand. So if the enemy's goal is to destroy Atlantis, then at this moment, he should be at the door of Atlantis. Chen Tao thought of Black Manta, so he closed his eyes and tried to retrieve the opponent's position. As early as the first time he met Black Manta during the battle with Brainiac, he had left nanorobots on him. If he really felt that Black Manta was really outside Atlantis, then it meant that his inference was completely correct, and the other party really wanted to take this opportunity to attack and destroy Atlantis. Sure enough, he soon got the answer he expected. "Batman, you have to find the mastermind who instigated the war between the Atlanteans and the Americans, and stop the battle that has already begun. Please, otherwise many people will die." Amanda Ward was interrupted by Chen Tao before she finished speaking. "Wait, Amanda Waller, if the purpose of that Black Manta, the third party conspirator, is always to destroy Atlantis, +1 to kill Aquaman, then can't I just give Aquaman to him to kill? But, you have to." Amanda Waller was choked by what the other party said before she finished speaking. She sat up straight on the other end of the phone. "What, are you kidding? You are not serious." "Of course I'm not kidding." Chen Tao did not say these words in front of Aquaman. He just used the onboard computer to input what he wanted to say directly to Amanda Waller in his mind. If their target is always Aquaman Arthur Curry, I can bring Aquaman to him. He wants Atlanteans to die. He wants Americans to die. No. He wants Aquaman to suffer. Chen Tao said, "Then let Aquaman suffer. I will bear the blame. Kill Aquaman and turn Atlantis and the United States upside down. How troublesome. Can't I just deliver it to his door?" "Stop for a moment. Let me think about it." Amanda Waller felt confused, but she quickly got rid of the confused thinking. "What a joke, Batman. I just don't believe you really killed Aquaman. What on earth are you up to?" "Hawaii am devoted to cultivating immortality Bazan Yang Hawaii use dreamers to eat good food, drink good food, accompany my kitten, and cultivate immortality with peace of mind. I'm not a hindrance to you, but why do you want to make my life miserable?" Chapter 258 Black Manta, no gaming experience, bad review. "Let me guess, you plan to let Clayface pretend to be Aquaman again?" Amanda Waller said, "But do you really think you can fool him just by doing this?" "Of course not." Chen Tao said, "Black Manta has been chasing Aquaman for too long, and has been obsessed with him for too long. To a certain extent, he is the person who knows Aquaman best in the world and a lifelong enemy." Chen Tao said, "Just as even an excellent actor like Clayface can't pretend to be Bane, Joker, and fool me, it is obvious that Clayface pretending to be Aquaman can't fool Black Manta, let alone end his rage. Then what do you want to do?" "I told you, send a living Aquaman to him, and let him kill him. I remember you are Batman, not Riddler. My words are literal." The mastermind is Black Manta, and he doesn't want to kill Aquaman. While communicating with Amanda Waller through the in-car computer, he changed his head back to Batman's pointed ears, leaving only the mechanical state inside, and reshaped his mouth and nose to look like a decoration. Then he walked up to Aquaman Arthur, stretched out his hand, and patted him on the shoulder in a friendly manner. "Huh, Batman, what's up?" Aquaman Arthur, who was still chatting with two Kryptonians and knew nothing about the situation at this time, turned his head curiously. "We are about to arrive at the prison in Atlantis. Raz, the leader of the Flood organization who had previously conspired to attack the surface, was imprisoned here," he said. "If possible, you can make a video to prove to the United States that they are just a group of terrorists. Every country has terrorists, doesn't it? It is absolutely ridiculous to blame an entire country for the actions of terrorists." He pulled over a young girl dressed like a seahorse. "Oh, by the way, I just saw that you seemed to be talking to someone on the phone with two fingers on the headset, so I didn't disturb you. This is Regent Tiller, who came to greet us while you were on the phone just now." He pulled over a man with a scar on his face. "This is Commander Muck, the commander of the Atlantis Vanguard Army." Regent Tiller nodded slightly in respect, but Commander Muck did not hide his hostility. "Your Majesty, the people on land will only take away our freedom and rule. You should not invite them to Atlantis. This is absolutely a mistake." "Enough, Muck. Shut up." But before Commander Muck finished speaking, he was interrupted by Regent Tiller. "Excuse me, I don't have time to deal with your dispute for the time being." Chen Tao interrupted Regent Tiller again. He ignored him and called out loudly, "Hey, hey, hey everyone, look here, come here, look at me, look at me. Yes, stop for a moment." The two Kryptonian Superboy and Supergirl walked over stupidly. Aquaman Arthur, who was stupid and didn't know what was going to happen, followed closely. "Be quiet for a while, listen to me first. I have something to announce." Everyone was waiting for Batman to say something. "We are going to kidnap Aquaman Arthur and send him to Black Manta." Everyone present was stunned at the same time, and no one's brain could think straight for a while. In that instant, silver white particles emerged on Chen Tao's body and instantly dyed his body into a red death state with a mixture of gold and red. Chen Tao grabbed the still dazed Superboy Connor. He really picked him up, using it like a strange weapon, the one-legged bronze man, and took him to circle around them 500 or 600 times at a speed beyond the normal human reaction limit, and then, using inertia, he lifted this big living person and smashed it on the forehead of Aquaman Arthur with a bang. Please forgive me, he didn't have a crowbar, and there was no hard enough thing around him to knock out a superhuman like Aquaman Arthur. Anyone who has killed a pig knows that the key is to directly split the pig's head with the first blow of the hammer, so that the pig completely loses the ability to resist. Otherwise, the pig will scream and run around, which will only make it more troublesome to catch it. The same is true for kidnapping. So this time, they fought fast. Aquaman originally thought that they had already discussed the matter and the next step was just a process, so he was not prepared at all. Caught off guard, he was knocked unconscious. The young Regent Tiller, the future water girl, widened her eyes. She made a long sound, hey 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 hey. With a bang, Regent Tiller's eyes rolled back, and he was also knocked unconscious. Supergirl appeared behind her, carefully raising her little fist. You. Bang. Chen Tao swung the one-legged bronze man Superboy Connor again, and Commander Muck soon followed suit. What the hell is going on? After knocking down the two ministers of Aquaman Arthur, Supergirl Kara could not help but complain loudly. Why did you suddenly hit people? She touched her fist with some grievance. I have to join in the fight. I don't have time to explain to you. Get in the car quickly. Chen Tao said. What do you mean? I want to go back to my old job. The next second, the big black bat put Superboy Connor and Supergirl on his shoulders without saying a word, then picked up Aquaman Arthur and clamped him under his ribs, put his feet together, and turned into two wheels with a swish. Boom. The water flow could not stop the rotating tires at all. The steel rims and rubber on the tires automatically turned up, as if they had become the propellers of an underwater submarine, providing power for the whole person. What? Not far away, at this time, the Atlanteans finally discovered that their king was rolling his eyes and being clamped under the ribs by a big bat, and the alarm bells rang immediately. Hold on tight. Chen Tao said, I'm going to sprint. Before Supergirl and Connor, who had just been used as a weapon to hit Aquaman's head and knocked his head dizzy, could answer, Chen Tao rushed out like an arrow. Not far away, he had used the magic of the Bad Mage to open a gap in the shield of Atlantis before he came in, just waiting for him to escape. Azores, Punta de Alta Port, Nemo Temporary Command Base. Finally, a long cherished wish for many years. Nemo will not hide forever. We must let the world know our existence and our capabilities. Black Manta said. At this time, he was sitting in the Nemo conference hall, his eyes lingering on the faces of every senior executive. He sat in the main seat and overlooked them, as if he was looking down at the chessboard from the edge of the world. He was calm, but excited, and this feeling made him addicted. He felt like he was split in two, as quiet as grass and trees, and as determined as an antelope flying across the cliff with his life. When we are ready, we will sacrifice ourselves. I know Arthur Curry and Batman better than any of you. You should never underestimate him. You will destroy yourself if you treat him as a punching bag. He will fight back. Black Manta twisted a golden ball under the table. This was the secret of his ability to teleport through the Golden Vortex Space Gate, the Death King's treasure, the Golden Bead. It is one of the 6 pieces of the Death King's set, with long-distance teleportation function. It is one of the 6 artifacts created by the ancestor of the ancient Atlantis King, the Death King. Through the temporary legal status obtained by working for Batman, he successfully found this treasure and became its owner. He has been chasing a goal for most of his life. Revenge. Becoming a mercenary to make money is for revenge. Working for Batman to obtain a legal identity is also for better revenge. And he studied science and made this high-tech armor specifically for Aquaman by himself, also for revenge. No one knows how much he has paid for this goal, and no one knows how many times he has struggled. This is Black Manta, a super monster who has no superpowers, but can rely on his armor and fighting instincts to stand shoulder to shoulder with first-line villains such as Luthor, Joker, and Brainiac. Even at his lowest point, Black Manta never gave up the idea of revenge. The misunderstanding of killing each other's fathers permanently changed not only Aquaman Arthur Curry, but also him. From that moment on, their fates were firmly entangled. Black Manta died the night Aquaman killed his father. Deep in his heart, he knew very well what caused this misfortune. He knew very well how he incurred Arthur Curry's anger, and he knew that it should have been him who died that night, not his father. The huge guilt and sorrow engulfed him, eating him alive, and sucking his marrow out of his bones. Then first there was a deep hatred, and finally it turned into a burning rage. The goal of revenge always drives Black Manta, becoming the meaning of his life, making him a walking corpse. Apart from this, his life had long been empty. He was looking forward to it, and he was terrified. He was looking forward to achieving his goal for many years, to murder Aquaman, but he was also terrified that he would lose the goal of revenge, and what was the reason for his existence. But he was looking forward to it more, so he did not hesitate when he decided to take action. The activation program is ready, sir, ready to launch at any time, but Black Manta looked up at the other party. You know the code, soldier. Launch. Sir, I'm a little worried. Once activated, this thing can't be stopped. The soldier said, the hairy man is a monster that only knows how to destroy. It doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. I'm a fisherman, don't question me. Launch. Yes. The soldier operated on the dashboard for a while, starting. The launch location is the Atlantic seabed, Pharos Reef, 80 miles northeast of Atlantis. Activation complete. Wait, sir, there is a problem. The seismic detector reports that the protective box has been damaged. This means that the hairy man's route may deviate. Launch confirmed. Don't worry about him. Sir, we must select the target while basic navigation is still available. Once we reach the point of full firepower, we will lose control. If the route programmed in his mind deviates, it may end up on land. You know where the target is? Black Manta said. His home. The hairy man, who had been enchanted by the meditation mites, could invalidate the teleportation magic on the Atlantis shield. Even if he was teleported away for a short time, he would come back immediately. With his unmatched strength, the hairy man could directly use brute force to break through the magic shield of Atlantis and knock a big hole in the shield. Then, the blood magician Atrocitus, who was driving the chemical waste monster, would follow closely. After passing through the big hole and entering the interior of Atlantis, he could use magic to completely disintegrate the shield of Atlantis from the inside. Next, the hairy man would be unstoppable and would completely drill through the entire country with a population of millions by himself, while the chemical waste monster would spit venom and wantonly pollute the entire sea area where the Atlanteans lived. In order to deal with the two existing Kryptonians, it had already eaten 2 tons of artificial kryptonite in advance. Although there were too many impurities in these kryptonites and the effect was extremely poor, it could not withstand the large amount. When combined with the highly toxic chemicals in the chemical waste monster, it will be even more deadly. Outside of the crisis specialists who have been placed in the US government and have been controlled will cooperate at the same time, sending real US troops and the government's hidden trump cards that have never been exposed to specifically target superheroes to attack Atlantis together. They will block the news from the Justice League and cut off the contact between Batman and the Justice League. The important thing is to create a time difference for everyone to react. Everything is ready. Even if Batman and Aquaman Arthur can stop the hairy man and Atrocitus with their own force, the group damage and toxicity of the chemical waste monster will completely pollute the sea area of the Atlanteans. Millions of people are displaced, and Aquaman is in pain and loses everything. This is the sweetest revenge, and it is also the scene that Black Manta wants to dream of. Not to mention that the United States will actually participate in the destruction of Atlantis. There will always be survivors among the millions of people in Atlantis, and they will become mortal enemies with the United States under their own guidance. And what about Arthur, the king of the sea who has been leading Atlantis to live in peace with the land people? How will his compatriots view him? I'm Black Manta, and I'm taking action. You want to unite the land and the sea? Do you regard this illusory ambition as your life goal? Why do you? You are not qualified. You are so unrealistic. The world fears you, and they should fear you too. You destroyed my world. You broke me. Those people, Arthur, all those people you tried hard to impress, they don't know your deepest secrets, right? Not like I know. You are a murderer. This kind and noble king who hopes to be loved by the world is a murderer. You will never be complete, Arthur Curry. Never. The destruction of you and everything you represent is the point. There will be no compromise, and there will be no hesitation. Today, he will finally do it himself. Boom. At this moment, with a deafening explosion, a half man, half car, half bat monster actually crashed into the outer wall of the mobile base ship, stopped directly in front of Black Manta among the flying building materials, and spoke the voice of Batman. It's you, Black Manta. Old friend, I finally found you. In Black Manta's dull eyes, he saw the monster shrink its body and turn into Batman's form, grinning, and casually threw the half-dead Aquaman, the object of revenge he had been thinking about, the enemy he had tried so hard to solve, to the ground so easily. It's just killing Aquaman, isn't it? That's not a big deal. If you had told me earlier, I would have helped you. Black Manta just watched Batman take out a bunch of random weapons, which looked like the standard weapons of the regular army of Atlantis, including guns and cold weapons. They piled up a small hill on the ground, and then pushed them directly in front of him. Come on, pick whatever you want, use whatever you want. Killing Aquaman is all about a sense of ritual. Do you like it? Are you satisfied? Do you feel happy? Do you feel fulfilled? Do you feel this is meaningful? Black Manta stared blankly at everything in front of him. He wanted revenge, but not in this way. Chapter 259 The Meaning of Life. Happy birthday to me. 5,000 words. Come on, do it. What are you hesitating about? Black Manta heard Batman's voice. Things should not be like this. He made a lot of preparations and sacrificed a lot to kill Aquaman. Kill him, Arthur Curry, your enemy. Black Manta's hand was stuffed with the trident of Aquaman Arthur. He looked at the enemy in front of him. He closed his eyes and lost consciousness, like a silent statue or a dead pig to be slaughtered. He carefully used the trident to cut a small cut on Aquaman's arm and watched the bright red blood flow out of it. It was real, not Clayface. Well, what happened? The pain in his arm woke up Aquaman Arthur. He opened his eyes and was about to speak, and then the next second Shintao grabbed Superboy Connor, who had not yet reacted, and hit him again. Aquaman fainted again gorgeously. Enough. Superboy Connor, who had been used as a one-legged bronze man until now, covered his forehead. Too much. My forehead hurts, and his skull is so hard. But Black Manta still suspected that Batman was lying to him, so he opened his palm again, and the diving suit armor sprayed a little water, which sprinkled on the face of Aquaman Arthur. Stimulated by the cold sea water, Aquaman opened his eyes again. What's wrong, my brain? Connor learned his lesson this time, and he wanted to run, but his reaction was still slow. Bang! Superboy Connor also fainted with Aquaman. Black Manta finally believed that what was in front of him was Aquaman, not another scam of Batman. I came here sincerely to give Aquaman to you. Chintao said, try it. I know you have been waiting for this opportunity all your life. I don't understand why you do this. Black Manta stared at him. His eyes stayed on Superboy, who was covering his forehead next to him. He said, you are a superhero. I'm a supervillain. Chintao said. He turned his head and looked at Blackjack, a large group of leaders of the Nemo organization, and several soldiers who were operating the equipment. I will prove it to you right now. In full view of the crowd, Blackjack, the second in command of the Nemo organization, saw Batman pick up an Atlantean water gun directly from the pile of weapons he had just dumped on the ground. As a villain in an evil organization, Blackjack had planned several actions to pretend to be an Atlantean to attack the government and let the other party take the blame. She knew this Atlantean weapon, a firearm that converts water into laser shooting. Then she saw Batman holding the gun in his hand and slapping it crazily. How should this thing be used? With a whoosh, the laser bullet immediately melted a small piece of the building wreckage that had already been smashed next to it. Blackjack. She saw Batman raise the water gun that he had learned how to use, and then he grinned from ear to ear and said confidently, you kill Aquaman, and then I can make it look like an accident. A question mark popped up in Blackjack's head. Then she met Batman's red eyes, which were exactly the same as the red eyes that she had unforgettable when she met Black Manta last time. My people won't speak, and the only ones who might leak the secret are these witnesses. Just kill them all, and everyone who knows that you killed Aquaman will die. Isn't that an accident? What? The crowd suddenly made an uproar, but before the noise spread, they saw Batman seemed to have turned into a drifting black mist in an instant, and rushed over in an instant. So the questions that hadn't been asked yet suddenly turned into ghostly howls. Blackjack watched numbly as the exit farthest from Batman was opened. The crowd howled and tried to rush out, but they were soon forced back by Batman, and could only collapse to the ground. Only she could still stand. This disturbed Batman. Blackjack suffocated as the inhuman fiery red eyes turned to her. She felt as if there was an illusory flame burning from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Oh. The hot flames like the sun licked her forehead, as if they were about to burn her to death. And then, enough. Black Manta said. He turned sideways to block Batman's gaze at Blackjack. It was like a pool of cold seawater poured on his forehead, and Blackjack's body, which was originally stiff like a corpse, suddenly relaxed. She sat on the ground, trembling all over, breathing heavily. It was hard to tell whether it was the fear like the flames that Batman gave her, or the fear like the deep sea that Black Manta gave her. But the only thing that was certain was that in the current situation, Black Manta made people feel much safer than Batman. She looked at Black Manta's latissimus dorsi, which was outlined like a tide under the diving suit armor from behind. The Black Manta that once frightened her so much now gave her an unprecedented sense of security. She clamped her legs together, and her eyes changed. Do it, Chintao said. Black Manta held the shaft of Aquaman's trident with mixed feelings. Batman had already helped him to lift the unconscious Aquaman Arthur up, and leaned him against the chair next to him, and then pointed the tip at Aquaman Arthur's throat. Just a light push, a light and delicate force, not much more than the force required to pull the trigger. His diving suit armor can provide him with extraordinary strength, and the trident in his hand is an Atlantis artifact that can easily pierce the tough skin of Aquaman. However, for some reason, he can't do it. He heard Batman's voice. Why don't you do it? Chintao watched the other party's movements intently to ensure that, if Black Manta really wanted to do it, he would be fast enough to stop him and save Aquaman Arthur's life, but as of now, Black Manta's reaction is the same as he thought. Then, let's add a little more explosive stuff. His voice became cold. Come on, kill him. What's the problem? Hurry up. Don't you even have the courage to kill him? Black Manta panted violently. He looked angry. Do you think I don't dare? I want to kill Arthur Curry all my life. Anger. Black Manta couldn't tell where this anger came from, but he was angry after all. He clenched the trident of Aquaman, pushed it forward, and pressed it against the unconscious Arthur's neck, and then his hands began to shake uncontrollably. He could even feel the pulse of Aquaman's breathing through the trident, and feel the beating of his heart through Aquaman's skin that was as strong as steel. After Black Manta made this move, he froze there. Chentao did not urge him, he just folded his arms, and watched from the side. Black Jack mustered up the courage to stand up behind Black Manta. Some kind of emotion that transcended the relationship between superiors and subordinates drove her to burst out with courage, beyond that of a third-rate villain. Black Manta, you need me to help you. But she was pushed back by Black Manta just after she said half of the sentence. Shut up. Who are you? Batman's voice also sounded in his ears at the right time. What is the meaning of your life? The only thing you think about is revenge. You only live for revenge, and you will have nothing if you kill him. Enough. Stop talking. Black Manta's voice was a little trembling, but he didn't realize it at all. Aquaman Arthur has his own life. He has a meaning to live for, and a career to fight for all his life. What about you? What do you have? All you think about is killing. Asshole. What do you want to use to kill him? With the Aquaman trident? With a bomb? With a bullet? With a blade to pierce his heart? Or cut a knife on his throat, quickly, or slowly torture him? How do you think you should end him, so that you will feel a little satisfied? Come on, do it. I have brought him to you. Black Manta still did not do it. Chentao said slowly. Maybe I'm wrong. You won't be left with nothing after killing him. You will spend the rest of your life in disappointment, and you will never get any satisfaction from him. You blame Aquaman Arthur, Stephen Shen, Atlantis, and anyone except yourself. You live aimlessly. Black Manta. You never realized how vulnerable your position is. Ah. He pushed Black Jack away, raised his palm towards Arthur, and poured a puddle of water directly onto his forehead, waking him up. Then Black Manta pounced on him, and with the help of the diving suit armor, he fought with him. He even bit Arthur's nose. You know, without the help of the diving suit armor, he couldn't have bitten the other person's body without superpowers, but he did it, and his teeth didn't stop bleeding. Bang 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 bang. Arthur, who had just woken up, was at a disadvantage for a while, and was ridden by Black Manta. Black Manta swung his fists, and beat Arthur like a drum. Chentao just stood by, and watched them fighting. You woke up, Arthur. The matter has been very successful. We successfully found the lair of the mastermind behind the scenes, that is Black Manta. Murderer. Black Manta roared, and he punched Aquaman Arthur in the face with all his strength. Ah, Arthur. You take the beating first. I don't care, I tell you. Batman, you. Chentao ignored their beatings. Black Manta is like this. Almost superheroes and their enemies are in this state. He wants to kill Aquaman, but he doesn't want to kill him completely. He is in a state of wanting to kill, but not wanting to kill at all. In summary, it is Scrodina's desire to kill. There is no explanation. Those who understand will understand. It is such a twisted state. Atlantis now, I just tied you up. This is Black Manta. The hairy man is heading towards Atlantis. What? Oh, there's one more thing I didn't tell you. There's also the chemical waste monster. What is he? A small problem. At most he can poison the sea and kill all of Atlantis. As Aquaman Arthur listened, his eyes turned red. He punched Black Manta and sent him flying. My people. But then he was thrown to the ground by Black Manta, and the two of them started a ground fight, which was much more interesting than a boxing match like an octagonal cage. But without a helmet, Black Manta was no match for Aquaman, who was gradually recovering. Without the protection of a helmet, Black Manta's fragile body appeared directly within Aquaman's attack range. He only needed to knock his head against the opponent to make Black Manta dizzy, without having to worry about the laser shooting from his helmet at close range as before. He quickly pushed Black Manta to the ground, then suddenly picked him up and threw him against the wall. "What did you do to my Atlantis?" Seeing Aquaman's anxious look, Black Manta finally showed satisfaction on his face, like a leaf falling in the air finally found its direction of flight. Aquaman took back his trident, and he didn't bother to argue with Batman about the other party forcing him out of Atlantis. "Stop the hairy man and the chemical waste, Black Manta, hurry up." But his anxiety and anger only made Black Manta look even happier. "I can't do it," he said. "They were provided to me by a guy called the Outsider and his organization, the Secret Society of Supervillains. They are not under my control. They also sent a man named Atrocitus to supervise me. That guy is a real magician." Black Manta said, "The order for the two monsters has been issued, and everything is ready. Prepare to meet the destruction of Atlantis, you lunatic." "That's right." Black Manta grabbed the tip of Aquaman's trident and pointed it at his neck. "I did all this. Come on, do it. Do you think I don't dare?" Arthur pushed him against the wall next to him with the tip of the trident. "No." Blackjack wanted to pounce on him, but was pushed away by Black Manta. "Are you going to kill him, Aquaman?" Chintao asked from the side. "I can make it look like an accident, such as killing all the witnesses." The terrified Nemo high-level leaders next to them, "Still coming? Go ahead, kill me, Arthur Curry." Black Manta also roared, "Killer." Aquaman also roared, but after they roared for a long time, Aquaman finally did not kill him. He finally calmed down, still holding the trident against Black Manta's neck, and then slowly spoke. "Your father is not innocent, Black Manta. The gods know that you are not either. You are all treasure hunters and illegal mercenaries who kill and rob at sea. But killing your father is the biggest mistake I have ever made. It's too late to repent now." Black Manta said, "I'm not repenting. Actions speak for themselves." Aquaman Arthur said, "That incident revealed to me the serious consequences. It taught me to take responsibility and control myself. The boy who killed your father was not ready to become Aquaman, but if he hadn't carried that burden, there would be no Aquaman now." Black Manta narrowed his eyes. "You seem very proud." "No, Black Manta, be frank. That mistake made me grow into Aquaman, but this endless wish will lead to nothing." "Nothing? Is there any result?" "I'm going to destroy your dream soon, bastard. I'm going to shatter your conceited ambition to become the link between the two worlds. I'm going to humiliate you in front of everyone, and then let you witness the destruction of Atlantis." The veins on Black Manta's neck bulged. "Batman told me everything I did to you, and you'll know exactly what I did. Those surviving Atlanteans will blame you, and the people on land will regard you as a tyrant, and they will always be afraid of you." "You are very calm, right? You are an idiot. No one can leave safely from such a feud as ours. So now, kill me." Aquaman Arthur lowered his face. Half of his face was hidden in the shadows. "If you really want to do it, seriously," Chintao said, "please believe me, I have the ability to help you clean up. The decision is yours, Arthur." Only this time, Chintao really thought so. He didn't want to save Black Manta at all. No matter what the reason was, everything he did for Atlantis was true. Black Manta definitely had a reason to die. If Aquaman Arthur decided to end this entanglement forever, Chintao would not be surprised. "Kill me," Black Manta repeated. "Our hatred can only end with the death of one party and the destruction of everything he represents. Kill me." "I refuse," Aquaman Arthur said. "I will never make the same mistake again. I will never become a murderer. This is my choice." He nodded apologetically to Batman, then turned to face Black Manta. "I'm now going to save my Atlantis, save my people, and practice the cause I have fought for all my life," he said. "And you only deserve to rot in prison." He tore off Black Manta's armor, and then knocked him out under Black Manta's cursed gaze. "I respect your choice, and I'm prepared for the problem of Atlantis." Chintao spoke, shrugged, and walked to Arthur's side. He fumbled around Black Manta's body and found a golden ball. "You should be familiar with this thing, Arthur. It's one of the 6 pieces of the Death King's set. It has the ability to teleport over long distances. I discovered it when I was monitoring Black Manta before. This thing can allow us to quickly return to the scene in Atlantis," he said, "and I also made preparations before coming to find Black Manta." Chapter 260, Mudface, Transformation, Atrocitus and Drama. My name is Atrocitus. On my home planet, I was trained as a psychologist, and I wanted to help people. I wanted to be a good husband, a good father, and now none of that could happen. Many things seem to have been foreshadowed before that happened. My daughter once wanted to tell me about the changes in the mechanic hunters when I ate the meatballs like an idiot and commented that the meatballs were a little chewy. My daughter told us about the way the mechanic hunters looked at us, the eyes full of hatred, and I just touched her head and told her that the mechanic hunters were robots. They had no feelings. I was wrong, very wrong. At first it was just a few cases. A miner named Arnold Kahunga violated a traffic control regulation, which was to make the correct hand gestures when crossing the road. That brought punishment. The mechanic hunters roasted every bone in him. Then the massacre began, and the mechanic hunters regarded every living creature on Lut as a criminal who must be killed. My daughter had warned me about the anomaly. I should have been able to save her. I failed. The Sector 666 massacre broke out. My wife, my daughter. 1 second, they were alive. The next, they were gone. Forever. Even my daughter's doll quickly burned to ash in my hands. Nothing was left. Only pain. Only anger. With the death of my beautiful daughter, something died in me. Hope. Hope for the future. Hope for happiness. Hope for the good that might exist in the universe. All gone. Yes, hope was dead. But from that day on, something else took its place. My teammates and I became known as the Dead Five. Our battle against the Guardians of the Universe has lasted for centuries. I have learned the terrible power of blood magic, and my rage has given it focus. Meanwhile, the Guardians have sent their mechanical constructs to fight us. The war has dragged on for years. As the body count has increased, as more lives have been destroyed by the Guardians, my rage has grown. Where does my rage stop? How can one person contain so much rage? Eventually, we rebels formed the Empire of Tears, a magical network connecting several planets. We had become the greatest threat to the Guardians of the Universe, but my rage was still hungry. I needed stronger blood magic, more power. So I deceived another of the 5 rebels, Roisome. I lied to her and told her that I loved her. This was a lie. I would never love anyone again. But I needed power, and Roisome could give me stronger blood magic. In order to make her believe, I even defiled the sacred words that I had only said to my wife on Lut. I love you. My deception was successful. Whether she believed my lies or not, our wedding lasted for many days. During those days, I was taught her most terrifying secret, the blood prophecy. I got the most core inheritance of blood magic as I wished. After that, I felt a change, and I knew that our dark love destroyed something else in my heart, true love. The most fundamental definition of true love was destroyed. But it doesn't matter. What is the use of true love for someone who has lost everything? I put my new powers, given to me by my unloved demon companion, to good use. I killed a cosmic guardian, the first guardian I killed. I drank in his death pain, devoured his doomsday. I assumed this would soothe my rage, but I was wrong. It wasn't enough. I waited. I asked myself, what else could satisfy me? I put his blood to good use and made my first blood prophecy. My demon companion, the one who taught me the blood prophecy, Roisum, had warned me that speaking to the future was a terrifying thing. But on the day of my first blood prophecy, all the terror burned from the depths of my soul. And of course, the future was not as terrifying as the past. I saw the future me who killed the other 4 of the 5 who turned against me, my companions, including the demon companion, Roisum, who I didn't love. The red died with blood rage, tore from the fresh corpse, and burned everyone with hellish hatred. I didn't understand why this happened. But more dangerous than this prophecy is another one we made later. The blackest night covers the sky, the sun in the sky, the dark light and the dark light will be swallowed up, the heart and soul will be taken away, and the dead will come back to serve the Black Hand. I must stop the horrible night when death devours all life. All life in the universe will be destroyed. That is more important than anything else. William Hand, here's the key to triggering the blackest night. As long as the darkness in his heart is erased, I may be able to stop the arrival of the blackest night. But during this period, the Guardians of the Universe stopped using the mechanical hunters because they found a better soldier, Green Lantern. The 5 gangs who turned against us were defeated, and we were imprisoned. I was forced to terminate the plan, to find William Hand, to stop the Blackest Night. But one day, a Green Lantern named Abunsu discovered the prophecy of the Blackest Night. He took me out of the cage, and I came to Earth, but I didn't find William Hand. The blood prophecy told me that only the meditation might could help me find him. So now I work for this magic worm, and we made a deal. I helped him defeat his enemies on this planet, and he brought William Hand to me. It was only fair. I mean, I knew that the Might was a bad guy, and I knew that Batman and the Justice League were the good guys, but I had to help the bad guys, because only in this way could I get William Hand and stop the Blackest Night. Compared with the crisis of extinction of all living creatures in the universe, what was the battle between good and evil on a planet? If the darkness in William Hand's heart was not eliminated, and the Blackest Night was not stopped, all creatures in the universe would be extinct. Even if the righteous side on this planet won, what would it matter? So, I'm sorry, Atrocitus said. The Blood Mage rode on the back of the chemical waste monster with some entanglement, carefully controlling the monster to prevent it from leaking poisonous gas. The outsiders who cooperated with the Might created many such monsters. From the hairy man, who was constantly hitting the energy shield of Atlantis City at this moment, to the chemical waste monster, who was now riding on his crotch, to the giant ape Titano, who they had given to Gorilla Grodd, but was killed by Batman with one punch. The characteristics of these monsters are that they have no brains, but they are very good at fighting. The chemical waste monster is already the one who can understand human words the most. Boom. The hairy man roared and punched the magic shield outside Atlantis City with a heavy punch. Then the next second, a blue light flashed, and he was directly teleported to an unknown corner of the universe by the magic teleportation array on the shield. But Atrocitus was not in a hurry at all. As expected, almost at the same time as the teleportation magic took effect, a colorful halo flashed where the hairy man disappeared, and the hairy man who had just been teleported away by the Atlantis teleportation array was teleported back to the original place by the magic left on him by the meditation might. This is a very smart solution. There are so many schools of magic that even a great magician like meditation might cannot understand the counter spells of all the different teleportation magics. If you force yourself to counter, you will only become Black Adam, who is struck by lightning by the weather wizard. So, let's do the opposite. If I can't counter, I won't. I will let you teleport the hairy man away, but I will leave magic on him and teleport him back to his previous position. You teleported him away, and I teleported him back. The two cancel each other out, which means your spell is useless, right? Boom. After being bombarded for dozens of minutes, the magic shields of the outer city of Atlantis around the hairy man finally couldn't hold on. They collapsed one after another and lost their effect. The originally tight defense suddenly broke a big hole, and the hairy man followed the preset route and broke into Atlantis through this hole. Atrocitus, riding a chemical waste monster, followed closely behind. Not long after the three of them entered Atlantis, the magic circles finally began to slowly repair themselves until the repair was completed, as if no one had ever broken in. Atlantis Palace. Commander Muck. This is Regent Tiller. Regent Tiller was standing in front of the communicator at this time. A big bump was visible on her forehead, but Tiller had no intention of paying attention to it. She was talking to the commander at the front. Where is the enemy advancing to? We have seen the target, a big guy. Commander Muck answered. Based on its moving speed, the target will reach the wall of the 9th market within 6 minutes. Can the Snow Wave Legion handle it? Or do I need to call the female commander of the fleet, Kakarodo, and her fleet? The fleet cannot fire at this big guy in the city. Commander Muck said. Everything can only rely on. Boom. But before he finished speaking, Regent Tiller heard a deafening roar in the communicator. The balls of Poseidon. She heard Commander Muck say. Muck? What happened? We dealt many fatal wounds to this monster directly. Whatever this thing is, it should have been dead, but there is a shoal. Commander Muck's voice came from the headset. This guy is still alive. Can you drag the invading enemy into the water? The water is where we Atlanteans are special. It's no use. Whatever this monster is, it obviously doesn't need to breathe. Regent Tiller heard a soldier shouting next to him. Holy abyss. How can this thing still be alive? Our weapons are useless. Tiller made the right decision. Call the fleet commander Kakaroto. Soon, she connected to the commander's channel. The fleet is in place, Queen Regent, but we dare not open fire at full force. The target is in the city, and thousands of people will die. Then let's have a precision strike with the proton cannon. A precise attack. Now Commander Kakaroto. Now. Yes. Target locked. Proton source charged. Fire. Soon, a deafening sound came from the communicator. Regent Tiller asked, did we succeed? Did we kill him? Did we kill him this time? But she heard the voices of the soldiers, which were filled with unparalleled despair. God of the sea, he is not healing himself. He is adapting to our attack method. We are just making it stronger. Tiller heard another deafening, inhuman roar from the communicator, mixed with the desperate wails of the Atlantis soldiers. We are finished. It seemed that an Atlantean soldier got the communicator in the chaos. Regent Tiller heard him shouting loudly, no Atlantean is strong enough to stop this monster, except His Majesty the King. Without the King, we can't stop him, but the land people had planned it long ago. They have kidnapped our King, the Batman. They are in the same group. They want to destroy Atlantis. We are finished. The Atlantean soldier was almost desperate. Hold on, the Atlanteans can. Commander Muck just said a few words, and was beaten away by the hairy man. He trembled as he looked at Atrocitus, who appeared behind the hairy man and the chemical waste monster under his crotch. This place is about to be destroyed. Atrocitus looked at the terrified Atlantean soldier in front of him and sighed deeply. He pulled the reins of the chemical waste monster. The hairy man had broken through the frontal defense of the Atlantean army and rushed directly into the market. Atrocitus followed closely behind on a chemical waste monster. He looked at the fleeing crowd. It was time to release the poison gas. Damn it, all this was to stop the Blackest Night. Atrocitus hypnotized himself like this. He knew it was wrong to do so. But the Blackest Night was more important. It was acceptable to sacrifice the lives of a few people for the lives of more people. So Atrocitus was ready to take action. However, the next second, he suddenly saw his wife. Atrocitus couldn't believe his eyes. He stared blankly at his wife's white eyes. The world was shaking. The Atlantean army was organizing a counterattack. They were shouting and roaring, but he had no time to care. He only saw his wife holding his daughter, standing blankly at the corner of the 9th Market, as vivid as before, as if time and space intersected at that moment, as if they had never turned into ashes under the scorching heat of the mechanical hunter, as if they had just gone out for a long journey, failed to fulfill their promise, to return home in time, and had been dragging their feet for a long time. And now finally arrived late. In an instant, Atrocitus almost shed tears. He originally thought that his tears had dried up. At this time, Chentao kept the synchronization of the Bat Wizard, wearing the mud face, using magic to maintain the surrounding water flow without completely touching the mud face's body, which felt a bit strange. Hiss. Even though he was wearing a mud face, it felt too strange to pretend to be a female creature. He looked at the Supergirl next to him, who was also using the mud face to pretend to be Atrocitus' daughter. He had to hold her hand to share the effect of the magic with her. Fortunately, he had used Sinestro to find Atrocitus' family photos from OA-Star. Next, he had to imitate the other party's wife as much as possible. Chapter 261, The Key to Controlling Superboy Prime, Red Lantern Ring. People often say that they despise in strategy and value in tactics, but when it comes to the little blue men of OA and the Green Lantern Corps under their command, contempt turns directly into neglect. They ignore Atrocitus and his 5-member gang, ignore the Blackest Night, and ignore all kinds of crises that have been foreshadowed in strategy, but they are particularly serious in trivial tactics. Since the establishment of the 5-member gang, they began to resist the Guardians of the Universe, and made a certain noise. The appearance and relevant information of the 3 generations of Atrocitus, the leader of the rebels, have been found out and stuffed into the Book of OA. As part of the enemy's information, it is open to every Green Lantern to view. Therefore, the Green Lantern Ring is recognized as one of the most powerful weapons in the universe, because it is not only a weapon, but also a set of encyclopedias that can be accessed at any time. Even when the tier star empire established by Atrocitus's 5-member gang was completely destroyed by Green Lantern Abunsu, it is still the kind of level that, as long as you have a Green Lantern ring, and are one of our Green Lantern Corps, you can check it if you want. However, this Green Lantern automatic query system obviously did not consider the question of whether the Green Lantern ring of the parallel universe can be connected. The Green Lantern version of Batman, Dark Knight, that Chintao had synchronized before was not a modified ring like the Dawnbreaker or the Woe Ring of Earth 3, but a legitimate and authentic Green Lantern ring, with a built-in lantern furnace, and it happened to be the one of the Green Lantern Abunsu of the parallel universe, so there was no need for identity authentication. The only problem was that after he synchronized with the Dark Knight, the Green Lantern ring could not connect to the OA planet in this universe. This was also easy to solve. He only needed to connect it with Sinestro's Green Lantern ring and copy the frequency of Sinestro's Green Lantern ring connecting to OA planet. So this was Chentao's plan. He couldn't detect everyone all the time, even if he had already planted surveillance for Black Manta. After all, he was just Batman, not Brainiac. But when he had locked Black Manta as a suspect, all his actions had been exposed to Chentao's surveillance. At this time, his other surveillance target, Atrocitus, also came into his sight. This is why Chintao used Mudface and the magic of water avoidance to disguise himself with Supergirl as Atrocitus' wife and daughter. Yes, it seems that we have encountered a problem. What would ordinary people do with Black Manta and Atrocitus? Defeat them, and then return to the Justice League with Aquaman and the Mother Box? This seems easy, and it is indeed so, even if we don't talk about the fact that he and Atrocitus mixed enough deadly nanorobots into his flesh and blood when they first met. It only takes a slight influence on the opponent's movements to change the situation, and even without these means, Atrocitus cannot win him with hard power alone. Even the Mites and the Outsiders are very clear about this, so the task they gave Atrocitus was to distract Batman's time and energy as much as possible, giving the Mites time to absorb magic power, instead of you go kill Batman. However, Chintao never forgot another object worth noting, Superboy Prime. Superboy Prime is very strong, too strong, but that also means that no one can control his behavior. He is almost the Superman with the strongest magic resistance, not like Clark in the main universe, who would be infected by a bite from Wonder Woman's villain Cheetah, a magic villain. See the new 52 Justice League comics. Mental manipulation is ineffective against him, and kryptonite is ineffective against him, unless Chintao can find the kryptonite of the original universe. This is simply ridiculous. This universe has been destroyed. The only thing that can slightly restrain him is the light of the red sun, but this thing is also obviously impossible to affect Superboy Prime's brain. And if Superboy Prime is conscious, the first thing he does, after escaping the cage is definitely to kill the entire Justice League. In fact, Chintao thinks that to some extent, Superboy Prime is very similar to Uchiha Obito in Naruto, which he saw in his previous life. He has long stopped treating all the living people in this universe as human beings, and he is no longer the hero who saved the world in Infinite Crisis. In his opinion, the whole world is an object that needs to be corrected, and everyone in this world is naturally wrong. As long as he restarts the world and restores the original universe, then all the people he killed will no longer exist, so wouldn't he be considered to have never killed anyone? The Justice League and the Teen Titans who have stopped him many times are definitely the most hateful sinners and need to be criticized. Therefore, the priority of the Justice League to be attacked by the other side is definitely higher than that of Darkseid, and the Prime Superboy is terrifyingly powerful. This is the problem that Chintao has been thinking about and worrying about. What if it is really impossible to release the Prime Superboy to fight against Darkseid, but he is attacked first by the Prime Superboy he released himself and beaten to death? Then this may be the most funny way for a time traveler to die in history. However, although the Prime Superboy is not afraid of anything and has almost no weaknesses, it does not mean that there is no way to affect his mental state, such as the Red Lantern ring, which may be the only way to make the Prime Superboy lose his mind. Except for Atrocitus, every member of the Lantern Corps who wears a Red Lantern ring will lose their mind and continue to rage uncontrollably. The farther away from the center of the spectrum, the greater the impact of emotional energy on the holder. Therefore, the red light representing anger and the purple light of love have the greatest impact on the holder. The red lantern ring is not mind control or magic in essence. It is a gift and a power. It can only inspire anger, but not create anger out of thin air. The ring can only turn abstract anger into real flames. Therefore, every member of the Red Lantern Corps must be very angry before joining. However, a new problem was born. Atrocitus has not yet become the Lord of the Red Lantern. His main means is still blood magic. How can Chintao forge a Red Lantern ring out of thin air? There are two conditions for Atrocitus to forge the Red Lantern furnace. One is the bodies of the other 4 members of the 5-member gang who turned against him, and the other is the burning anger. The body is easy to deal with. Chintao touched the death treasure he took out of Black Manta's arms, the golden ball. When Black Manta took out this thing for the first time, Chintao had already taken a fancy to it. This thing can ignore space and distance for long distance teleportation, and can carry Atrocitus back to the planet, where he was imprisoned at any time, and personally send the other 4 of the 5 who turned against him to death. And the anger. No matter who you are, you dare to pretend to be my wife. Now, at this moment, Atrocitus said word by word, you are dead. Chintao knew that pretending to be his wife would greatly anger Atrocitus, but he was determined to give it a try. Of course, he still had many backup plans, or other options. For example, if he met both conditions in the comics, and Atrocitus still couldn't forge the Red Lantern, because of a fateful reason like the color light war has not yet arrived, he would beat him with a crowbar until he fainted, and try to get the Red Lantern Batman Batnister, or quietly lock Atrocitus up, and if he really needs to use Superboy Prime, he will kill him, and then get the Red Lantern Batcoin. But such plans are too inhumane and radical, and Chintao will be excluded, unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, he is a super anti-hero. Mom, look, it's the robot hunter. The super girl next to him didn't notice that Chintao had so many thoughts in his mind in an instant, and she conscientiously said the lines she had just been taught. The Kryptonian super brain is easy to use. Although they don't use it often, this brain is absolutely unmatched in memorizing. She pointed at Atrocitus riding on the back of the chemical waste monster. Mom, will the mechanical hunter kill us all? Yes, Chintao said. Your dad will work with the mechanical hunter to kill us all. After all, he is now a murderer and a villain. He is no different from those little blue men who slaughtered all the people in Sector 666. Batman, Atrocitus said word by word. I know it's you. He felt the blood rushing from his limbs to his forehead. How dare you say such words to my wife's face? The chemical waste monster that he was riding on seemed to have sensed his roar and attacked the fake in front of him with a claw. However, Chintao dodged this attack easily. He could have used this opportunity to launch a counterattack against Atrocitus, but he simply dodged and did not intend to do anything at all. Chintao tried his best to make his movements and posture look like a woman, or like Atrocitus' wife. He used all kinds of feminine movements, and performed all kinds of superhuman behaviors. A good woman bends over. A good woman pulls her child away. A good woman jumps. A good woman kicks. This is the essence. If Chintao pretended to be Atrocitus' wife, it would definitely make Atrocitus angry, but he would not be too angry, because he knew that the wife in front of him was pretended by someone else, and he would be furious, because the other party looked down on his IQ. If he was just a looker, this would also make Atrocitus angry, and the reason for his anger would be that the enemy used his wife to distract him, and he would only feel indignant that his wife was desecrated. Both kinds of anger are considerable, but they still cannot reach the peak. The most ironic thing is that the opponent deliberately made it look like someone else, just like deliberately imitating someone else's tone and speaking in a weird way. This is no longer blasphemy, but super doubled. But what makes Atrocitus even more furious is he is right. What do you want to do now, Atlas? Atrocitus said when he saw Batman with his wife's face. Use chemical waste monsters to destroy Atlantis and poison everyone. So now you start to do the work of mechanical hunters? He twisted his waist and dodged a piece of debris thrown by the chemical waste monster. The thing rolled up the foam in the water and smashed into a building not far away with a bang. The Atlanteans around had all run away. Now only Atrocitus, Chintao pretending to be his wife, and Supergirl pretending to be his daughter were left. Chintao shook his golden step slightly and dodged the attack of the chemical waste monster again. By the way, he held his daughter's hand tightly like the real Atrocitus wife. You don't understand at all. The blood prophecy told me that only the meditation might can help me find William Hand and stop the Blackest Night. Atrocitus waved the cosmic magic wand, and a red energy beam shot out from it. What he didn't even notice was that this energy beam was no longer a simple laser, but a light effect that was faintly similar to burning flame particles. You don't understand at all. What kind of hatred I endure every day, when everyone is fighting, slaughtering others, and creating evil acts and tragedies. Only I'm saving the entire universe. Then what is the difference between your actions and those of the Guardians of the Universe? The Guardians of the Universe can sacrifice Sector 666, but you can sacrifice Atlantis? Atrocitus watched his wife's face gradually become burnt. The originally healthy red suddenly faded, and the next moment, the burnt black color appeared from it, and the same happened to his daughter. The person pretending to be his daughter raised the small doll in his hand, and Atrocitus once again watched the doll burn to ashes. If you dare to, this scene gave Atrocitus an incomparable stimulation. It was not only a blasphemy against his beloved Batman who pretended to be his wife, but more importantly, he knew that the words Batman said with his wife's face were correct. In a way, the role he played was no different from what he hated the most. He had been avoiding thinking about this question, avoiding thinking about what kind of suffering he had brought to the creatures of this planet. You murderer, Atrocitus, you are no different from the mechanical hunter who killed us. He heard the two people pretending to be his wife and daughter whispering in front of him. Although the voice was very soft, it still drilled into his ears wave after wave. Anger at Batman pretending to be his wife. Anger at himself for doing the same thing as the robot hunter, but having to do it. Anger at the Guardians of the Universe. Anger at not being able to find William Hand. When Atrocitus was filled with anger, he was so furious that he could hardly feel anything. His nameless anger isolated him from those terrible memories. Chintao saw scarlet flames like particles spurting out of his mouth and nose. It's time. Chintao took out the golden ball of the Death King. The Green Lantern ring provided him with the location of the planet where the 5 rebels were imprisoned. Soon, the golden vortex lit up, the space portal opened, and the other 4 of the 5 rebels appeared on the other side of the portal. They were the sacrifices for the birth of the Red Lantern Corps. Chapter 262. No one understands justice better than me. After seeing the other 4 companions nailed to the cross on the other side of the golden portal, Atrocitus's brain, which was almost controlled by rage, suddenly cleared up. Plop. Taking advantage of Atrocitus's unpreparedness, Chintao kicked him into the golden vortex portal. Keep an eye on the chemical waste monster, he told Supergirl, and then he followed closely, stepped into the golden vortex portal, and stepped lightly on the dry, desert-like, lifeless land of ice moat. This is the cage set up by the Green Lantern Corps for Atrocitus and his 5-member gang who turned against him. Not long ago, Atrocitus had just escaped from here using Green Lantern Abinsu and came to Earth to find William Hand, who caused the Blackest Night. When Chintao walked behind Atrocitus, the future leader of the Red Lantern Corps was half kneeling in front of the other 4 companions nailed to the cross by the Green Lantern Corps. He lowered his head, bewilderedly seeing the flame-like particles that spewed out of his mouth and nose, the faintly burning substance that was almost condensed into a liquid. This was not blood magic. Or rather, this was not pure blood magic. Atrocitus turned his head and looked at Batman. The other party was still wearing the appearance of his wife, and Supergirl, who was pretending to be his daughter, had now stayed behind the portal. Atrocitus had long ago prepared himself for the need to kill the other 4 of the 5 who turned against him. That was the first blood prophecy he had ever made. He would kill his 4 companions and exchange their lives for red light energy. He would carry the will of his companions, be stained with the blood of his companions, and live as the last and only survivor of Sector 666. He would hold the red light furnace high, step on the bodies of his companions, and use the help of this emotional energy to finally avenge the murderer who destroyed Sector 666. But he had never thought that this day would come so soon. So, at this moment, Atrocitus, felt a call of fate. He took a small step forward. More and more dark red flames gushed out of his 7 orifices, gushing out of his body like overflowing spring water. How did you cause all this, Batman? He didn't even turn his head. You are deliberately angering me. You know that angering me will bring me to this moment of killing my companions in exchange for the energy of the Red Lantern. He said, how did you foresee all this? Even the blood prophecy can't tell me the exact time when things will happen. I didn't expect it. Chen Tao said, I was just trying. Even if you can't forge the Red Lantern furnace, I have other backup plans. For example, take out a crowbar to beat Atrocitus half to death, and then burst out of him. Red Lantern Batman or something like that. Cough, but there is no need to do that now. Chen Tao coughed lightly, and he rushed in front of Atrocitus' wife's face again. Hey, Atrocitus, do you still want to be angry now? You can forge the furnace, right? Atrocitus' anger soared when he saw his face. He knew that Batman was deliberately provoking him to satisfy the condition that the Red Lantern furnace needed to be cast with anger, but knowing it was still angry. Especially at this moment, the other party was pressing against his wife's face, making that kind of artificial and pretentious action. Bastard, has he never worried that he would lose his mind and rush up to hit him? Atrocitus desperately suppressed the urge to hit him. He was surprised that his willpower was so strong. He turned his face away and didn't look at Batman. Enough. It's enough. My anger is enough. There is no need to be more angry. You'd better change back. I'll stay here. Just look at me when you need me. My husband. My love. I'm your wife. I will always wait for you. Ugh. Atrocitus almost couldn't keep the expression on his face. He was furious and ignored Batman, but walked towards the other 4 of the 5 who had turned against him and were nailed to the cross. The blazing flames were no longer limited to spewing out from his 7 orifices. Every pore on his body was spewing blood red flames that flowed like liquid. He walked in front of Roysam. Roysam was the wife he didn't love, the companion of the 5-member gang who taught him the blood prophecy and turned against him. Atrocitus looked at her with a complicated expression. You knew that I would kill all of you and become the last survivor of Sector 666, right? Atrocitus, why have you never doubted this? If you can predict the future in which you will kill all of us with your fledgling blood prophecy level, then how could the 4 of us who are proficient in blood prophecy not know it? Atrocitus heard the voices of his companions rustling, like the evening breeze blowing the dying plants in the gravel. So why do you think we were able to successfully rescue you from the mechanical hunters? Another companion said, you can divine the name William Hand. Why can't we divine the name Atrocitus? We volunteered. Come on, do it, Atrocitus. Kill us. Use the blood in our hearts to forge the Red Lantern furnace. This is the only way to stop the Blackest Night and to avenge the entire 666 sector. Hurry up, Atrocitus. I have been waiting for this day for too long. I'll wait for you at the side. Chen Tao said. He no longer maintained the look that deliberately angered Atrocitus, but returned to his original appearance. He said, if you need, call me at any time. He walked solemnly through the dark red and brown sand dunes, and then heard screams from behind. Chen Tao sighed. Since their sector was destroyed, every member of the 5 who turned against the enemy had been determined to die. They exchanged their lives for the energy of the red lights, and let Atrocitus avenge them. This was their awareness, their decision, and the fate they had long since accepted. I just don't know what kind of mixed feelings Roy Sommer, who knew everything, had after hearing Atrocitus's I love you, in order to obtain the blood prophecy. But all this is no longer important. It is hard to say that those who survived with everything on their shoulders are luckier than those who chose to die. This is a life and choice of the 5 who turned against their enemies, and it should not be judged by Chen Tao. Hot blood, bloody anger. Endless red light lit up from behind the mound behind Chen Tao, and then intensified and penetrated the sky. Take it from the corpse, unfrozen. Chen Tao just stood in the distance, quietly witnessing the birth of the Red Lantern Corps. He watched the red light that penetrated the sky gradually become stronger and stronger, and finally completely turned into a red sun falling on the ground. Deep hatred, cooking the lungs. Finally, the red light became brighter and brighter, lower and lower, and then gradually stopped and surged up for the last time. Forge your ode to the underworld. Chen Tao also turned around at this time. He turned around the mound and saw Atrocitus with his head down, holding a red lamp stove in his hand, and stepping on the bodies of 4 companions. Everything was just as described in his own prophecy. He cut open his chest by himself, holding a lantern in one hand and holding his heart with the other hand. The countless blood on his chest turned into a blood-red flame that almost solidified and surrounded him. In front of him, a beautiful red lantern ring that looked like a blood gem was quietly suspended. Chen Tao's eyes stayed on the heart in the other's hand. Warning. Warning. Anchored item has been found. Atrocitus's heart. Introduction. Atrocitus cut open his chest and took out the heart. Now he has used the red lantern ring to replace the functions of all his organs. Therefore, this also means that Atrocitus has been bound to the red lantern ring. Once he loses a red lantern ring that replaces his internal organs and helps him maintain his life, he will die immediately. Only people who are extremely angry and hateful can have the courage to do such a thing. You may be able to use it to summon the Batman of a parallel universe. However, can the existence summoned by the blazing fire be a good-tempered guy? Deep hatred and great hatred will cook your lungs and cast your path to hell. Warning. Batman is currently too far away from the anchoring object. Please obtain the anchoring object immediately. Chen Tao ignored Alfred Protocol's advice and walked in front of Atrocitus. You succeeded, he said. Although I don't seem to be the kind of person who would say this, I will make an exception this time. Atrocitus said, thank you. Chen Tao was slightly stunned. This was indeed an extremely rare scene, so that after the Lord of the Red Lantern Corps shut up, the words he just said seemed like an illusion. Chen Tao looked Atrocitus up and down. He was no longer naked, as when they met before. He was wearing a Red Lantern Corps uniform similar to that of Green Lantern, with the only difference being 2 sharp capes on both sides. Red light energy replaced blood, gushing out from his red-faced and fanged face, adding a bit of majesty. Behind him, the Red Lantern Central Battery Light Furnace, which was almost as tall as him, stood and roared. This thing was no different from the Green Lantern Central Battery Light Furnace of the Green Lantern Corps on OA Star except for the color and size. It was quickly forged by emotional energy in this short period of time. Chen Tao didn't say much nonsense. He took out the lasso of truth. After roughly explaining the function of this thing to Atrocitus and letting him experience it personally, Chen Tao directly wrapped the lasso of truth around his hand and started to play straight. The meditation mite is a bad guy, and I'm a good person, Chen Tao said. Concise and clear classification. The lasso of truth, identified as true. Chen Tao continued to brag without blushing. Even in the entire universe, I'm one of the best spokespersons for justice. No one understands justice better than me, and no one is more righteous than me. To be honest, I often feel that I'm justice itself. Atrocitus. If Batman hadn't just let him experience the function and effect of this magic prop in person, he would have almost thought that Batman was crazy. Is there really a normal person who would say such a thing? He lowered his head and glanced at the lasso of truth. Damn, Batman actually thought so. And you are also a good person. Good people should not associate with bad guys like meditation mites. Look what they ask you to do. He stretched out his hand to Atrocitus. We need to cooperate. You see, you want to stop the Blackest Night, and I also want to stop the Blackest Night. Our goals are exactly the same. You want to find William Hand? I also want to find him. We must join forces to make the meditation mites reveal the whereabouts of William Hand. Trying to get along with meditation mites, like you did before, he will only drive you to do evil things. We are the most natural allies. You're right. Atrocitus' answer was also very concise and efficient. While saying this, he stretched out his hand to Chen Tao. Cooperation. Cooperation. Chen Tao also shook hands with him. The cooperative relationship between them was finalized from now on. Then Atrocitus heard Batman say, there is something I hope you will forgive me for. I deliberately angered you before, purely to try to make you forge the Red Lantern ring as prophesied. It's okay, I have forgiven you. Atrocitus said. Thank you very much. Chen Tao said, I hope you know that no matter what I do to anger you, it is for the cause of justice, not to insult your family for no reason. All my actions have their purpose, the purpose of justice. I'm extremely sorry for the emotional harm caused to you during this period, but this is the most convenient way to save the universe without casualties. I understand. Atrocitus said, I can distinguish between justice and personal hatred. The hatred with the guardians of the universe of OA is my personal matter, and saving the universe from the fate of the darkest night is another matter. He said, if angering me can help the cause of justice, then I will never blame you. Really? Atrocitus heard Batman on the other side suddenly ask this. He had a bad feeling, but still said, it's true. You said it, so I won't be polite. Huh. Batman's unconventional words made Atrocitus stunned for a moment. At this time, he saw Batman suddenly come over and wrap the lasso of truth around his body several times, and then tied it up tightly. What do you want to do now? Atrocitus was quickly tied up in a tortoise shell tie. He looked at Batman in front of him with his mouth grinning higher and higher. What do you want to do? Oh, don't worry, Chintao said. It's definitely a just cause. Then the next second, Atrocitus instantly became furious again. Chapter 263 Who says you can't get a heart disease if you don't have a heart? Chintao picked up the heart of Atrocitus from the ground. Warning. Warning. Anchored item obtained. Heart of Atrocitus. Crisis energy units converted. 257. Crisis energy you currently hold. 1095. Warning. Downloading a targetable Batman. Batocitus. Danger level. Our introduction. In the dark multiverse, everything will develop in the worst direction. In the world where Batocitus is, everything starts from the night that changed Batman's life. After witnessing the murder of his parents, young Bruce did not feel confused or sad, but furious. This anger has always been hidden in his heart. Not only did it not disappear after he grew up, but it gradually accumulated and burned more vigorously. Finally one day, the intense anger from the Dark Knight finally accumulated to a certain threshold, causing the energy entity creature representing anger in the universe, and also the Red Lantern cause Lantern Beast Blood Slaughter Bull, to enter the Earth and possess Bruce Wayne at the cost of confronting the ghost, the spirit of revenge of God who guards the Earth. Bruce Wayne from the Earth, you have great anger in your heart, and I'm hungry. The Red Lantern called Lantern Beast Blood Slaughter Bull feeds on anger. For thousands of years, he has been wandering in the universe, constantly looking for angry intelligent life to possess, and then leaving, after absorbing all the anger of the other party. Normally, no matter how angry a person is, his anger will be exhausted. As long as the Blood Slaughter Bull absorbs their anger, he will leave on his own. But this time is different. Only Batman is different. Bruce Wayne's anger is endless. For the first time, the Blood Slaughter Bull discovered that he actually had an endless lunch, so he stayed on Bruce Wayne's body and refused to leave. Possession gave Bruce extremely powerful strength, but also reduced his IQ to almost zero. He slaughtered the Earth furiously. The Ghost who came after hearing the news, and a large number of other heroes were slaughtered by him without a trace. No one could match him until the leader of the Red Lantern Corps, Atrocitus, came after hearing the news. But even Atrocitus, who controlled the energy of the red lights, could not control his own Lantern Beast, the Blood Slaughter Bull. Bruce Wayne and the Blood Slaughter Bull have been combined for too long, and they have completely merged into one. Atrocitus tried every means, but failed to separate the two. Finally, Atrocitus, being forced into the last corner, he was forced to use an evil blood magic, and he successfully merged his flesh and blood with Batman. Both Atrocitus and Batman Bruce Wayne no longer exist. The only one who survived is the fusion of their consciousness, Batocitus. Do you want to use 240 crisis energy synchronization immediately? Chen Tao clicked OK, then turned his head to look at Atrocitus. Atrocitus also began to regret it. He shouldn't have trusted Batman so much. You see, out of trust in Batman's reasonable plan, which ultimately helped him realize the prophecy and forge the Red Lantern ring, the Red Lantern Master's trust in Batman reached its peak 10 minutes ago. If reality was an online game, a symbol of trust plus 100 might have floated on his forehead before. Batman also said something like everything is for the whole universe and for justice, so he half-heartedly allowed the other party to use the rope called the Truth Lasso to tie him up in a tortoise shell state, causing him to be unable to fight back all of a sudden. At this time, Atrocitus saw Batman taking a deep breath in front of him, and also doing various muscle stretching movements, and suddenly the ominous premonition in his heart reached its peak. "Whatever you want to do, Batman, I don't want to accompany you anymore. Untie my rope quickly," Atrocitus said. "I didn't react just now, so you tied me up." However, the Batman in front of him didn't pay any attention to what he said. Atrocitus saw the other party turn around, facing him with his butt, and began to stretch his ligaments. "What are you doing? Are you listening to me?" Then he saw Batman turn his head. Although he had no heart now, Atrocitus still felt that his heart beat half a beat slower. Under the pointy Batman hood, there was pale skin and a grinning face with saliva dripping from his ears and lips that seemed to be holding blood. "Oh, don't be anxious, blood red little cherry. People should be more open-minded, and the same applies to fruits. Haha, ha ha ha, he. Atrocitus felt that his non-existent heart was sinking. He saw Batman shrugging his shoulders, twitching like an epileptic patient. "You regret it now? You regret it now? Didn't you say you were willing to sacrifice for a just cause?" "Yes, I regret it." Atrocitus held on to the last glimmer of hope. "Unless you tell me what you want to do." "Oh my, it won't work if you tell me." Let me go, Batman." "Hey, that's not up to you." Atrocitus tried to break free from the lasso of truth, and only then did he regret that he really had no choice. The lasso of truth is much tougher than it looks, and what others think. Maybe someone can prove it with brute force alone, but not Atrocitus, a burly magician, at least not in a short time. Atrocitus spewed out red light energy that burned like flames, and then was hit on the forehead by Chentao with a crowbar. "Wait, crowbar?" Atrocitus looked closely and saw that Batman had a crowbar in his hand, and there were tiny black sands constantly filling the other end of the crowbar, like nanorobots. Atrocitus was not the kind of backward alien with little knowledge. On the contrary, the technology of the planet he once lived on was even quite advanced. But the more this happened, the more he couldn't figure out what Batman was trying to do. He saw Batman transformed into a strange looking, fully covered appearance. This time he became a Kryptonian. His eyes spurted out hot vision, and he shot and blew up several mounds of earth around the energy battery in the center of the red light, and the earth and rocks flew all over the place, completely razing them to the ground. Then he turned into a strange form with an inverted bat logo on his chest, and began to engrave some kind of magic circle on the ground, busy like a worker ant. The flowers that Atrocitus was waiting for beside him all withered, and finally, Batman was in front of him again. "So what do you want?" "I can't remember how many times I asked you this," Atrocitus said. "Kill or chop me up, it's up to you." However, he saw Batman looking at him solemnly, as if he was looking at a sacrifice. Then Batman chuckled. Hey, your whole family is dead." Atrocitus was immediately furious, but he still maintained a little rationality. "How dare you use them to provoke me? Who gave you the courage to do this? It can't be your parents," Chentao said, "and your wife, your daughter." Boom. Atrocitus was furious, literally. The blazing blood red light energy erupted from his body like a bomb explosion. He almost jumped up and pounced on Batman, but was tightly bound to the spot by the lasso of truth, and could only crawl on the ground like a maggot. "How dare you? How dare you? I will kill you and make you die miserably and in agony." "Oh, it's okay. Your parents died much more miserably than you said." Chentao looked coldly at the almost furious Lord of the Red Lantern. Originally, Atrocitus was very good at getting angry. Now that he had created and mastered the energy of the Red Lantern, this irritable personality trait was magnified again under the effect of the Red Lantern ring. At least if it was Atrocitus, before he put on the Red Lantern ring, combined with his previous behavior of angering the other party, he should have reacted at this time that Batman was trying to deliberately anger him for the second time. But now Atrocitus has completely become a furious beast, and his mind is still full of anger. Chentao knows that Atrocitus is a calm, courageous, and resourceful leader. As long as he is given time, he can completely overcome the erosion of the Red Lantern ring on his thinking logic with his own ability. But at this time he has just forged the Red Lantern ring, and everything is still in the stage of groping, and he is probably still unable to do it. Chen Tao wanted this period, otherwise if the other party realized that he was deliberately provoking him, then the anger he produced would at least be discounted now. Chen Tao glanced at the truth lasso wrapped around Atrocitus. This thing should be able to hold up, right? Looking at the Red Light Lord who continued to be furious, but could not break free from the rope, Chen Tao thought about it, and switched to the Bad Mage to cast another binding magic on Atrocitus. Before starting the next step, he asked Mudface to prepare underground first, and then began to recite the spell in a pretentious manner above, and then he began to release wisps of the power of the Black of Decay at the right time. To be honest, these Black of Decay powers from the Poison Ivy experiment were very weak, far less than the authority he obtained by using the human-faced bat potion in the Red of All Beings, not to mention Bane. It was also far from enough for Chen Tao to use the Black of Decay to perform strange operations such as resurrecting corpses, and Chen Tao would not really do such an act of insulting corpses. So he just created some of this power in front of Atrocitus to confuse him, but in fact it was all Mudface coming out of the soil to do the mischief. This is the power of death. Where did you get it from? Feeling the breath of death of the Black Decay, Atrocitus' eyes widened. He stared blankly at the black lantern ring that appeared on Chen Tao's finger from Mudface. That thing only imitated the appearance, but with Chen Tao who was constantly exerting the power of the Black Decay, it looked very scary. How could you? Atrocitus. The leader of the Red Lantern Corps was interrupted rudely by the other party. Before he finished speaking, he heard Batman say loudly, "Come and see who this is." Atrocitus lowered his head and heard a creepy sound coming from the ground not far from Batman's feet, like a zombie digging up the surface and returning to the world. But Atrocitus' focus was not entirely on those strange noises. How did you release that kind of power? It's clearly the energy of death. It's totally. If Atrocitus was conscious, it would be easy to distinguish the difference between the death energy of the Black of Decay and the death energy brought by the Black Lantern Ring of the Blackest Night that he had seen in the prophecy. But he put on the Red Lantern Ring, and he was easily angry. Chen Tao had deliberately angered him before, so his thinking and analytical ability dropped almost drastically. Just when he was attracted by the death energy released by Chen Tao, the thing that Mudface had turned into crawled out from the ground. Atrocitus watched Batman twist his face into a twisted smile, while jumping and laughing wildly, circling around the place under his feet like a shaman. "Oh, little cherry, maybe I should call you strawberry ice cream pudding? But no matter what, come and meet the person you are most familiar with, the most important person." Atrocitus saw that Batman suddenly stopped jumping. He bowed like a servant and spread out a hand like a receptionist. "Your parents." Roar. A twisted roar came, and Atrocitus watched with bloodshot eyes as two dry bones crawled out of the ground, and then soon rotten flesh began to appear on their bodies, just like his parents when they were alive. "And your wife and daughter." With a crash, two more corpses crawled out of the soil. Roar. The four corpses pretended by Mudface looked up blankly, and there were even maggots crawling on their half-rotten foreheads. They all shouted blankly and sadly. Roar. Roar. Mudface was adding drama to himself again. Chen Tao turned his head to look at Atrocitus, and immediately cried out inwardly that it was not good. Atrocitus stared blankly, his whole body like a solidified stone statue. Chen Tao saw his expression, and couldn't help but feel anxious. What's going on? Why isn't he angry anymore? Chen Tao snapped his fingers, and the next second, the four corpses disguised by Mudfaces began to hold hands, formed a circle, and sang and danced. They howled like a broken bellows in their throats, and then hugged each other, and jumped and danced, sometimes taking off their heads, and kicking them like balls, and sometimes removing their arms, and hitting their heads like tennis rackets. In short, it was a group of demons dancing wildly, and several people were desperately messing around. Boom. Atrocitus exploded. The violent blood-red light energy that looked like flowing flames, like a volcanic eruption, rushed directly into the sky from Atrocitus' brain. This power was almost comparable to when the Red Lantern was cast just now. Atrocitus couldn't even say a word. He just barked like a mad dog and started struggling desperately. Once, twice, he banged his head against the ground. Even the loose sand couldn't withstand the huge shockwave, and it exploded like it was hit by a bomb. He screamed hysterically and could hardly form a complete sentence. And in this extreme anger, time suddenly seemed to stop. Chen Tao looked at the blood slaughter bull that appeared in a dark red smoke and flames. The other party existed to chase the most angry life, and at this time, his target was Atrocitus. Atrocitus of loot, you have a huge anger in your heart, and I'm hungry. However, before the blood slaughter bull finished speaking, he felt a magic circle light up on his feet, trying to stuff it into the red light furnace next to him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264. Atrocitus was terrified. 6,000 words long chapter. I'm so awesome. I want to read it. Calm. The whole family died? It doesn't matter. What's there to be angry about? At this moment, Atrocitus' heart was calm, with a zen-like state like an old monk in meditation. What the hell? As soon as he saw Batman in front of him, he was furious. The other party deceived his trust, and used him as a tool, to attract the Red Lantern Corps' Lantern Beast, the Blood Slaughter Bull. How dare you? How dare you? At this moment, Atrocitus has completely become the host of the Blood Slaughter Bull, and has a powerful strength comparable to the Ghost, the spirit of revenge of God. At this moment, he was furious, and was about to pour this rage on Batman. This is one of the most important characteristics of the Blood Slaughter Bull. He can fully stimulate the host's anger, and make this anger start to burn regardless of everything, so that the Blood Slaughter Bull can eat by itself. Before absorbing anger, the Blood Slaughter Bull certainly hopes that the anger is as big as possible, right? Just like Atrocitus. Chen Tao had clearly said to Atrocitus for a just cause before. According to common sense, if he was thinking normally, he should have realized that Batman was deliberately provoking him again. The leader of the Red Lantern Corps is not someone who can't control his anger. On the contrary, when it comes to emotional management, Atrocitus is the best among the 7 Lantern Corps. After all, not everyone can be so organized when wearing a Red Lantern ring. Hal Jordan wore a Red Lantern ring in the comics, but he was much crazier than Atrocitus, and directly put Sinestro on the electric chair. Atrocitus can control his emotions very well. Although the Red Lantern ring will make the user fall into a rage forever, Atrocitus is undoubtedly an exception. In the early comics, he was even the only Red Lantern in the Red Lantern Corps who could speak normally. For a long time, the Red Lantern Corps in the comics were basically a group of screaming lunatics. The situation did not improve until Atrocitus used something called a blood pool to restore the sanity of other members of the Legion. The outermost layer of the emotional spectrum has a greater impact on the user's mind. This is not an exaggeration. But now, under the stimulation of the blood slaughtering bull, Atrocitus has completely fallen into a mode of indiscriminate rage. He can't use rational thinking to think whether this is Batman's intentional behavior. This is purely the blood slaughtering bull deliberately influencing the mind of Atrocitus as the host, in order to obtain more anger for itself. In short, Atrocitus is now going crazy. He jumped on the spot, regardless of any means of attack, and simply landed on all fours, opened his fangs like a beast, and was about to bite Chen Tao. Grab. There was a sound of iron chains. Atrocitus lowered his head and saw countless red light energy that was transformed into red chains coming out from the red light central energy battery center that he had just cast by himself. Following the trajectory of the magic circle that Batman had just drawn on the ground, it tightly entangled him. The next second, the red light energy chain was broken into pieces by Atrocitus, who was possessed by the blood slaughter bull. Atrocitus stared at Chen Tao with a pair of red eyes. Batman, you. Slurp. There was a slight sound, and the anger that Atrocitus had just born when he rushed to Batman was directly sucked into the stomach by the blood slaughter bull. The red light beast made a climax-like sound. Delicious. So delicious. I have never eaten such delicious anger. Although it was already possessed by Atrocitus, the blood slaughter bull still used blood red energy to condense a small version of itself on the back of the opponent. Its cow face showed a human-like satisfaction, and then its whole body began to tremble, stomping its front hooves non-stop, and the whole cow began to boil like boiling water. It was so delicious that it stomped its feet. Great. Shut up. The angry Atrocitus, who was eaten away, was not so comfortable. He stood there, his body still in a forward-leaning posture, but he looked as peaceful as an Indian Buddha. Empty. 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 Atrocitus's brain was calm. In the universe, everything was so peaceful, and full of quiet natural beauty. The world is so beautiful, why am I so irritable? Then he saw Batman, in front of him, turned into Red Lantern Batman, Batocitus, after a burst of silver-white particles. Question mark? What the hell, when did Batman also wear a Red Lantern ring? Why didn't I know? Atrocitus's emotions fluctuated, and then he heard Batman say to Blood Bull, I'm the Lord of the Red Lantern Corps. Blood Bull, come in obediently. Atrocitus didn't hear what Batman said next, and his mind kept echoing the other party's sentence, I'm the Lord of the Red Lantern Corps. I'm the Lord of the Red Lantern Corps. It's me, not you. The majestic anger erupted like a volcano again, and Blood Bull lay on the crater and ate happily. The whole bull was about to fly away. What is a buffet? The hosts he found before, after he absorbed the anger once, they withered. If he wanted to continue to absorb anger, he needed it to keep repeating in his ears. Your whole family has been killed. Your wife cheated on you and made you a cuckold. Hey, you are an orphan. And other whispers that can make people continue to be angry. But even so, he will soon have nothing to absorb again and can only leave the host, leaving a peaceful creature in the original place. For details, please refer to the DC comic The Whitest Day. But what happened today? He didn't need to do anything at all. The host in front of him, named Atrocitus, began to produce anger continuously, which was equivalent to someone feeding food directly to his mouth. This was too comfortable. Originally, he had already discovered the strange magic circle under his feet and the central battery of the red light next to it, and knew that it was another stupid creature that wanted to capture him. He had seen this kind of thing in different civilizations and races during the hundreds of millions of years he wandered in the universe, but no one could catch him. However, being entangled was troublesome after all, delaying his search for food, so he had just planned to eat Atrocitus's anger, turn around and pat the cow's butt and slip away. But who would have thought that the host named Atrocitus, that he possessed at this time, was such a treasure boy? The blood-slaughtering bull was reluctant to leave. After all, it is one of the 7 lamp beasts that were split from the light of creation of DC. As a representative of the emotional energy of anger, if a mere magic circle could restrain it, it would have been captured by others in its long wandering, right? So this magic circle should not work on him. He can completely ignore this strange magic circle and the strange red furnace next to it, and continue to happily absorb the energy of Atrocitus, right? And just now, this magic circle and that furnace also showed their power once, but they could not do anything to him and Atrocitus. So there is no need to worry. Bloodslaughter Bull thought so, but he soon found out that he was wrong. When the red chain in the red light central energy battery was controlled by Chintao, who transformed into Red Light Batman Batocitus, and combined with the magic circle he had engraved before, when he transformed into Batmage, Bloodslaughter Bull, who was possessed by Atrocitus, finally felt something was wrong. But now he still has a chance. He can still go. Chintao cast blood magic in front of Atrocitus. Red Light Batman Batocitus is almost a bat version of Atrocitus from a parallel universe. He is even the product of the fusion of the two people using blood magic. The blood magic he casts is not worse than Atrocitus's level, but when Atrocitus saw the other party using blood magic, he exploded on the spot. Where did you learn blood magic? From your wife who you just killed, your partner in the 5 gangs, who turned against you. To a certain extent, Chintao did not lie. Batocitus's blood magic and blood prophecy were indeed learned from the 5 gangs, who turned against you in the dark multiverse. There is nothing wrong with it. Atrocitus, who had just been calm for a few seconds, was furious again. Chintao was used to it. This is what it's like to be a host of the Bloodslaughter Bull. You can get angry at the slightest thing, and then provide anger to the bull. He stared at the Bloodslaughter Bull closely. The focus was no longer on Atrocitus, but on the other party. Now the Bloodslaughter Bull was unwilling to leave. He had wanted to leave just now, but Atrocitus started to get angry again. This newly generated anger was like a hot grilled steak. Well, maybe this metaphor is not appropriate and a bit hellish. Let's change it. Like freshly cut grass, which was fatally attractive to the blood slaughter bull. Of course, if he turned around and left at this time, ignoring this temptation at all, the blood slaughter bull would certainly be able to leave. But if he had this kind of anthropomorphic self-control, then he would not be the entity of the energy of anger. All the actions of the blood slaughter bull were based on the instinct of absorbing more anger from the energy of anger, and he could not resist the call of this instinct. So he continued to stay on Atrocitus' body obediently, and did not move. Stay. While Atrocitus' anger was sucked away again, and turned into a reincarnated living Buddha, Chen-Tao's magic, that he had prepared for a long time was also ready. Along with the roar of the blood slaughter bull, the red light central energy battery and the magic circle that Chen-Tao had previously engraved on the ground worked together to directly suck in the blood slaughter bull that was still chewing Atrocitus' anger. Blood slaughter bull was right. As the embodiment of emotional energy such as anger, most methods are useless to him. But just as the Yellow Lantern Corps Lantern Beast, Parallax Monster, was captured by the Guardian of the Universe Little Blue Man, and stuffed into the Green Lantern Central Energy Battery, the Green Lantern Corps Lantern Beast, Iron Shark, would also live in the battery. Like this kind of Lantern Beast, its resistance to the energy of the Lantern Core is completely different from its resistance to other energies or methods. Blood Slaughter Bull was too greedy for the anger of Atrocitus, and was caught red-handed. The whole beast was dumbfounded. But no matter how he struggled, he could not resist the suction of the Red Lantern Central Energy Battery. He was soon sucked in, and became Chen-Tao's prisoner. Seeing the last wisp of blood slaughter bull was also sucked into the battery, Chen-Tao relaxed his mind, released the synchronization, and lay on the ground gasping for breath. Just now, he was exhausted from the continuous synchronization of Red Lantern Batman Batocitus, without the Flash to help him share the burden. But fortunately the result was good. With the blood slaughter bull, the last piece of the puzzle that made Superboy Prime lose his mind was put together. In a sense, Superboy Prime had almost no weaknesses, and was a perfect Superman. The influence of a mere Red Lantern ring on him was very limited. Only the embodiment of the angry energy of the blood slaughter bull could truly affect Superboy Prime's mind. Chen-Tao's desire to make Superboy Prime angry, and lose his mind in the blood slaughter bull's desire to make Superboy Prime angry, and create more anger for him to eat, could coexist to some extent. This was the basis for cooperation. Chen-Tao got up from the ground very weakly. Atrocitus, who had escaped the control of the blood slaughter bull, also got up very weakly. He stared at Chen-Tao with his bull eyes, and couldn't help but be furious. Then he took a look at the Red Lantern Central Energy Battery, and shuddered with fear. The blood slaughter bull turns all your emotions into anger, then swallows it with a gulp, and then you become the reincarnated Buddha. This experience is so terrible, that Atrocitus doesn't want to enjoy it a second time in his life. Sorry. Chen-Tao shrugged. It's not that I don't want to inform you in advance, but if you know, you won't be angry, and the blood slaughter bull won't come, and the plan will be ruined from the beginning. Atrocitus understood, but was still angry. I will help you blow up the meditation mites, and then send William Hand to you. Chen-Tao said concisely. Don't worry, our cooperation is a just connection. I have a great use for the blood slaughter bull. Don't worry, it's also a just cause. I need to use it to protect my planet. And you, wipe out the darkness in William Hand's heart, and other things have nothing to do with you, right? Atrocitus stopped talking. Batman was right. Anyway, this is his demand, and there is no need to waste words. He said, then. Sorry. Chen-Tao said. Atrocitus was stunned. Batman actually knew how to apologize. This made his attitude slightly better, but there was actually not much difference in his outward performance. Then let's go back to Earth together. He said, open your portal, and then we will study how to deal with the meditation mite. No. But his words were rejected by Batman. Don't tell that to henchman I brought that you and I are now in the same group. Huh? What do you mean? Why? Hiss. Wait, you suspect that one of them is a meditation mite? The two Kryptonians you brought? Atrocitus didn't react at first, but he was shocked after understanding Batman's thoughts. Not one of them. Chen-Tao corrected. I suspect both of them. He said, and this is also the reason Why I won't let you go back to the meditation mite as an undercover agent, otherwise the probability of being exposed is too high. If you die in the hands of the meditation mite because of exposure, things will completely collapse. But those two Kryptonians were not brought by you. You should have trusted them very much. However, Atrocitus couldn't continue speaking halfway. He looked into Batman's eyes. Okay, I understand. Batman doesn't trust anyone. But with meditation might, I have read the information of all your subordinates, even the dog from Krypton. So this is the part one don't understand now. Atrocitus said, why do you doubt those two Kryptonians? If you have read enough information from meditation might, you should understand what kind of crisis the Earth is facing. Atrocitus looked at Batman, who turned sideways, and a large shadow suddenly appeared on his face. Even though the light on the star ice moat where they were standing was not dim at the moment, and there was also the light of the red light central energy battery, Batman was just standing there in an ordinary way, but it seemed as if there was some living darkness favoring him. Combined with his previous series of steps that caused Shazam's missions to fail repeatedly and killed civilians, and then used his biological father to deceive Billy, I have long felt that there is a spy in my team. Darkseid's mind controlling of Kryptonians is almost a traditional skill. The Mind Might and the Cyborg Superman must be connected. So I think both Supergirl Kara and Superboy Connor are suspects. They may both be controlled by Darkseid, of course. It's just a possibility. No, if Superboy Connor joined your team after Billy's father had stolen Shazam's power, then he should not be a suspect. Atrocitus said. What if Darkseid wants you to think so? Chentao glanced at him, using an exposed spy Supergirl Kara to cover up Superboy Connor? So to be on the safe side, I have to hide both of them. And why do you think I left the two of them alone on Earth? From just now until now, I have been monitoring them, which is a test in itself. Then the Kryptonian dog who was first put under your command is more suspicious. So I'll let the super dog Krypton guard the Fortress of Solitude in the Arctic Superman spaceship. Chentao said. Clark Kent himself handed over the highest authority of the spacecraft to me, and I modified it, secretly placing tons of kryptonite and red sun weapons targeting Kryptonians inside. Do you believe that, if the dog moves a little bit, the Fortress of Solitude will immediately become its grave? Once the kryptonite door is closed, the kryptonite door is usually hidden, and will not appear. Normal visitors can only see an ordinary door, but at a critical moment, it will be caught in the jar. Chentao said, only people need me to bother to identify them. I'm always ready to kill animals that are not human to eliminate the danger. Atrocitus shrank his neck when he heard it. Is this really something a human can do? So your mission is to pretend to be imprisoned by me on Ice Moat, become a prisoner again, and completely stop intervening in the disputes on Earth. Chentao said, whether it's Superboy or Supergirl, or Sinestro and Hal, you will be in this state. Chentao synchronized Green Lantern Batman, Dark Knight, in front of Atrocitus, and then continued, you have to hide the Red Lantern Central Energy Battery underground. I will tamper with Sinestro and Hal's rings. If they must come to see if you are really imprisoned, the Green Lantern ring will not scan the Red Lantern Battery underground. Of course, the top priority is for me to influence them not to come and see you. The one just now was only a backup plan. Chentao said, and you who are hiding, will become a sharp blade that pierces the situation at the critical moment. More than 10 minutes later, Atrocitus, who cooperated with Batman to perform the skit Atrocitus was tragically imprisoned on Ice Moat again, sat in front of the Red Lantern Central Energy Battery he had cast. The string of words Batman just said to him was not just a casual retelling of the plan, it was a display of strength and deterrence. Atrocitus knew that Batman had said so much, but there was only one subtext. If you still want to lose your conscience, and think that it is easier to get William Hand by following the meditation might, and want to backstab me, the old bat, you should consider whether you are also defended by me like my other teammates, and whether you will lose miserably in the end. Although Atrocitus himself did not want to continue to follow the meditation might, he had completely received Batman's subtext. Really? Atrocitus touched the red light battery, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his red-faced and fanged face. There is a bloody bull in this battery. This thing seems to be very important to Batman's plan. He really left me alone with this thing. He trusts me so much. Hiss. He won't have any tricks up his sleeve, right? Forget it. Atrocitus shook his head. Anyway, he had never thought of betrayal. Batman could have kept a backup plan. Anyway, his target was only William Hand. As long as his goal could be met, it would be fine. Everything was for the cause of justice. And far away on Earth, Chintao's half-head turned into the ferocious appearance of Red Light Batman Batocitus. Through thousands of mountains and rivers, he used the red light ring and the connection established by the nanorobots in the central energy battery using the metal spirit magic to silently monitor Atrocitus standing in front of the red light battery. Well, this guy just stood in front of the battery for a while. He didn't want to destroy the battery and release the blood-slaughtering bull. He didn't want to usurp the power of the blood-slaughtering bull. He didn't want to contact the meditation might to betray him. Well, then why did he stand in front of the battery for no reason? You made me think you were going to stab me in the back. Do you know that this can easily cause misunderstandings? Chen Tao cursed in his heart and hurriedly dispersed the energy-storing magic cannon that had been prepared in the magic circle that had been engraved in the battery in advance. If Atrocitus really wanted to do something just now, this shot would have definitely destroyed half of the opponent's body when he was caught off guard, so that he could hold on until Chen Tao arrived to quell the rebellion. Really, one by one. If you don't want to do something bad, don't make moves that can be misunderstood. Chapter 265 The Real Spy is Supergirl. Batman Secret Files. Updated on October 16th. I'm Batman. I will start recording from now on. It is known that there are 3 spies hidden in the Justice League. The first one, Hank Henshaw, the cyborg Superman, codename Pilot. His brain has been transformed by Darkseid, and his free will has been distorted to some extent. The reason I kept him is that I want to use him to fish out Steppenwolf. The second one, C.C. Batson, the father of Thunder Shazam Billy Batson, codename Magician. He is an ordinary person, but now he is controlled by the Mind Might. While I was dealing with Green Lantern related matters, he took advantage of the Black Adam attack to steal the power of Thunder Shazam. Billy Batson regarded him as a family member, so he gave him a share of Shazam's power. Billy also regarded me as a family member, although he used anti-speech magic, so Billy also gave me a share of Shazam's power. So rounding up, I'm the family of the Meditation Might. This magical connection will cause great harm to the Meditation Mites. The key is to not let the Meditation Mites find out that Billy has also shared the power of Shazam with me. I have given Billy a strong enough psychological hint and monitor him 24 hours a day to ensure that he will not let it slip. Even if he is about to let it slip, there is a way to remedy it. I have distributed it to everyone in the league before. A remote control has many functions, one of which is to shock Billy Batson when he says something wrong. After all, Billy is one of the people I pay the most attention to. My energy is limited, and it is impossible to monitor everyone 24 hours a day, but I have spent such thoughts on Billy, Alfred, Lucius and Clark Kent. Compared with the other people in the Justice League, they are too weak and need more protection. The third person, unknown. Codename, The Insider. At present, I have narrowed down the scope of suspicion to Superboy Connor and Supergirl Kara. To be honest, before this, I suspected many targets, Flash, Green Lantern, even Alfred. In order to ensure that there is no risk, I even thought about letting Billy share the modified Shazam power with each of them to control them. But later I ruled out this option. The power of Shazam involves magic. It is too dangerous to rashly share it with people who have no understanding and control of magic. Originally, Billy was very safe to share the power of Shazam because he could only share magic with his recognized family members. However, after my tampering with the anti-speech magic, although it also achieved the effect of being able to share the power of Shazam, it was actually too unstable and dangerous. I have a synchronization object like the Bat Wizard, and I can use anti-speech magic at any time, so this kind of danger is basically non-existent for me. But if it is someone else, the danger is no less than letting someone who has not received electrician training directly operate the high voltage line. Therefore, I finally gave up this option. I just want to monitor my teammates, not kill them. I'm Batman, not Constantine. And after careful speculation, Some people, such as the Flash Barry Allen, are really less suspicious. Note, Constantine is a character in DC Comics and a member of the Dark Justice League. His most famous operation is to solve the crisis by killing his teammates, so he is nicknamed ZHA Kang among comic fans. He once killed Zatara, the father of Zatanna, the master of irony magic. Through long-term surveillance and probing, I finally ruled out these options one by one, and finally confirmed the scope of suspicion to be the two Kryptonians, and this time, taking the two of them to deal with Aquaman's affairs is another test, and now the result of the test. I think Supergirl Kara is more suspicious. First of all, she is too perfect. She can actually say something like shoot all of you to death with lasers. That is comparable to Homelander? This is too abnormal. She almost completely follows what I wrote in the book How to Be the Greatest Robin that I gave her, and strives to do everything in accordance with my wishes. But she has no idea that I left a lot of traps in that book. Some of the methods and operations I wrote in it are simply impossible for people with normal values and no mental problems to accept. After all, this book was originally written to fool Clayface and the group of lunatics in Arkham. In order to fit the audience, the content of the book itself is extremely crazy. Many things in it may seem normal to lunatics, but in the eyes of normal people, they will only feel that they are shattering. It is impossible for normal people to read this book and follow the formal guidelines in the book, just like ordinary people will not suddenly become detectives after reading 2 detective novels. A mature intelligent creature will have its own habitual style of doing things and ways of dealing with accidents, and it is difficult to be immediately influenced by a book. But Supergirl Kara is different. When she arrived on Earth, she was no longer a baby, but a teenager, and she should have her own most basic outlook on life. It wasn't long before I pushed her to the position of leader of the Justice League, but in this short period of time, she read a Bat manual written by me and became a Joker girl with a crazy mind. Even producing a Harley Quinn requires long-term brainwashing and fraud. How can the character's personality change be completed in such a short time? If Clark Kent encountered such a thing, he would just refuse it sternly, even though Batman is his best friend. His education would not let him use the Homelander-style method to intimidate the people, even though he knew it would be more efficient. But Supergirl did it anyway, and there is only one answer. She has ulterior motives. She is deliberately pretending to be an ideal successor to Batman. She fully agrees with Batman's way of doing things, and promotes it. She cooperates with Batman tacitly, and does things with great efficiency and precision. All the previous Robins would bow their heads in shame and cry, wow, I'm not a good Robin. In fact, Chintao really wants such a successor. From a long time ago, he realized that the world he lives in now is different from the world he saw in the comics, which is dark, but generally developing in a bright direction. In such a world, if you want to retire, perhaps those simple and a little too much superheroes are not a successor who can be entrusted with power. Supergirl is very good. She has strength and brains, and she does things just like himself. Chintao likes her very much. If he spent a little more time to teach the other party how to laugh wildly, he would be a perfect successor. But this is just an illusion after all. For some reason, Chintao was a little depressed. He was also reflecting on himself. With his level, he should not have deduced that the other party's identity was problematic so late. He should not have had too many expectations for Supergirl. Chintao himself did not notice that his eyes had changed a little. He became more vicious and indifferent, like the malice of a broken jar after hope disappeared in his eyes, and like the resolute roar of a cowardly hero when he had no choice. Chintao did not consider whether Supergirl Kara was brainwashed by Darkseid before the spaceship arrived on Earth, or what, which was of no help to the current situation. In short, with a burst of silver white particles covering the red lantern ring in Chintao's hand ignited again. He drove the flames formed by energy to drive out all the hidden body tissues of Mudface on his body and condensed into a large mass beside his hand. At this time, he was standing on Ice Moat, making the final preparations before returning to Earth. Chintao drove the blood red flames transformed from the red light energy to pounce on the Mudface. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The big mud face piled up there like it had no life, allowing its body to be devoured by the flames transformed from the red ring. Soon it made a hissing sound, and then the surface turned into charcoal little by little, fluttering and falling from the big pile, revealing the body tissue protected in it, and then continued to be charred, and the cycle repeated. Chen Tao watched until the body tissue of the mud face was completely turned into ashes. From just now to now, the mud face attached to this part of his body should have witnessed the entire transaction process between him and Atrocitus, as well as the existence of the blood-slaughtering bull. This can't be left. Chen Tao has done experiments. There is a distance limit for Mudface to communicate with his own body, which is about tens of kilometers. If it exceeds this distance, unless there are other Mudface limbs on the road as thought transmission stations, he will not be able to do it. So don't think that Mudface seems to be everywhere on the earth and can project his consciousness at any time, but in fact it has been transmitted through one transfer station after another. Therefore, when Mudface does not need to concentrate on performing, he will always look dull and slow in thinking, because his thinking is indeed slow. This is why Chen Tao destroyed these Mudface body tissues on ice moat. The distance is too far, and the Mudface itself cannot control it at all. It is the best opportunity to destroy them. The matter of blood slaughter bull is too important, and he dare not take any risks. The only people who know about this matter should be him and Atrocitus. There must be no third party, even the seemingly harmless Mudface. After dealing with Mudface, Chen Tao turned around and saw that Atrocitus had re-erected the cross and nailed the bodies of his companions to it as they were. He took the initiative to dispel the red light uniform on his body, turned back to his naked red state, and then climbed up the cross. Chen Tao nailed the nails into his hands, and then used the anti-speech magic to make the ring on his finger invisible. After everything was ready, he opened the portal created by the Death King's treasure, the Golden Ball, and appeared directly in front of Supergirl and Superboy in one step. He deliberately showed his face on the other side of the doorway, so that both of them could see Atrocitus nailed to the cross. Chen Tao was about to say something when his eyes fell on Superboy Connor's face. Chen Tao? He had just been to ice moat for a while, and Superboy Connor, who was jumping around before, looked like he was about to die. His face was full of the green color that only kryptonite has, and he touched his neck with a look of bad luck. Chen Tao closed the portal behind him after making sure that both of them had seen it. Then he looked at the chemical waste monster floating on the sea not far away. The most important feature of this monster is not how powerful it is, but that once you hit it, it will explode chemical waste to pollute the environment. Its main feature is a mental attack plus an environmental protection buff. Even for Kryptonians, it is a difficult type to deal with. In particular, Chen Tao guessed that if the other party wanted to do something big, they would definitely not ignore that to Kryptonians, and kryptonite was a traditional reserved program that would inevitably appear. But he didn't expect that before he came back, Supergirl and Connor had solved the problem, and the solution was so, Batman, I'm almost angry to death. Superboy Connor started to complain as soon as he saw Batman. This crazy woman, she knew that the chemical waste monster must have swallowed kryptonite, but she still tricked me into using frost breath to freeze the other party. As a result, I was sprayed by the chemical waste monster, and she hid behind to attack and pick peaches. Chen Tao looked at Supergirl with a squint. You are really trying hard to imitate my form and means. But he finally chose to praise Supergirl, and a new Batman burst out from the dead chemical waste monster below. Chemical waste bat. Danger level C+. Introduction. In the main universe, the chemical waste monster was originally caused by a chemical experiment accident. However, in a dark multiverse, things went a little wrong. In that most classic origin story, when Batman chased the actor who pretended to be Red Hood and participated in the crime into the Ace Factory, he did not fall into the chemical waste pool alone, but hugged another person. That person was Batman. And that barrel of chemical waste did not turn the actor into a clown as in the main universe, nor did it turn Batman into a laughing maniac as many people thought, but produced a strange change that no one expected. The clown, Batman, and the barrel of chemical waste, the three things actually merged together in a violent explosion and turned into a monster called Chemical Waste Bat. Another strange Batman. Chen Tao put it away. Then he turned around and asked Supergirl, how is Aquaman now? Supergirl said, the hairy man crossed Atlantis and walked towards the shore again. Aquaman is being beaten madly in order to stop him. How long has he been beaten? I don't know, but he won't die anyway. Hearing Supergirl's answer, Chintao really felt like he was talking to himself. Why does this tone sound so familiar? Don't make trouble. Let's go and save Aquaman Arthur right away, Chintao said. He hurriedly used the golden ball to open the portal and stepped in. Behind the door was the bruised Aquaman and the hairy man who was howling to the sky. Chapter 266. Hey, when did Bane go to the temple to become a monk? Some opposition factions in the government have launched something called Project Crash. Aquaman Arthur heard what Batman, who was standing next to him, said. He was accompanied by the Kryptonian named Superboy, but the female Kryptonian named Supergirl was not with them. This is the coastal area of Maine, and there is a small town with human life about 1 kilometer away. Aquaman Arthur, relying on his own strength, firmly nailed the monster to the beach. He had no time and energy to reply to what Batman said to him. With violent shockwaves and loud noises, he punched the hairy man heavily on the coastline. Tons of sand on the beach were lifted into the air and then fell like rain. The two people who punched each other flew backwards in opposite directions, but rushed back at high speed in an instant and fought together. But even in such a fierce battle, Batman's voice was still accurately transmitted to his ears. The so-called Project Ram is a counterplan of the United States against Atlantis. They created a group of genetically modified superhumans called the Aquanauts. They have hard skin, strong bones and muscles, and can withstand the pressure at the depths of the seabed. They tried to kill you and directly eliminate the top leaders of Atlantis to achieve their so-called victory in the war. Note, the Aquanauts appeared in Aquaman V8 Volume 12. It is worth mentioning that one of the members, Orca, fell in love with Killer Croc in a gender-swapped version of a parallel universe, Injustice, and got married. Oh my god, what kind of thing will they give birth to? Batman, Ugh. Arthur tried to turn his head and talk to Batman, asking him to come to help quickly, but the next moment he was hugged by the hairy man's waist and pushed forward. The king of Atlantis barely stood on the beach. He wanted to swing the 5-pointed trident of Aquaman to pierce the monster's skin, but to no avail. He only stabbed a little bit, and soon the insignificant wound healed on its own. Huff, huff, huff. Aquaman Arthur was panting with exhaustion. His face was bruised. That was when the hairy man ignored him and tried to attack a small town on the coastline directly. He hugged the other's legs in a hurry, which led to being beaten. Batman next to him was still chattering. He was floating in the air, and his lower body turned into a piece of nanorobots, making him look like a genie in Aladdin's lamp. In short, he didn't look like a human at all, in a double sense. Chintao was still talking. In short, they almost set out to assassinate you, but before they left, Amanda Waller brought them the president's order, so now the problem within the government has been eliminated. Bang! Aquaman Arthur was hit by a fist by the hairy man and flew away. After rolling like a spinning top for a while, he fell upside down on the beach like a carrot, kicking his forelegs upside down, and Batman just watched the whole time. Batman, why are you just watching? The kind-hearted Superboy Connor couldn't bear it anymore. He hadn't said anything from the beginning until now, but he couldn't bear to watch Aquaman Arthur being beaten so badly by the hairy man. Now is not the time to talk about what you did. Chintao glanced at him and said, I have my own pace of doing things. If you want, you can go and help yourself. Batman, you. Superboy wanted to say something, but Aquaman on the beach flew backwards again. He grabbed the hairy man's ankle, roared and threw him up, then slammed him heavily on the ground, but the next moment he was caught by the other party, and the hairy man's big hand pinched his thigh, and then the other hand hit his forehead. So Connor didn't feel like talking nonsense with Batman. He rushed up and punched the hairy man away, and then he replaced Aquaman Arthur and became the object of the hairy man's venting. Chintao watched Superboy Connor being beaten with a smile, still saying nonsense that had nothing to do with the current battlefield. The sudden death of the chemical waste monster directly polluted the large sea area where they were fighting, and a large amount of chemical gas in his body leaked into the sea. But I have called the Justice League, and Green Lantern Hal and Green Lantern Sinestro have arrived at the scene to deal with it. Hal and the others will directly use the Green Lantern ring to materialize a huge basin of water and scoop all the contaminated water directly out of the sea, just like scooping out the ink before it melts in pure water. Supergirl was left there by me. She will help carry this large basin of contaminated water and work with the 2 Green Lanterns to send the water into space. Huff, huff, huff. Aquaman Arthur was gasping for breath, but with the addition of Superboy, he finally had the opportunity to speak. I appreciate your efforts and preparations, Batman, but don't you think the hairy man in front of us is our primary problem? Since you have already assigned the problem of the chemical waste monster to other people in the Alliance, then it should be foolproof. So why don't you come and help us deal with the hairy man now? Chentao sighed. Arthur, listen to me. Why don't you look around? Aquaman Arthur turned his head and was surprised to find that a large group of fearless reporters had gathered not far from the beach. They had recorded the scene of his fight with the hairy man with their cameras. This is a good opportunity to change the reputation of the Atlanteans in front of people all over the world. Chentao said, your efforts should be seen by others so that they can be monetized. Wouldn't it be better to let them take pictures of you getting beaten up for protecting them? I can use the space portal created by the golden orb of the Death King to exile this guy to outer space at any time. Chentao took out the golden orb of the Death King and shook it in front of Arthur unnoticeably. Then I will say that this is a portal that I, Batman, need to charge or calculate the value for a while or something else to use. And you are the hero who helps me hold back the hairy man. Batman praises, the people praise, the reporters praise, and everyone is happy. The longer you fight with the hairy man, the greater the reputation you can gain. Isn't that great? Getting beaten is not a bad thing. I see that you only have a few bruises on your left face. It would be better if you get a few on your right face as well. A more symmetrical face will win more sympathy from people. But this will also pose a threat to people along the coast. Although Chentao's words were somewhat humorous, Aquaman Arthur was very serious. He said, I don't quite agree with the way of brushing reputation. Batman, if you have the ability to exile the hairy man, I hope it will be done as soon as possible. He paused, realizing that his tone was a bit too cold, and softened a little. I sincerely thank you for your efforts to help me and the Atlanteans better integrate into the land world, but I hope that this integration is sincere, from the heart, and natural, rather than through such showmanship. The hairy man is a dangerous monster. Even the sand and gravel he raises may be a fatal threat to an ordinary person. Chentao shrugged his shoulders. I'm not blind. The hairy man cannot hurt any ordinary person in front of me. But this is dangerous after all. Aquaman Arthur insisted on his own opinion. I appreciate your kindness, Batman, but I don't want to gain reputation in this way. Aquaman Arthur said. In short, hurry up and do it. After solving the hairy man, we will have plenty of time to talk. Okay. Chentao smiled. The test can be over. He has been testing whether Aquaman can be controlled by anyone. This is just a small habitual test, and the final result is satisfactory. There is no problem with Aquaman Arthur. His questions just now are traps. They seem reasonable and feasible. From the perspective that Aquaman wants Atlantis and the land to live in peace and establish communication, he should also accept this proposal happily. But if you really know Aquaman, you will know that the real Aquaman will never do that. He has an innate kingly temperament, which is impossible to imitate, even if someone wants to control him. Chentao flew directly in front of the hairy man, who was fighting with Superboy Connor. First sprinkled some robots in the other's eyes, and then sprinkled a lot in the thick hair of the hairy man. Then he flew back, took out the golden ball of the Dead King, and the hairy man who was still roaring abandoned Superboy Connor, and rushed towards him, but accidentally didn't stop his feet, and rushed directly into the portal of the Golden Vortex, and disappeared instantly. Ice Mode Star. Atrocitus, the Lord of the Red Light, had just climbed down from the cross, where he had just pretended to be locked up again. He was spitting out flames of red light energy to scorch the ground, burning 4 large pits, intending to bury the other 4 companions who had turned against his gang of 5. He had just held a simple funeral for them, and he was the only one present. He planned to bury them simply now, and then move their graves after the entire planet was built. Then he was confused to see a golden vortex portal opened in front of him, and a roaring hairy man rushed over and punched Atrocitus in the face before he could react. Then he heard Batman's voice coming from the other person. Atrocitus, this is a recording that was recorded in advance using the nanorobots flowing on the hairy man. I can't communicate with you in real time through these robots because we are too far away. Anyway, you should fight this monster first, and it's best to catch him first. If you can't catch him, it doesn't matter, I will come to help you in a while. Remember, I want to catch this monster alive. Damn it, bang bang bang. Atrocitus lost the initiative and was immediately pressed to the ground and beaten. But he had already lost his internal organs and blood, and his whole body was driven by the energy of the red light ring. He was not a living life in the traditional sense. Many of the hairy man's punches that were fatal to ordinary creatures were just things that he could solve by taking a few seconds to recover. And coincidentally, the hairy man's specialty was also self-healing, so the two monsters who could heal themselves directly bit each other. On this side of the earth, Aquaman Arthur recalled the Atlantis snow wave troops that had been waiting for him in the sea. Ordinary Atlanteans were just a bunch of food when facing the hairy people. Although they were generally stronger than ordinary people on land, and could also be classified as superhuman, they were far inferior to Aquaman. If they rashly engaged in a battle with the hairy people, they would only die in vain, just like the Gotham police had no ability to get involved in the battle between Batman and the villains. In particular, some of Atlantis' heavy weapons, such as proton cannons, had been fired at the hairy people on the seabed and proved to be useless. Therefore, they were even more useless on land. In short, the trip to Atlantis ended successfully and everyone was very satisfied. When reporters rushed to interview Aquaman Arthur, Chintao first used the Death King's treasure, the Golden Ball, to open the Golden Portal, and came to Ice Moat, where he and Atrocitus teamed up to completely subdue the hairy people. This big monster that troubled Aquaman, the outsider of the secret society of supervillains, didn't know how the scientists under his command had made this thing. After studying it for a while, Chintao felt that this thing might be an accidental product, so it was so ridiculously strong. However, under the heavy punch of the speed bullet bat and the red light energy of the red light central energy battery directly guided by Atrocitus, after resisting for a long time, the hairy man finally lost the ability to resist. His self-healing ability was so strong that it took a little more effort than Chintao imagined to take him down. After tying the hairy man up like a dumpling and hurriedly leaving him on the planet Ice Moat and letting Atrocitus take charge of guarding him, Chintao returned to Earth without stopping. He and Aquaman came to the place where the mother boxes were stored in Atlantis, and then under the harassment of the other party's nonsense such as Batman, you must keep your promise and help me build an embassy. Chintao turned into a big-mouthed bat and swallowed the last of the 3 mother boxes in one gulp. Dang. Aquaman raised his eyebrows. He heard the sound of metal colliding from Batman's stomach, but he swore that it might just be his hallucination. The subsequent events in Atlantis were still in turmoil. The attacks of the hairy man and the chemical waste monster had destroyed many blocks, which caused some Atlanteans to dislike the land. But Chintao didn't plan to care about these trivial matters anymore. He called the Justice League headquarters directly, called Lex Luthor, who had been working overtime, and ordered him to solve all the problems. After successfully instructing others to work, Chintao finally had some free time and he breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 mother boxes were ready. According to the plan at the Justice League meeting, the entire league would soon use these mother boxes to actively attract Steppenwolf and then defeat him. Chintao's plan was also progressing steadily, and he had less and less time left. He really didn't have the energy to take care of some unimportant things. He could just leave all those things to Luthor. He was going to deal with the really important issues, the control and use of Superboy Prime. The Bloody Ball has become a piece of the puzzle to control Superboy Prime, and now he has to find the other piece. Chintao put 2 fingers on his temple. He has to see what Bane is doing now. He hasn't cared about him for a while. As mentioned before, he is not Brainiac after all. It is impossible for him to monitor everyone all the time. It is good enough to monitor a few people all the time. And now, he needs Bane's help. So he has to see where Bane ran to, and then use the Death King's treasure, the Golden Ball, to jump directly to find him. Soon, Chen Tao contacted the power of the metal spirits he had left in Bane's body before, and successfully switched to Bane's perspective. Then he opened his eyes. What the hell? This is clearly a temple. How did Bane become a monk? Chapter 267 Bane and his disciples. Crossed out. Experimental subjects. Chen Tao almost thought that he had suddenly walked into the set of some American kung fu movie, such as Kung Fu Panda or Mortal Kombat. At this moment, he was standing in a temple deep in the Himalayas, next to either a shirtless monk training muscles, or a guy with an Eastern European face, and dressed like a wild man, doing strange boxing. Chen Tao originally wanted to sneak into the temple where Bane was, but eventually gave up the idea, and chose to wear Batman's uniform and visit directly. He came here to ask Bane for help this time, and sneaking around seemed a bit strange. At least you should look like you are asking for help when you ask for help. After all, the other party is your most dangerous enemy. Although their relationship is no longer as tit for tat as in the past, it is still a bit unclear. Enemies, right? They are no longer enemies. But are they completely in the same group? That doesn't seem to be the case either. In short, it's a bit subtle. Chen Tao thought about this while following the little monk around the temple. This place seems to be a small piece from the outside, but after entering, you will find that it is actually a different world. The entire building complex is located in a small valley formed between two small peaks, and the internal area is actually quite large. Chen Tao walked and looked around. This ghost place is really full of people of all races, Middle Easterners, Arabs, Caucasians, Asians. Chen Tao even saw a young woman dressed as an Indian shaman chatting with another skull-headed man floating in the air with only a cane. The man wore a strange skull mask and a black tights. As he was talking, his arms suddenly stretched out, as if he had no bones, and then he took an apple from the table next to him, and held it in his palm. Oh my god, Luffy. Chen Tao stared at him intently, and then realized that this guy just retracted the arm on the other side of his body into his body like a gibbon to extend the distance that the other hand can reach. But this is also outrageous. Is this yoga? Note, the one who looks like a skeleton is the third-rate DC villain Death. He is a yoga master wearing a skull mask. His specialty is to pretend to be dead, and then pretend to be resurrected to deceive others that he is immortal. In the late comics, for unknown reasons, he really turned into a skeleton. He appeared in Batman Incorporated. Note, the young woman dressed as a shaman is the third-rate DC villain Witch Radama. She is the villain of the second-tier hero Blue Beetle. Her specialty is to summon two stupid demons. What the asterisk. Batman. Death was still chatting with the Witch Radama. While chatting, he felt someone was looking at him. He turned his head and saw Batman. He jumped up in fear, as if he saw Batman. He committed a crime in Gotham in his early years, but was caught by Batman and the first generation Robin Dick Grayson and beaten up. The shadow of the beating was almost revealed, and then he was locked up in Arkham Asylum. Unjust. He is a criminal. He should be locked up in Blackgate Prison. The patients in Arkham Asylum really scared him. After he escaped from Arkham Asylum during a riot, he never returned to Gotham. He thought he had gotten rid of Gotham, Batman, and the most terrible nightmare in his career, but today, that nightmare appeared in front of him again. Help. The dead man hugged his neck, immediately lay down, and started to play dead. Hey, who is this guy? Chen Tao didn't know him at all, and he just felt confused. There was no way. Batman's villains were too many and too diverse, and the dead man was not even a third-rate one among them, and his fame was not as good as another third-line villain, the Big Tent. After all, the Big Tent was a giant man wearing a ballet skirt, who looked like True in Jackie Chan Adventures, which was much more eye-catching than the dead man. Who would want to see Mr. Skeleton when there are fat men in skirts? Enemy attack. As the dead man fell to the ground with a clang, the piercing screams broke the harmonious atmosphere on the field. Some people were shouting, some were in a daze, but some formed some strange formations. There was a lot of noise and chaos, and Chen Tao, who was standing in the center, just felt that they were noisy. He synchronized with the bad mage again, removed the charm magic on the little monk who led him, and watched the other party screaming and running away, as if he had seen Batman, of course. Otherwise, do you think the little monk would really bring someone he didn't know into the temple? He reached out and grabbed a monk next to him. "Excuse me, I'm here to find Betty." Bang, the monk roared and punched him in the chest, but he broke one of his finger bones because of the excess of force. Even without synchronizing with any Batman, Chen Tao's physique was far superior to the ordinary person in front of him, strengthened by the red metal spirit of all living beings and many other messy things. "Can you please talk properly? I'm here to find." With a bang, the monk kicked Chen Tao's leg and broke it. Then Chen Tao saw the other party breaking every bone in his body with all kinds of martial arts. Devil. Devil. Help. Chen Tao watched the other party run away. He touched his face. "Am I that scary?" Then he turned around and saw that the witch Radama had summoned 2 muscular demons. Monsters as big as 2 buildings appeared directly in the temple, and the ground shook immediately. Their hoarse voices that belonged only to demons also rang out. "Abaddon serves Radama. More X serves Radama." Witch Radama's eyes were red. She stood between the 2 demons and said in a clear voice with a certain rhythm, "And Radama thanks you for your service, children." She turned her head, and her hair was suspended under the invisible magic. "Batman, you will feel the demon's great power, and you." But before Witch Radama finished her words, Chen Tao threw a mud face on her face. "Woo woo woo." Witch Radama tried desperately to tear off the mud on her face, but it just got tighter and tighter. DC magicians are basically no different from ordinary people once they can't cast magic. Even the irony magic master Zatanna was almost drowned by a tank of water, let alone her. 2 demons. Due to their low IQ, without the control of the magician, their movement stopped immediately. A demon said, "Abaddon doesn't understand." "What did Radama say?" "Which Radama? Woo, 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 woo." Another demon said, "More X is not sure." Chen Tao said, "He said your service is over. Hurry back to hell." Witch Radama's beautiful eyes immediately widened. "Woo, woo. I see." The 2 demons put their arms on their chests. "Abaddon obeys Radama. More X obeys Radama." The magic circle lit up, and Witch Radama looked at the 2 demons desperately, patting their butts and leaving in a flash, just like they came in a flash. She looked at Batman, who was getting closer and closer, then turned her head away like a girl who was about to be raped by a bully, showing a tearful expression, and closed her eyes. Chen Tao was speechless again. "Don't be so dramatic. Where did Bane find these weirdos?" "Don't be silly. I don't hit women." "Really?" The not so smart Witch Radama turned around in surprise, and then was punched in the face by Chen Tao, fainting on the spot. Magicians are still too dangerous. They can chant spells to summon demons at any time. It's too scary. Chen Tao threw the female magician aside and then picked up the dead man pretending to be dead from the ground. His head with a skull mask tilted to one side, and the whole person was soft, as if he had no bones. This guy looked like a real corpse, but Chen Tao briefly synchronized with the speed bullet, and soon he could see with his perspective that this guy was just pretending to be dead. So Chen Tao picked up the dead man head down and shook him hard twice. "Wake up, it's time to get up and work." But Mr. Skeleton was still pretending to be dead. Chen Tao simply synchronized with the red light Batman Batocitus, and the red light energy flames that spewed out of his mouth burned a stone lock used for training next to him into ashes. Mr. Skeleton was immediately scared to death. Chen Tao tore off his skull mask and was about to say something, but soon he was surprised to find that strands of black stripes spread out from the back of his neck like snakes and climbed up his entire face. In an instant, Chen Tao felt that the opponent's struggle in his hand had increased directly. Chen Tao was shocked. "I'm awesome, Naruto." Curse seal. The opponent's physical strength has increased from about 1 or 2 tons to about 7 or 8 tons. This is amazing. What did Bane do to this third-rate villain? Chen Tao still held the opponent tightly. He wanted to see what other tricks this guy had. The dead man struggled for a long time, but found that it was useless. So he changed again. The black stripes began to turn red and hot until they covered the whole face of the dead man. His face began to rot, and soon the whole face was rotten, revealing the white skull. Half of his body softened completely, as if he had no bones, leading him to escape from Chen Tao's palm like a loach. Chen Tao put away his hand, watching the other party fall to the ground cautiously, thinking, this kind of posture that changes the body to be like a loach is definitely not something that can be done by yoga judo. Instead, it is somewhat similar to the ability of another second-tier superhero, Black Orchid, who can use the power of red of all living things and green of all things at the same time to deform the body. Chen Tao's eyes lit up a little. He originally came to ask Bane for help, hoping that the other party would use the control of the power of Black Death of Decay to make the long-haired man he captured in the Atlantis incident become a corpse, and then go to the origin wall to pull down the Prime Superboy. Ever since he met the Prime Superboy, Chen Tao has been thinking about how to get him down from the origin wall. Because everyone knows that the most important feature of the origin wall is that no matter who it is, if you touch it, you will stick to it. It is simply a fantasy to want to pull people off it. Of course, in the original comics, someone did achieve the feat of pulling someone off the origin wall. For example, William Hand, the Black Hand, was the first Black Lantern corpse in history at the beginning of the Blackest Night. He once successfully pulled someone off the origin wall, because every creature stuck to the wall is in a superposition of death and life, so the Black Lantern ring can control it for a short time. However, after pulling the person off, Black Hand was immediately assimilated by the origin wall, because once the person pulled off leaves the wall, he is in a state of life, the Black Lantern is invalid, and the origin wall takes effect. In other words, the Black Lantern ring can indeed control for a short time and pull people off the wall, but once the person is pulled off the wall, the user of the Black Lantern ring will immediately be assimilated by the origin wall. Although the person is pulled off, the person using the Black Lantern ring is stuck. Then the same is true if the Black Lantern ring is replaced with the Black of Decay, which is also the power of death. Therefore, Chen Tao needs a scapegoat. Superboy Prime is like Sun Wukong, who is pressed under the 5-element mountain. To release him, it is not enough to simply take off the talisman on the top of the mountain. Instead, another person or corpse is needed to replace Superboy Prime on the wall. Chen Tao has been looking for a qualified corpse, and the appearance of the hairy man makes things simple. He only needs to let the hairy man transform into a corpse, and then pour the blood-slaughtering bull into Superboy Prime to increase Superboy Prime's struggling power, and then the other party will pull Superboy Prime out. Isn't that the problem? Although it stands to reason that in order to pull someone out of the origin wall, at least a Black Lantern corpse of the level of William Hand, or a multiverse god like Darkseid, must be required. Ordinary Black Lantern corpses should not have this power, and by the same token, ordinary Black Rotten corpses of decay should not be able to do it either. But Chen Tao has secretly investigated that the origin wall that Prime Little Superman was stuck to was not the origin wall of the multiverse, but the origin wall of the single universe. No matter in terms of strength or control over the creatures stuck on the wall, it is far from being unshakable. So no matter what the plan is, everything must be tried first, which is why he came to Bane. But now, Bane's new invention surprised him a little. It is not only the black light power representing death that can affect the origin power, but also the white light power representing life. Then it can be deduced by the same logic that the green of all things and the red of all living things, which represent life, can also affect the people on the origin wall. I want to see Bane, Chen Tao said. Don't even think about it. The witch Radama finally tore off the mud face stuck on her face. She threw the mud face with a suspicious pervert expression on the ground, and with a gloomy face, she also activated the curse seal. Chen Tao called this power invented by Bane. The young woman dressed as a shaman quickly turned into a tree man in front of Chen Tao. Unlike the ghostly look of the dead man, it was obvious that the green of all things prevailed on the witch Radama. Stop. However, just as she was bracing herself and preparing to fight Batman for 300 rounds, a voice stopped her. Chen Tao turned his head and saw Bane, wearing a short training robe and a shiny bald head, appeared next to a wooden door not far away. Next to him was the telepathic Blake, who also had a shiny bald head. Blake was once a villain of Superman, but later turned into a corpse of decayed black, and was completely controlled by Bane until now. The front yard of the entire temple was filled with wailing, with injured monks and traces of huge demonic destruction everywhere. In this mess, Bane walked over, and the people around him bowed to him. Master. They put their hands together, just like the scene of an American kung fu movie. Chen Tao looked at him with a squint. Great, I found Pi again. Chapter 268 Batman, Bane, we are brothers. Bane. Old friend. Chen Tao put his arm around his shoulder affectionately. It's been a long time. Bane had no expression on his face and didn't say a word. The monks around him, the witch Radama who was half cursed, and the dead man also followed and surrounded Chen Tao. Have you seen enough? Come with me, Batman. Bane spoke. His wrinkled face was calm. He turned around in the manner of master character in a very American kung fu movie, and Chen Tao followed him with a strange expression. The monks behind him and the two third-line villains bowed together and put their hands together to see them off. This feeling was really outrageous. Bane led Chen Tao, walked through the very quaint stone path and wooden structure stairs, and finally arrived at a room. Bane pulled open the screen, lowered his head that was more than 2 meters tall, and walked into the room first. There was nothing in this room except a table, 2 cushions and a few incense sticks. Oh, and a pot of tea. Chen Tao and Bane sat opposite each other on the futon. Bane used his big palm-like hands and carrot-like fingers to deftly pour a cup of tea for Chen Tao. The damn tea bowl was so small, not even as big as Chen Tao's palm. Chen Tao grabbed it and drank it all in one gulp. Bane, who looked like a brown bear, was still quietly performing the tea ceremony like a young girl. Chen Tao couldn't stand it anymore. I need your help, he said directly. You have to help me get out of the origin wall. Always so anxious, Batman. Then he heard Bane's hoarse voice, in a hurry to save the world again. Huh. You never stop. I thought that, when we meet again, you would first care about what I have done, instead of thinking about your own things all day long. Without waiting for Chen Tao to speak, Bane continued to talk to himself. I traveled all over the world, looking for my biological father everywhere, but found nothing. During this period, I finally gradually realized that my obsession with you is so ridiculous. Whether it is to destroy you or to help you, all of this is meaningless to me, and these should not be the direction of my life. So please go back, Batman. I won't help you anymore. I have been living in seclusion here for a long time. I have been cultivating myself and have completely let go of all my obsession with you. I will never be obsessed with you again. Bane said, you know what? When I found out that you were visiting today, I even felt a little bit of anticipation. I look forward to completely severing all ties with you. Bane. Listen to me first. Bane waved his hand. You are a stranger to me now. If you want to have a cup of tea with me now, I can still accompany you, but you want to drag me to save the world for no reason? Don't even think about it. I'm just a hermit living in the Himalayas. The world and justice need your help. Chen Tao said. You are the one who needed my help. Bane corrected. If it was in the past, I might be convinced by you and help you without hesitation. But there is no such good thing now. He said with great sorrow. I once tried to chase you, conquer you, and then suffered every day and night after failure. You don't understand the pain at all. Then I thought I had let it go. I thought I was relieved. I thought I helped you because I wanted to seek those legal identities granted by the government. I lied to others in the same way, and I lied to myself in the same way. I lied to myself and believed it. But those are all nonsense. Bane, listen to me first. You should listen to me, Batman. Bane became a little excited. His eyes were empty, and he was completely immersed in the memories of the past. His childhood, the time when he was trapped in prison. In that era, Bane strengthened his ideals and realized his destiny. He forged that boy into who he is today. I once had that dream. When I was young, I dreamed of my future self, and I told myself that I would become a perfect combination of spirit and body, a living example of human superiority to the extreme. I once told myself that the blood of a king flows in my veins, and that is the blood of my father. The world belongs to me, and one day I will rule it. I told myself that by then, all human beings will bow down in front of me like livestock and be as weak as sheep. I told myself that there are not many people who can stand above 10,000 people, and I'm one of them. On my way to dominating the world, I only have one threat left. Bane stared at Chen Tao closely. Fear. The fear hidden in my heart. Only fear will prevent me from getting what belongs to me. As long as I conquer the fear in my heart, then I will have everything I deserve. I will be invincible and become the overlord of all things. And you, Batman, you. For so many years, I have regarded you as the embodiment of my inner fear. Even after giving up on opposing you, I still instinctively followed your footsteps. This meaningless obsession with you is like a reading addiction, which has tied me to a comet that revolves around you. In order to overcome the fear, I have become a slave to fear. But now, the offense and defense have changed, and the situation is different. Bane trembled and made a declaration of his life. I have overcome fear, and I'm no longer obsessed with you. Me, you. We have nothing to do with each other. There is no connection anymore. My life and meaning no longer revolve around you. He said, so no matter what you ask for or plead, I will never help you again. Because I have no reason anymore. Bane, I said, the world wants. Bane's expression gradually calmed down, and he poured himself another cup of tea. Although the ceiling of the room did not change at this time, Chintao inexplicably felt that the entire space was much wider. Bane's voice came to his ears. I'm a villain, not a superhero. What is happening in the world is something you should find a way to solve. Bane picked up the tea, then took a sip, and raised it directly, as if to send the tea away. You can't get any help from me, Batman. I have no position to help you. You and I are brothers. So Batman, you'd better know. What the hell did you say? Bane, who wanted to continue, was stuck. He could no longer pretend to be a senior master, and his eyes were wide open. Say it again. I said, you and I are brothers. Chintao said, my father, Thomas Wayne, had a close relationship with your mother many years ago. Bane heard Batman say this while taking out a photo from his universal belt and showing it to him. Bane immediately poured tea on the photo to test whether it was a mud face. No problem. This is really a genuine photo. In it, his mother is standing with Thomas Wayne arm in arm. Chintao looked at Bane's unbelievable face. This photo is real. It is also completely true that Bane's mother has a close relationship with Batman's father Thomas Wayne. These are all facts. In the original comics, such a plot is indeed mentioned. In the original history, of course, it was not Chintao who found this photo, but Bane. This photo successfully misled Bane, making him think that his father was Thomas Wayne. He even took this photo to Gotham to find Batman to recognize his father. Of course, according to the usual nature of comics, the conclusion of this recognition is that Bane is not Thomas Wayne's son, but this matter is still real. Chintao prepared this photo a long time ago. The original plan was to take out this photo in case there was a mistake in the fight against Bane one day, so that the other party would stop attacking. But for various reasons, this trump card has never seen the light of day. This time when he came to find Bane, Chintao deliberately brought this card with him, and he really used it. Chapter 269 Poor Bane, being played around by others. You're trying to play tricks on me. Bane said, it's Mudface again. What I said is all true. You have your own brain and the thinking ability to match it. You can verify whether what I said is true or not. Chintao said, you have investigated your mother's life trajectory, haven't you? I guess you must have discovered that there was a man in your mother's life who was very important to her, and they had been together for many years. Chintao slowly talked about the profile that Bane had made of the man who was suspected to be his father. The man who lived with your mother was an American and a doctor. He may have had a military career and has a strong physique. Based on the descriptions of the man by the residents who had contact with him, you can only roughly piece together that the other party seems to be a gentle person. But where is he from? Where is he now? You didn't find any useful information. You only knew the man's name. Thomas. X2 Bane let out a low breath. But I never thought that Thomas might be Thomas Wayne, because someone told you that a local priest may have the only photo of your mother and that man. But when you rushed over. But the priest told me. That's right. Chintao said, someone had already found that place more than half a year ago and spent $52 to buy the old photo. The person who bought the photo called himself Matchstick Malone, and his real name is Bruce Wayne. X2 damn it. Bane said, you took the photo and cut off my clues to continue tracking. He was so angry that he grabbed the collar of Batman in front of him. After losing that clue, I wasted more than 3 months aimlessly in the countries around the Caribbean. Why didn't you ever tell me that you did this? This way it will be convenient for me to bring this matter up when I need it as a trump card to morally blackmail you to do things for me. Chintao said sincerely, it's useless. DNA testing can tell me the truth. Bane said, "Just because your father and my mother have been here before doesn't mean that." Then he saw Chen-Tao's head begin to twist and deform in front of him, turning into a huge dinosaur head. This came from the Batasaurus he had installed, and then turned into a car computer with an LCD screen, and then turned into a real bat head. This is the transformation that can be used freely after injecting the human-faced bat serum. DNA test? Chen-Tao said, "That's impossible. It's really impossible. Chen-Tao is no longer a purebred Batman or a purebred Bruce Wayne. Loading is a kind of abnormal transformation that uses something that exists in this universe to permanently give a certain Batman's characteristics to Chen-Tao. So although Chen-Tao still looks like a normal human on the surface, he has nothing to do with humans inside. Now there are 3 mother boxes neatly stacked in his stomach. He can still bleed now, but the blood has long been in the shape of dinosaur genes and bat genes. DNA testing can't detect anything. As for Thomas Wayne, he is now a big zombie. You can order him to dance, read newspapers, or find a roadblock to wear on his forehead, and then help you attack Dave's house and eat the owner's brain. But you can't use his blood for DNA testing. In other words, unless Damian Wayne suddenly appears in front of Bane now, the 2 existing Wayne family members are not normal humans, and Bane cannot take anyone for DNA testing. Bane also realized this immediately, and then his whole face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Chen-Tao knew that Bane was unusually obsessed with his family, which might be related to his childhood without a father or a mother. In the original comics, Thomas Wayne was indeed not Bane's father. After Bane found out that his mother had an affair with Thomas Wayne, he came to Gotham to find Batman and did a DNA test with Batman. After confirming that they were not brothers, Bane took Batman's funding and left Gotham peacefully. In the end, he really found his father, King Snake, a vicious cult leader. No matter how you look at it, this guy is a complete scumbag who sells books, kills people, and is a gangster. His first half of life was full of failures. The only experience worth mentioning was that he was defeated by Lady Shiva. But even such a pure villain, Bane still works for him, just because King Snake is his biological father. Although Bane still took action against King Snake in the end of the comics, as a first-line villain of Batman, listening to his father so much is a characteristic that can be manipulated. Chen-Tao originally grasped this pain point and planned to use it to prevent Bane from trying to rebel when dealing with Brainiac's use of Bane. As a result, he didn't expect that after he said to Bane, "I have no one to trust except you," Bane really helped so honestly. So this trump card was not used in the end, but he didn't reveal it so directly. What if it can be used in the future? So now it is a situation of it can be used in the future. But even so, I won't help you. Bane held the photo, was stunned for a while, and then said firmly, "I have been ordered by you to reach." Then he saw Batman staring at him eagerly. Normal people can imagine Batman staring with eyes as big as a washbasin. Wait, washbasin sized. It's really washbasin sized. Chen-Tao showed part of the transformation of Bat Dragon. Part of the green scales surrounded his forehead to the bridge of his nose, and a pair of eyes completely restored the appearance of dinosaurs. However, this pair of dinosaur-sized washbasin-sized eyes happened to be placed on a normal proportioned human forehead. This horrifying scene is simply indescribably terrifying and weird, and the other party blinked his eyes, which made it even more creepy. Chen-Tao stretched out his finger, and with the flash of silver particles, countless tiny black nanorobots flew out from his fingertips, and then split into 2 in the air. The 2 groups of nanorobots flew to the pair of dinosaur eyeballs as big as washbasins that Chen-Tao had conjured up before, and then lined up to form 2 English words on the surface of the 2 eyeballs. "Help me." After this step was completed, he turned around and flashed his really big eyes at Bane. "Help me, can you really bear to see your brother die? All this is for justice. No, your brother and father's career. Bane, the earth is about to be destroyed. Do you really think you can still teach and do experiments quietly in the Himalayas?" Bane let out a long breath, and Batman's voice was still ringing. "And this time I just came to find your corrupt black corpse to help me work. I don't need you to do it yourself. Help me." Bane took a breath of cold air. He turned his head away, not wanting to look at the outrageous scene of Batman's big eyes in front of him. "Enough," he muttered. "You win." As he said this, he almost gritted his teeth and said, "I'll help." So a few minutes later, Chen Tao and Bane, who had returned to normal, packed up and appeared in front of his group of disciples. "I have something to do and need to go with Batman," Bane said. Chapter 270 Superboy Prime. Batman is extremely evil. "We are just going out to do some work. Is it necessary to dismiss all your disciples?" Chen Tao said. At this time, the monks under Bane and some people dressed in strange clothes were carrying backpacks and bags. Chen Tao even saw someone holding a small floral package on his back with a stick, just like when Tom was kicked out of the house by the hostess in Tom and Jerry. "I'm doing this to protect them," Bane said. "I shared the power of the Black of Decay with them, but without my protection, their situation will be very dangerous." "Dangerous?" Chen Tao asked. "Tell me more about it. Is there anything I don't understand?" Bane glanced at him. "You don't care about me enough." Chen Tao was not sure if the other party was a little bit sarcastic, as if the subtext was saying, "Look, the famous Batman is not so omnipotent," but it seemed to be his illusion. "Anyway," Bane continued, "I would have thought that a cautious person like you would have heard about the monster attacks on mountain people in recent months." No. Chen Tao had no expression on his face. He was too busy to pay attention to such things. He was not God, and he knew everything that happened in the world in a second. Maybe the monsters eating people were well known in the area around the Himalayas, but the world is so big, and so many things happen every day. It is still very difficult for one thing to break through the circle and be heard by everyone in the world. However, Chen Tao pretended to know about this matter on the surface, and then nodded. "I thought it was just a rumor, and it has something to do with your matter." Chen Tao said a question sentence, but used an affirmative tone. Bane nodded. "Maybe it is what always happens when every user of the black power of corruption becomes powerful enough. My acquisition and exploration of the black power of corruption attracted the three hunters. The three hunters of the black power of corruption," he said. "Do you remember the first time we joined forces?" "I remember," Chen Tao said. "We joined forces to fight against Jason, the plant master who was controlled by the three hunters of the black power of corruption. The three hunters are the messengers of the black power of corruption. They have no concept of death. Even if they are destroyed, they will be reborn in the black power of corruption. These three beasts submit to the true controller of the black power of corruption, Anton Arcane," Bane said, "and Anton Arcane wants to completely control the black power of corruption and replace the authority of the Parliament of Corruption with his personal will." Chen Tao understood what this meant. The green of all things has the Council of Trees, the red of all beings has the Council of Totems, and the black power of corruption also has the Council of Corruption. If we take the red of all living things as an analogy, even if Chen Tao and Killer Croc are already powerful enough to control the red of all living things, although they can completely ignore the orders of the Totem Council, they have never thought of completely eradicating the existence of the Totem Council. The most important reason is that despite the various shortcomings of the animal heads of the Totem Council, they are the cornerstone of maintaining the red of all living things. They maintain the normal development of the red of all living things to ensure that the red of life will not expand endlessly and break the balance of the three basic natural forces. They are a self-correction program of the red of all living things, limiting the terrifying, evil, bloody and cruel side of the red of all living things. The same is true for the Black of Decay, but now the Black of Decay has lost control. The corrupted council is all gone, and Anton Arcane has taken over all the power. The Black of Decay has completely lost its ability to correct itself, and has fallen into unlimited expansion for hundreds of years. They will never allow another powerful controller of the Black of Decay besides Arcane, like me. Bane shook his head. "So you must be wondering why I didn't continue looking for my father. According to common sense, even if I didn't get any useful clues in the Caribbean, I should still continue to investigate. I have never been a person who gives up easily. At least I shouldn't have gone to the Himalayas to live in seclusion. So this is a reason. The fact is, I can't go anymore. My control over the Black of Decay has exceeded a certain limit, so I attracted the crazy attack of the three hunters of the Black of Decay. They may not be able to do anything to me, but they can make every place I pass by a river of blood. I found myself a messenger of death, and no matter where I go, I will only bring death and misfortune to the local area." Bane watched the monks and those people in strange costumes line up to leave the temple gate. So I came to the Himalayas to live in seclusion, trying to solve the problem of the 3 hunters of corruption. During this period, these people became my disciples for various reasons. I gave them the power of corruption black, both as an experiment and as a teaching. I also protected them so that they would not be harmed by the 3 hunters, even when they were around me. They basically all possess a little bit of the power of corruption black. Even those users who are not infected by the power of corruption black more or less possess a part of the green of all things and the red of all living things. The power they possess is too little, and corruption black does not have the energy to deliberately seize them one by one. But if they gather together, a pile of coins scattered throughout a huge city will not be picked up by anyone. But if they are piled together, you will definitely be willing to bend down. Bane said, once I leave with you, they will become a pile of coins without a protector. Although the single denomination is small, it will still be happily collected by the 3 hunters. So it is better to disperse them while I'm still here. The 3 hunters can sense me, and they will not attack those who leave. Chen Tao turned his head and looked at the witch Radama and the dead man. What about them? The black of decay in their bodies is also too strong. It's no longer coins, but $100 bills. If we let them go, they will be targeted by the 3 hunters. So no matter what you want me to do for you, Batman, I have to take them with me. The dead man and the witch Radama clasped their hands together with a serious expression. Please. Chen Tao looked at the 2 of them with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Okay. 2 people who control the black of decay. The more the better. Chen Tao turned to Bane and said, I don't think it's necessary to dismiss your disciples. It's a waste. We can make good use of them. Well, I mean, we can let them help you. Bane shook his head and said, the power in their bodies is really too little. If you need the power of the black of decay to help you do something, there's no need to bring them. The 3 of us are enough. Bane said, so, what is it? This is the origin wall. This should be the edge of the universe where no one lives. It should be a quiet and peaceful no man's land. But at this moment, waves of creepy roars kept ringing around the wall. I'm going to kill you, all of you. The voice was hoarse and gloomy, but upon closer listening, it came from a young and delicate voice. This voice should have made people feel warm and kind when they heard it, but now, the owner of this voice can only make people feel warm physically. He is Superboy Prime, a monster who has survived the restart of the universe. The meditative mites call him the Dark Man with an unspeakable name. At this moment, he is imprisoned in this huge wall that is so vast that it is unimaginable. Superboy Prime struggled hard. Although there is no day or night around the origin wall, this is still what he does every once in a while. Although he knows that this approach is futile, driven by great anger, people are not rational at all. You bunch of so-called heroes who are born evil. My world. After a manic roar, it is unknown how long it has passed before Superboy Prime finally calms down. He no longer knows how long he has been trapped in the origin wall, and how many times the universe has restarted. Even his concept of time is a little vague. Sometimes he even envies those unknown creatures that have been stuck in the depths of the origin wall, envies that they have completely lost their ability to perceive the outside world, and envies that they don't have to be stuck on the surface of the wall like himself, who can still feel everything outside, but cannot break free. But, it doesn't matter. In the glittering void, the red eyes of Superboy Prime flashed. No matter how many times the universe restarts, one day, he will always come back again, and that time will be the end of those bastards, and now all he has to do is wait. Superboy Prime looked up, and saw a portal appeared in the air not far away, and Batman, Bane and his 2 apprentices, 2 corpses, appeared in front of him. Superboy Prime immediately sensed the thick black power of decay on the 2 corpses. He was immediately happy, but he didn't show it in front of the other party. He looked at Batman. I think you may have changed your mind. Yes. Chen Tao nodded happily and said, Superboy Prime, congratulations on your free time. Superboy Prime felt a little weird. The last time he saw Batman, he felt that Batman seemed a little strange and abnormal after the universe restarted this time, and he was different from the one he knew before. But the longing for escaping the cage ultimately made Superboy Prime not in the mood to investigate the strange things about Batman. After all, everyone would die after he came out, so what if Batman was a little more funny? His eyes were fixed on the two corpses. He immediately realized what Batman wanted to do. Batman was still like in the past, always able to surprise others. Are you sure that only those two corpses are needed to pull this guy off the wall? Then Superboy Prime heard Bane say, "Wait, Bane?" Superboy Prime couldn't understand how this pair of enemies got together, and Bane seemed to have the power of the Black of Decay. What the hell was this? But this was not the point. The point was that he soon realized that Batman and Bane were now in the same group, and then a huge disgust suddenly surged in his heart. Ugh. There is no salvation for this universe now. Superheroes always cooperate with evil villains. It's too dark and evil. They are no longer human. This world deserves destruction. But now the primary goal is to get himself off the wall, so that he can have the ability and opportunity to purify this damn world. So even though he was extremely disgusted, Superboy Prime still did not show it, but said normally, "Your idea is completely correct. Using the power of the Black Power of Decay can indeed pull me off the wall, but..." He looked at the two corpses filled with the Black Power of Decay. "But if it is these two corpses..." Superboy Prime originally wanted to tell Batman tactfully that the origin wall is not such a simple thing. Just two corpses of the Black Power of Decay want to pull him off the wall. This is not enough. Not enough at all. Superboy Prime wants to get off the wall from the bottom of his heart. At least in the request of pulling him off the wall, he and Batman are now in agreement. But before he could say anything, he saw Batman standing behind Bane and winking at him. What does this mean? Although Superboy Prime did not understand Batman's meaning at the first time, he still stopped the previous topic very smartly and then started to talk some irrelevant nonsense. While he was talking, he paid attention to Batman's movements. The other party still did not speak, but coughed lightly, standing behind Bane, looking at him, and then lingered on the origin wall for a while. Superboy Prime did not realize what the other party meant at first, but he soon understood. Fuck. Those two corpses were not the ones responsible for pulling him off the wall, but Bane was. They were so close, and Superboy Prime had already felt the decayed black power in Bane's body, which was far more than the two corpses. The probability of pulling it off the wall with so much power was much greater than that of the two corpses. "It's okay, Bane. There is no need for you to do anything." Then he heard Batman say to Bane, "Once Superboy Prime is pulled off, Zombie Black and Zombie Hairy Man will basically stick to the wall, but this is only temporary. Believe me, I can pull them off after the matter is over." Superboy Prime felt cold in his heart when he heard it. He knew that the one who would be stuck to the origin wall in the end was not the two unconscious zombies, but Bane, who was talking happily with Batman at this time. "Batman, you are so cruel." Prime Superboy looked at Bane standing beside Batman and nodded repeatedly, like a pig who didn't know his own fate. "Idiot. Batman has sold you out. He must have left a trick to control you, and then control you to replace me from the origin wall, and make you my scapegoat. As for saving Bane from the origin wall, this is even more unrealistic. The black decay in Batman's body is very small. Even if he has the courage to replace himself, he can't pull Bane off. Batman also knows this. How can he save Bane? The result of Bane listening to Batman is that he will be sealed in the origin wall forever." Prime Superboy sorted out Batman's plan in his mind, and the whole person almost trembled. "Evil. Too evil. Extremely evil. What? Don't worry, as long as you get Superboy Prime down first, no matter how many bodies are stuck, I can get them all down. Not even a hair will be lost. I have already planned it all." Superboy Prime listened to Batman's nonsense and looked at Bane with a little more pity. Poor guy, he was fooled by Batman. "But I will kill Batman after I get down, which can be regarded as revenge for you. Anyway, I'm just taking you to familiarize yourself with the route now, and when the real decisive battle comes." Batman took Bane away again, but Superboy Prime was not angry at all. He knew that he would be released soon. He had waited for so long, and it didn't matter if he waited a little longer. Batman seemed to have made up his mind to release him, and he didn't know what kind of beast he had released. When he got out of the cage, everyone would tremble at his feet. The origin wall returned to peace again. This time, even Superboy Prime did not make any noise, but waited quietly. waiting for the end of everything to come. American comic alien Duval traveled to the American comic world and found that he was followed by an alien. Let me set a small goal first. I want to build a universe with aliens. In the Marvel multiverse, Iron Man, wearing an anti-alien armor, fell from the sky. Sorry, Duval, I have to stop you. Wolverine, who reversed the future, looked sad. Mutants should not be part of your race. Kang the Conqueror looked at the many alien Kangs who had sneaked into his dynasty and remained silent. In the DC multiverse, Superman was beaten by several superhuman aliens, and he shouted, "Bring out the kryptonite cannon." Batman desperately beat down an alien and asked a soul-searching question, "Do you bleed?" "Oh, acid." Green Lantern was chased by aliens wearing various lantern rings for dozens of galaxies, and he was extremely annoyed. Why can these ghosts become lanterns? When Duval led the alien army into various multiverses and captured gods as incubators, he looked around. It seems that something terrible has happened. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271. We are going directly to Darkseid's hometown. Cyborg Superman stood on the top of the Hall of Justice, looking down at the entire Justice League Hall that had been completed. In his mind, his thoughts had already crossed thousands of mountains and rivers and connected with the meditation might. How is it? In the channel composed of information, he asked Meditation Might, "Did the outsider ever doubt the relationship between us?" "No." Soon, the slightly hoarse voice of Meditation Might came from the old magic radio in Cyborg Superman's mind. "The recruitment game we performed has completely deceived the outsider. The outsider always thought that I got to know you through him and finally formed an alliance between the three of us. But the actual situation is just the opposite. That idiot is the one who was fooled." Note, Chapter 241. Meditation Might pretended to know Cyborg Superman for the first time in order to deceive the outsider. "Don't talk nonsense." Cyborg Superman's cold voice came. "I just want to know whether the outsider and his secret society of supervillains lied to me, and whether they can really use the so-called father box to replace the three who failed to grab the mother box and thus summon Darkseid to Earth." He said, "That bastard, the outsider, never thought about fulfilling his promise and summoning Darkseid to Earth. So if he is unwilling to redeem it, I'm afraid I have to help him personally. But before that, I need to confirm that the outsider really has the ability to summon Darkseid and is not lying to me. So tell me the answer now, Meditation Might. The outsider really has the ability." Then the Cyborg Superman heard the voice of Meditation Might. "Great Cyborg Superman, although the outsider does not really want to help you, what he said about the father box being able to summon Darkseid is absolutely true." Before the Cyborg Superman finished speaking, Meditation Might continued, "Don't worry, I will get the father box that can help Darkseid come to Earth." Just when Batman thought he could sit back and relax after protecting the three mother boxes, the arrival of the great Darkseid will definitely be an interesting surprise. And we will fulfill our promise then. Darkseid does not need any magic on Earth. All of this magic will belong to you. Cyborg Superman said smoothly, "Our interests are not in conflict. After all you need is magic on Earth, not to rule this planet. There is only one thing you pursue, and that is stronger magic." "Indeed," Meditation Might said, "so magic belongs to me, and Earth belongs to Darkseid." He said, "Batman will be surprised by the sudden arrival of Darkseid." Note, because in essence, as the villain of the parallel universe Earth 3, the outsider, his core demand is to weaken the Justice League, where the protagonist is, and prepare for the invasion of the crime syndicate of Earth 3. But if Darkseid directly occupies the Earth, then will the criminal new Tigger of Earth 3 come here to take over the ruins? So from the beginning, the outsider never thought of summoning Darkseid. His and Cyborg Superman's goals are completely diametrically opposed. Great. Metropolis, in the laboratory of Wayne Group. For Wayne Group, no matter how expensive and high-tech the equipment is, it is not unique in the face of money. So what the Gotham City laboratory has, the Metropolis laboratory also has it. It is nothing more than buying another set of equipment. This is also convenient for Lucius to carry out his research in any city anytime, anywhere and seamlessly. At this moment, Chen Tao, who has synchronized with the Batman, is in front of Lucius, the chief scientist of Wayne Group, stroking the body of a hairy man with an obsessed face. This is a monster secretly researched and created by the secret society of supervillains under the command of the villain Outsider, and was captured by Chen Tao during the incident of Aquaman. So, how long are you going to study this thing? Lucius said, I don't quite understand. You have been touching this guy for almost 2 hours. This guy's in the laboratory, and you have plenty of time to study it in the future. Chen Tao did not tell Lucius anything about Superboy Prime, although the other party has been under his surveillance and there is no possibility of any leaks. But on this matter, he is very tight-lipped. He knew that, if you don't keep things secret, you will lose your life. If Lucius knew about Superboy Prime, how could he help? No, there was no link that he needed to be directly involved in, only the role that he needed to play indirectly. Then he shouldn't know the whole plan. I'm just a little excited to get a new toy. Chen Tao shook his head. The lightning rod you asked me to repair last time was not broken at all. Lucius said. Chen Tao knew that Lucius was talking about the high-tech equipment in the City of Apes that Gorilla Grodd used when he was fighting the Flash and his friends. It could create a Speed Force storm and even infuse Speed Force into his body. Gorilla Grodd had used this thing to drain the Speed Force of Central City before, causing the entire city to fall into a state of time suspension. After he was defeated, he even became a device, and the lightning rod device also fell into Chen Tao's hands. However, Chen Tao never figured out how to use this thing, so he threw it directly to Lucius and asked him to find a way to study it. It's just that we didn't know how to use it before. After several dangerous experiments, with the help of the Flash and the forced confession of the Gorilla Grodd after being abused, we were finally able to operate this device. Lucius paused, then continued, in fact, I don't understand the principle of this thing, but I still built a foolproof external control panel. Now any junior high school student with normal IQ can use that thing. Well done, Lucius. Give you a bonus. Chen Tao said. The instrument itself is not broken, it's just that we were like a group of primitive people before, and didn't know how to operate it. It's okay, I'm just looking for a reason to give you a raise. Okay, thank you, Bruce. But I still want to know where you want to use this lightning rod. Lucius showed a look of confusion. This thing can drain all the speed force of an entire city at any time, causing everyone's time to stagnate in place. This is completely a weapon that attacks a large group of people, and it can't be specified in a certain area. He said, I really can't think of an application scenario for such a weapon. I mainly use it to surprise my good friend. Chen Tao lied to Lucius. Maybe it was part of the truth, while carefully copying the magic symbols on the hairy man. At this moment, the hairy man fell into a deep coma, like a dead pig, without any reaction to Chen Tao's behavior. In order to ensure that the hairy man can break through the magic shield of Atlantis, the meditation might has put in a lot of effort. For example, at this moment, the magic left on the hairy man by the opponent has the following effect. No matter where the teleportation spell on the Atlantis magic shield teleports the hairy man, the opponent will come back in the next second through this magic on his body. According to the magic knowledge that Chen Tao knows, this is simply an incredible miracle. Because unless you use force to force the effect, regardless of waste, at any cost, all spells will have a limit on the teleportation distance. Even if Chen Tao had the Death King's treasure, the Golden Ball, which could even allow Chen Tao to cross directly to Atrocitus's ice moat, it was still impossible for Chen Tao to cross to the side of the Prime Superboy on the origin wall. He had to pass through the Eternal Cellar to get through. But the meditation might spell broke this. Just like taking Bane to find the way. After sending Bane away, Chen Tao also took Atrocitus to find the way, and tried the meditation might spell next to the origin wall. When Chen Tao and Atrocitus first studied this spell, they didn't understand how it was done, but after studying it for a while, they found that the meditation might was extremely smart and set up a spell that imitated other people's spells. So the whole hairy man recall program works like this. The Atlantis teleportation array was activated, and the hairy man was teleported away. The meditation might spell was activated, and the Atlantis teleportation array was directly copied. Then the Atlantis teleportation array's magic was used to teleport the hairy man back. In this way, even if the meditation might did not know the counterspell of the Atlantis teleportation array, the hairy man was still teleported back through the magic copying technique, achieving the purpose of protecting the hairy man from being teleported away. The DC version copied the Ninja Kakashi, and the American comic version of the Sun Moon cult moved the world. Chen Tao wanted to stand up and applaud the meditation might. This is simply a genius idea, and it also deeply reflects the gap in magic attainments between Chen Tao, a magician who changed his career through the bad mage, and the orthodox magic villain like the meditation might. But this spell is very good, and now it is mine. To a certain extent, the meditation might helped a lot, otherwise he would have to use more complicated methods to achieve the same goal. The meditation might is still a loyal person. Chen Tao was touched. He stood up and patted his, but while thinking this, in short, the magic of the hairy man has been learned, and has lost its value. The next step is to give it to Bane to turn it into a rotten corpse for further recycling. But there is no need to tell Lucius about this. He said, "Don't be so anxious, Lucius. I'm just taking this rare opportunity to wait for Dr. Stone to come to the laboratory to continue my research." He waved his hand and said, "Can I rush over and ask Dr. Stone to stop watching his son's football game and come to help me with the experiment?" There is no such thing as being on call. Ever since Chen Tao stopped Victor Stone from becoming the superhero cyborg, their father-son relationship has visibly taken a big step forward. Now Dr. Stone almost immerses himself in his son's football games and doesn't even want to do his work. This can be regarded as a kind of retaliatory compensation. Unfortunately, in the universe they live in, Dr. Silas Stone still has a chance to repay and pay off. Instead of being like in a certain universe, the wrongs done can never be made up for. So, let them enjoy the father-son time for a while. Although I'm anxious, I'm not anxious to this extent. Huh? Chen Tao said halfway and suddenly raised his eyebrows. Lucius stared at him. "You really have been monitoring Dr. Stone all along. Victor Stone's game is over, which means Dr. Stone is free now." Chen Tao said this while taking out the golden ball of the Death King from his arms. In an instant, the portal of the golden vortex opened. Chen Tao stretched out his hand and dragged Dr. Stone, who was still celebrating for his son on the field, to the center of the laboratory. Dr. Stone, who was confused, met Batman's red eyes before he could react. "Okay, Dr. Stone, I declare that the vacation is over, and it's time to work." Then Batman opened his mouth in front of him, and with a vomiting sound, the 3 mother boxes were neatly spit out by him, and they were stacked on the table. "Batman," I said, "scientific research is not carpentry work. You can't do it any way you want." After realizing what was going on, Dr. Stone shook his head and sighed. "It is too difficult for us to close the mother box in reverse. We don't know enough about the mother box. You said if I could open a door for you it's to open the sonic boom channel." Chen Tao corrected. Yes, the sonic boom channel, but this is not the point." Drive Stone said, "When I was doing experiments with the 2 mother boxes before, I had already studied them thoroughly." He reached out and picked up the 3 mother boxes from the table and placed them on the instrument next to him, saying, "You said that if you let me help you open a sonic boom channel to open the door and invite thieves and send us all to apocalypse, it would be as easy as playing. But if you want to close the already open channel in the opposite direction, it will be difficult, and it is very difficult." He said, "You don't have a deep understanding of the mother boxes. You don't know why. These 3 mother boxes are specially made to open a channel towards apocalypse." Dr. Stone was afraid that Batman would not understand, so he thought about it and gave an example. "If you want to give an example, it's like a shaped lock specially made for locking bicycles. It was made for the purpose of locking bicycles. Can you use it to lock the door? Of course you can. But you have to find a door that can let the U-shaped lock pass through, the kind of iron fence anti-theft door, so that you can achieve the purpose of locking the door with the shaped lock." So Dr. Stone spread his hands. You said that these mother boxes can be used to reversely close a sonic boom channel from Apocalypse to the Earth? My answer is of course it can. As Dr. Stone spoke, he quickly added, but it will be difficult for you to find the iron gate that belongs to your U-shaped lock. You have to note that its main function is to open the sonic boom channel from Apocalypse to the Earth, just like a U-shaped lock is to lock a bicycle, not for other purposes. He chatted on and on with a lot of nonsense, not noticing that Gentile didn't care much at all, and only heard one sentence: it's easy to open the passage to Apocalypse. He grabbed Silas Stone's arm. Well done, Dr. Stone. I feel relieved when you say this. We just want to use the mother box to open a door, and then go directly to Darkseid's hometown. Book title: I'm Really Not a Succubus. Introduction. 9th grade succubus. In addition to being extremely handsome and charming, you are also a thief. You can not only steal other people's property, but also their energy, memory, thoughts, and even their destiny. 8th grade succubus. You are even more handsome, and you are even better at stealing. At the same time, you are also a swindler who spreads right and wrong. Any lie you tell will become the truth. 7th grade succubus. You become a robber. No matter whether others are willing to let you steal or not, you can forcibly take away anything you want from them. 6th grade succubus. You become an arsonist. Your body fragrance can make any living being sick and intoxicated. No matter men, women, old, young, birds or beasts, they will all surrender under your legs. 3rd grade succubus. You are a disaster. The whole world is suffering because of you. Promotion ceremony, stealing the throne of a country. 1st class succubus. You finally grow into a real succubus. All the laws and authorities in the world are crazy about you. You fool everything and transcend the fate of time and space. The promotion ceremony, enchanting all living beings and turning the world upside down. Chapter 272. 3-day countdown. The end of traitors. When Supergirl Kara walked along the corridor leading to the Hall of Justice and arrived at the small reception room connected to the corridor in front of the conference room, she saw 4 people sitting together. Flash Barry Allen, Martian Manhunter John Jones, and Wonder Woman Diana Prince. They sat together and chatted in a very harmonious atmosphere. The Flash used his super speed to play chess with Martian Manhunter and Street Fighter 4 with Wonder Woman. When Kara walked to their side, Wonder Woman's Chun-Li, a controllable game character in Street Fighter 4, was defeated by Ken, controlled by the Flash with his precise parrying of every attack. Hey, this is not fair. Diana threw down the controller. Flash disappeared from the spot, then appeared in front of Martian Manhunter's chessboard and moved a chess piece. Then he held a burrito in his mouth and sat back on the sofa diagonally opposite Wonder Woman. How should I put it? The god of fighting games, Daigo Yamamoto, can make a suitable parry in 0.2 seconds, but my speed is 1000 times faster than his. Note, Daigo Yamamoto is a real person in reality. Come again. Wonder Woman said, in the name of Hera, I will not keep losing. This relaxed atmosphere made Supergirl Kara feel relieved. It seems that she has not been exposed yet. She is still the backbone of the Justice League and Robin of Batman, and is treated like a teammate. But she still plans to test it. So after greeting the few people sitting outside, Kara subconsciously wanted to push the door and walk into the conference room directly, but then she realized that this seemed a bit too tense, so she chatted with the trio outside for a few words, and then found a reason to walk into the main conference room. One is to see the situation, and the other is to find the other 2 accomplices. Then she saw that in the huge reception room, Batman was the only one sitting there. It was as if a swirling and raging shadow was licking its claws on the main seat. Boom. 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 It was like a silent drumbeat hitting her mind. Kara's heart was beating fast, and a chill rushed from her tailbone directly to her forehead. But in an instant, Batman turned his head, and the suffocating atmosphere disappeared without a trace. Kara, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. The beating hasn't started yet. There's something to eat. Are you hungry? No, it's okay. Have some drinks made by Alfred. It will refresh your mind. A cup of honey black tea sparkling water with mint will make you feel better. Okay. Kara's eyes swept over the drinks on the small table next to her. She flew over and poured herself a cup. While pouring tea, Kara silently analyzed Batman's performance. In the few seconds of question and answer, Batman's attitude seemed to be a bit impatient because his thinking was interrupted, but he was also a bit concerned and responded in a supernatural state. There was nothing abnormal. I'll wait outside. So Kara left without worry. Not long after, other members of the Justice League also came in one after another. Supergirl, Kara and Cyborg looked at each other and confirmed each other's safety in silent communication. Everyone, I solemnly introduce a new member to you. The King of the Seven Seas, Arthur Curry. He will be everyone's team cooperation training. The joint strategy of using the rogues as the backbone of the attack phalanx. Supergirl sat in her own seat and did not express any opinions. She silently collected the information revealed in the meeting. The content of the meeting was unremarkable, just some daily affairs of the Alliance, but she knew that this was just an appetizer, and everyone gathered together today not for these things. As expected, the meeting soon got to the point. The 3 mother boxes have been completely collected. The trapping plan for Steppenwolf. Supergirl, Kara did not look at Cyborg, but they both knew what would happen. The target of the trap recruited by Batman and his team would not be Steppenwolf alone, but the monsters released from the Eternal Vault brought by the meditation might and Steppenwolf's entire demon-like army. At the critical moment, the 3 spies hidden in the Justice League, Supergirl, Cyborg and Billy's father C.C. Batson, would suddenly attack the strongest members of the League, causing the complete collapse of the entire plan. Even if Batman can rely on his own strength to withstand the backstabs of 3 people and forcibly defeat the combination of meditation might and Steppenwolf, the entire Justice League and Batman himself are probably already exhausted. Then, they will activate the backup plan with the outsiders and summon Darkseid to Earth through the Father Box in the hands of the other party. Don't forget that the Father Box was found by Meditation Might himself from the Eternal Crypt sealed by the Wizard Council and handed over to the outsiders. How could he not tamper with it? The outsiders' original idea of not wanting to summon Darkseid was doomed to fail. Everything is for Darkseid. Darkseid will come directly to Earth and destroy all enemies who dare to resist him. More than 10 minutes later, the meeting has ended. Kara, who was about to return to her room after walking out of the Hall of Justice, heard Batman's call from her headset, driving her back to the meeting room again. Everyone in the conference room had left. Kara pushed the door open and saw that besides herself, there were only 4 people in the conference room: Green Lantern Hal, Martian Manhunter John Jones, Wonder Woman Diana Prince, and Batman. Batman was just sitting there, looking worried. Kara realized that the conversation was just a casual one, so she also showed some deliberate relaxation. Batman seemed more natural. Since Kara is here, our meeting can start. Let me put it this way, everyone who appears on the scene is the person I trust the most. There are 3 days left, and 3 days left for us to lure out Steppenwolf and get rid of him. But before that, we have another important thing to do. Kara pricked up her ears. You should know Grodd and the Turtle. I have kept them, because they are one of the keys to our victory. Kara was not stupid enough to ask such a stupid question as why are they the key to our victory? If Batman didn't tell her the reason, it would mean that he wanted to keep it secret. Even if she asked at this time, she would be evaded, and Batman would think that you were not pleasing enough to him. So Kara wisely chose the normal reaction that Batman most wanted to see from his successor: silence. Of course, there is also a machine called a lightning rod. This thing is also very important, right? We have to hide this thing in a place where Steppenwolf and his men will never find it. Even the Red of all beings is not safe enough. So our goal is Ice Moat, a reliable hiding place provided by Green Lantern Hal. Kara heard Batman say, we have to hide the key to our victory there. And Kara extracted the key words. The key to victory? This means Bronze Dragon, the tyrant's road to conquest. Don't let the Bronze Dragons who pursue absolute order become rulers. Their hatred of chaos will make them tyrants thousands of times more terrifying than evil dragons. In order to maintain the order they recognize, they don't even mind using massacres or even extermination of a race to maintain their rule. Sage, Friedrich Quinn, anyone who dares to disobey my orders will be destroyed. the overlord who rules the seven seas, the lord of all the deep sea tribes, the shadow of the scourge soaring above the coastal countries, the immortal tyrant, Diary Laurelian Nasdormu. Chapter 273, Spy Civil War. Supergirl decides to defeat Cyborg. In the Batcave sub-base in Gotham City, Chintao was sitting alone in front of the Bat computer at this time, and the clock pointed to 1:52 in the afternoon. He spent a whole morning secretly showing Marty and Manhunter and Wonder Woman how he deduced that Supergirl was a spy. Because he needed to hide it from others, it took a little more time, and now he returned to the Batcave. At this moment, he was crossing his fingers and putting the backrest of the Batchair back. He looked very leisurely, but in his mind he was deducing his plan over and over again. He knew that overthinking was too laborious, and maybe he didn't need to think about it over and over again. He also knew that the plan was well prepared, or it was perfected to the limit of what he could do. But after all, the whole plan needed to calculate an enemy that was far more powerful than he could imagine and understand. Before that figure really stood in front of the entire Justice League, before he really fully understood the extent of the enemy he was facing, all the preparations were actually like a blind man touching an elephant. Sometimes, maybe the entire Justice League can defeat Darkseid. Maybe I don't need to release Superboy Prime. Such thoughts have appeared in his mind many times, and he has repeatedly rejected them. Superboy Prime is too dangerous, too uncontrollable, and most importantly, almost invincible. And can Darkseid really be as he expected? Chintao shook his head. At this time, it was meaningless to think about these things that were about to happen. He turned his attention back to the things at hand. He notified Marty and Manhunter and Wonder Woman to come to him at 2 p.m., told Supergirl that they would leave at 3 o'clock, and told Cyborg to arrive on time at 4 o'clock. 1 hour each time was enough for him to assign tasks to everyone. Yes, there is a point worth noting here. Cyborg and Supergirl, not just Supergirl at the previous meeting. Chintao played a little trick, but what exactly is it? In short, one of the reasons why he kept Cyborg was to confirm who the third spy was besides him and CC Batson. Now that he has confirmed that Supergirl is the final spy, there is no need to keep Cyborg anymore. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Chintao turned his chair and saw that the clock had already pointed to 2 o'clock. Wonder Woman and Marty and Manhunter arrived on time. Marty and Manhunter maintained the appearance of General Swanwick. Unless he was really fighting, or had other necessary reasons, he preferred to show himself as a general. Chintao thought this was a kind of implicit and subconscious self-protection. Marty and Manhunter was always trying to make himself look more like an Earthling than an alien. But in fact, it can also be interpreted as the characterization of Marty and Manhunter's own identity. He subconsciously emphasized to others his identity as General Swanwick and the corresponding rights that this general identity brought him within the US government. In essence, it was a pursuit of a sense of security, while Wonder Woman beside him was much purer. The 5,000-year-old Amazon girl was armed to the teeth from head to toe, wearing bracelets, swords, shields, lassos of truth, and one artifact after another. She looked fully prepared for battle. Here you are, both of you, Chintao said. Please take a seat. He pulled a chair for the two people, and then pressed the button on the seat. Soon, a high-tech batship rose from the lift platform under the hall, and appeared in front of the three people. It's a beautiful ship, Marty and Hunter said. He was trying to find a beginning. Yes, it's a very beautiful ship, with space wormhole jumping technology, part of which comes from Brainiac's ship, which can take us to travel safely in the universe. Alfred once tried to add an automatic coffee machine to this ship, but I refused. Chintao jumped down from the computer chair, walked to the side of the ship and patted it. After all, it's a superhero's car with a coffee machine. People will think we are here for vacation. He was joking, but the next second, the style suddenly changed. I deliberately lowered the distance of this spaceship's space jump to extend the time we can sit on it. It is equipped with a death-level kryptonite spray, and the interior has been painted with a lead coating to block X-ray eyes. Wonder Woman is responsible for imprisoning with brute force from the back seat, and Marty and Manhunter is responsible for making the opponent lose the ability to resist in the kryptonite smoke. Our target today is Supergirl Kara Kent. Is that clear? Do you have any questions? Marty and Manhunter let out a sigh of relief. No, Batman. You explained it very clearly when you found us this morning, and I have no objection. Why isn't Green Lantern Hal Jordan here? Wonder Woman had not spoken since she came in. She raised her hand and asked, I thought you had called him to the meeting and would take him with you to participate in the operation. I'm not saying bad things about people behind their backs, but Hal Jordan's thinking is too erratic. In the entire Justice League, perhaps only Billy Batson is more unreliable than him. So from the beginning, Hal Jordan was a cover. Chintao patiently explained. Cyborg is also a spy, but it would be very strange if two spies appeared on a spaceship at the same time. Such a deliberate arrangement would definitely alert the other party. Chintao said, so I pretended that I had no intention of adding Cyborg in the early stage, but halfway through, I found an excuse that Hal was doing something else and pulled Cyborg in, making it look more like an accident for two spies to be on a spaceship at the same time rather than my special arrangement. But even so, it's hard to deceive. Marty and Hunter wanted to say something, but was stopped by Chintao's wave of his hand. This is what you have to do. Make sure that, when you sneak attack Supergirl from behind, it is fast, accurate and fierce. You don't need to worry about other problems. Chintao instructed them. When Supergirl comes later, no matter what I arrange for you, you just need to nod your head. 3 o'clock. Supergirl is here. In fact, Supergirl is a little entangled. Darkseid's control over Supergirl only reversed the other party's thoughts, but it did not reduce her IQ, so Supergirl is not completely without thinking. You see, this matter is weird, no matter how you think about it. There were only 3 days left to start planning, but on the eve of the war, Batman suddenly took them to hide weapons that could turn the tide of the war. What was he doing before? But if you have to explain it, it makes sense. For example, the weapon had just been repaired, and Batman said he was going to hide the weapon, taking a few companions with him, confirming the location along the way, and strangling any possible indigenous enemies. That makes sense, right? Yes, it makes sense. It's reasonable. Too reasonable. It's so reasonable that it's a little weird. Supergirl smelled danger in it, but she still came. It's not that she had to force her way in, even though she knew she might be exposed, but because Supergirl herself is not a spy who can retreat. Well, Supergirl admitted that this was indeed a forced approach. She didn't know which step made Batman suspicious, but now it should be just suspicion, and it hasn't reached the worst situation. And if you are more optimistic, there is also a possibility, or a more likely possibility, maybe she was wrong. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe. Have you ever thought that maybe everything is fake? Hiding weapons on ice moat, it's all bullshit. At this time, they were sitting in a row next to the Bat computer, having a tea party. Supergirl was still thinking about how to clear herself of suspicion, but when she heard Batman start to expose himself, she almost spit out the tea in her mouth. Wonder Woman Diana, who was sitting next to Batman, also widened her eyes and really spit out the tea on the ground. Marty and Hunter turned his head to look at Batman at the first time. This is totally inconsistent with what you told us before! Exclamation mark. Batman was still talking to himself. The reason I did this is to catch a spy. Supergirl almost had the urge to stand up and attack Batman out of fear. She suddenly tightened the muscles of her thighs, and her whole body was trembling slightly because she was about to attack the enemy. Marty and Manhunter was also ready to attack, feeling angry and anxious. Batman suddenly did this without telling him beforehand, so he had no idea what to do now. Should he kill Supergirl right here? He remembered that Batman had told him in the morning that there must be some special way of communication between Supergirl and Cyborg, and it was even possible that Darkseid himself would come to deliver the message for them. If both spies could not be captured at the same time, the capture of one of them would cause the other to realize that he was exposed, and then whether he escaped or did anything else, it would be an irreparable loss. This long series of analysis was not said by me, Marty and Manhunter, but by you, Batman. So what are you doing now? The spy has been hiding in the middle. He is extremely cunning and evil. Only by using this method can we deceive him and capture him at the lowest cost. Supergirl was ready to attack. She turned her head and tried her best to cover her forehead, which was already a little red, with her hair. She felt that the thermal vision in her head had been fully charged and was about to burst out. So the spy is, yes, right now. Supergirl had already thought it through. She was sure that she was exposed. She should use the fully charged thermal vision to repel Batman, then dodge Wonder Woman's sword, break out of the door, and then. The spy is Cyborg. Supergirl Kara couldn't help but pause. So this is the plan. Chintao said, the so-called hiding of important weapons is just a cover. The purpose is to quietly deal with the Cyborg Superman. The League decided that you will be the executioner who captures the Cyborg Superman. Supergirl heard Batman say, when the time comes, you and Wonder Woman will strangle the Cyborg Superman from behind, and the Martian Manhunter will be responsible for controlling it. We can catch the Cyborg Superman in one go. It's simple and clear. Chintao patted her shoulder and said, I pretended that I didn't intend to include the Cyborg Superman in the early stage, but I found an excuse that Hal was doing something else to pull the Cyborg Superman in halfway, just to paralyze the other party. The matter of exterminating the traitor depends on you, Kara. 4 o'clock Cyborg Superman came. He saw Supergirl Kara sitting with Batman, Wonder Woman, and Martian Manhunter. Great, I found Pi again. Ultraman, my monster can build a weather team. Satojan became a Leonix and can build a weather team in Pokemon by combining different monsters. So, the monster versions of the Rain Team, Sandstorm Team, Space Team, Snow Team, Sunny Team, etc. appeared in the Ultraman world. Chapter 274, Russian doll style backstab. Batman holds Wonder Woman's hips with his face. Cyborg Superman, your goal is to capture Billy Batson's father, C.C. Batson. He is a spy hidden among us. Chintao arranged the task as usual, and his expression was even exactly the same as when Martian Manhunter and Wonder Woman first came in. Martian Manhunter, who was sitting next to him, listened to the words coming out of Batman's mouth, and tried his best to keep a straight face. If the clock on the wall had not changed, he would have thought he had traveled back to 2 hours ago. That spy has been hiding among us. He is extremely cunning and evil. Only in this way can he be captured. So this is the plan. The Alliance decided that you will be the executioner to capture C.C. Batson. Chintao said, when the time comes, you will strangle C.C. Batson from behind with Wonder Woman and Supergirl, and Martian Manhunter will be in charge of the control. In an instant, you can catch the mechanical, C.C. Batson. It's simple and clear. Supergirl also tried her best to keep a straight face. This paragraph is so familiar, it's just a change of a person's name, not a single word is changed, right? Chintao patted the Cyborg Superman on the shoulder. The Martian Manhunter will directly become the seat under C.C. Batson's buttocks. Then he paused again, and then said in a very natural, reasonable, extremely serious, ordinary, and premeditated tone, and I will become the seat under Wonder Woman's buttocks. Diana's eyes widened suddenly. From just now until now, she has been sitting quietly beside and eating melons. Not even a letter of an English word came out. Even before the Martian Manhunter was visibly stiff, Wonder Woman had an attitude of I sneered and was shocked because you don't understand Batman. But now is it a little bit wrong? Hey. But Chintao seemed to have not noticed this at all and continued to speak without stopping for a word. 5 people will work together to capture old Batson alive at once. I guarantee that he can't run away. Martian Manhunter. No wonder Green Lantern Hal didn't come to participate. He was just thinking, look, Martian Manhunter, Wonder Woman, Supergirl, Cyborg, C.C. Batson, Batman, isn't this more than the 4 people they selected before? At the beginning, only 4 people were called to do the work, but some of them had to do other tasks temporarily, which led to personnel changes. This change directly increased the number of people to 6. Isn't this a case of trying to cover up one's own faults? Wouldn't it arouse suspicion? It turned out that they were waiting here. It must be said that this is an excellent strategic plan. As a Martian Manhunter can transform at will, and Batman obviously also has the ability to transform. The 2 of them are also the only 2 people in the Alliance who have both the ability to transform and strong combat power. And this is also a very excellent counter common sense combat plan. Normal people would not think that the seat under their buttocks would suddenly attack their buttocks, but would pay more attention to their seatmates. Batman himself also became a seat, which means that Batman disappeared during the mission, which would also greatly reduce the vigilance of the traitors, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Maybe we can swallow it in our bodies beforehand. Martian Manhunter changed his words halfway through his speech. He almost mentioned the kryptonite, some props that specifically suppress CC Batson's magic transformation and weaken its power. Then he looked at Wonder Woman Diana. Then Diana will tie it up with the lasso of truth. Now I know why you brought Diana with you. Every member will play a role. Yes. Chen Tao said seriously, a thorough and detailed plan. Every link is linked together. Linked together. It means that the spies will have their own targets to backstab. But now no one heard the pun. Chen Tao continued, Cyborg Superman, you are also an old member of the Alliance, and you have been doing a lot of good things among the people. In fact, it is to increase reputation. Chen Tao continued, it is precisely because I know that this matter is very shocking that I chose the person I trust most to help me do it. Wonder Woman originally wanted to express her objection, but was suddenly blocked by the two previous sentences thorough and detailed, linked together. At this time, she was sitting in her seat, staring at Chen Tao with her big eyes blinking. Chen Tao pretended not to see it. Cyborg had no expression on his face, but he was constantly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. If it were normal, he would immediately find another spy, Supergirl, to discuss it, but Batman was right in front of him at this time, and he would not take the risk to communicate with Supergirl by any means, so he decided on his own. He would deal with CC Batson as Batman said. Yes, that's right. Although the Might had already served Darkseid, the two families even teamed up to play a fraud game, and now they have tricked the outsider into the location of the father box. As long as they get the right to use this thing, they can send Darkseid directly to Earth, regardless of whether the outsider originally had the idea of attracting Darkseid. The point is that now the location of the father box is already at hand, and the value of the Might is no longer that great. As long as Darkseid can come to Earth, everything will be over. The Might was stupid and let his spy be exposed, but he was different. He was smart, and he was not exposed. If an exposed spy can be used to continue to deepen Batman's trust in him, then it is definitely a good deal. On the other side, Supergirl also had a blank expression on her face, and she was constantly weighing the pros and cons in her mind. After being controlled by Darkseid, Supergirl was now completely a machine that considered Darkseid's interests, so she made the choice that best suited Darkseid's interests. Cyborg had undoubtedly been exposed, and in this case, it was better for one person to be exposed than for both of them to be exposed. Batman was too smart and calculated everything, but he eventually overlooked himself. His desire for an excellent Robin blinded his judgment and logical thinking ability, which led to this major oversight. Meditation Might and Cyborg were stupid and exposed their spies, but she was different. She was smart, and she was not exposed. If two already exposed spies could be used to continue to deepen Batman's trust in him, then it would definitely be a good deal. Whether it was CC Batson or Cyborg, they would eventually be her scapegoats. So Supergirl did not try to save Cyborg in the end, and Cyborg did not try to save CC Batson. Supergirl and Cyborg were done. Chen Tao turned to look at Wonder Woman, who was sitting there in a daze. Diana. No response. Diana. Wonder Woman shuddered. Well, is it my turn to ride you now? Of course not. Chen Tao said, listen to me, CC Batson will be here later. You will sit in the driver's seat. You don't have to drive the spaceship, just pretend. Then, this and this, and then this and this. I will guide you to complete the whole performance. Chen Tao said, I'm sure you can do it. 5 o'clock. CC Batson is here. Unlike Supergirl and Cyborg, to spies whose wills have been completely modified, CC Batson has no self-awareness under the influence of magic, and everything he does is actually remotely controlled by the meditation might. This is why, after taking away part of Shazam's power, Chen Tao is sure that he can interfere with the meditation might through magic. The connection between CC Batson and the meditation might is much closer than that between Darkseid and Supergirl. Cyborg and Supergirl are like brainwashed NPCs. Although they fight for the interests of Darkseid, they have their own brains. But CC Batson is a puppet, the kind that moves when the Mind Might pulls the string. So Chentao knew that he was facing Billy's father on the surface, but in fact he was facing the Mind Might thousands of miles away. Therefore, this last step is the most critical. Before, he didn't move the opponent because he was afraid of alerting the enemy. Now everything is ready, and the final battle will be detonated by himself. Before that, it is a good time to eliminate all hidden dangers. When the Mind Might controlled CC Batson and came in, he saw everyone looking at him. The spaceship stopped in the hole of the Batcave, the door of the cockpit opened, and Wonder Woman sat in the driving seat that originally belonged to Batman. Supergirl stood beside her, and Cyborg sat next to them. Batman has something urgent to do and can't participate in this mission, so I'm in charge of everything now. It took only a second to get into the role. Diana endured the strangeness of the seat made of Chentao's nanorobot body under her buttocks, and let Chentao's nanorobot attached to her face drive her expression. What are you waiting for? Get on quickly. So CC Batson sat in the co-pilot seat. Diana stretched out her fingers and relaxed her muscles as much as possible, allowing Chentao's nanorobots that had already merged with his skin color to move her arms and operate a lot of instruments that she herself couldn't understand. The hatch closed, and the elevator under the spacecraft continued to rise, and soon pushed them into the tunnel that automatically appeared on the ceiling, and pushed them towards the ground. Green Lantern Hal couldn't participate because of something, so this time it was changed to 4 of us, and I became the leader. Diana said, but she kept thinking about another question in her mind. Even the shape of her mouth and the slight movement of her throat were controlled by the nanorobots attached to Batman's body. So was she completely wrapped up by Batman? What were the nanorobots attached to her lips? Could they be considered part of Batman's body? Although Diana was thinking wildly in her mind, she never stopped talking. When we passed Sector 1083, he asked us to stop at that market. You know, I forgot the name for the time being, an interstellar market. Hal asked us to help him purchase some parts, so apart from stopping there, we basically spent most of the time on the road. Under Wonder Woman's buttocks, Chentao's face was supporting her buttocks, his expression full of seriousness. Of course, what he said to Wonder Woman was not nonsense. No matter how much he said, everything revolved around a core principle. Look, everything is normal. CC Batson, controlled by the meditation might, was not completely confused by such an illusion, and was not distracted by Wonder Woman's words. He turned his head to look at the mechanical Superman sitting behind him. Seriously, do you have to? He said in a joking tone. Come on, I heard that you are a Superman, and you can break through the atmosphere with your physical body, and your half of the mechanical body does not require you to take a spaceship. I thought you would not sit in the spaceship and leave the Earth with us, but would greet me outside the spaceship. Chentao immediately realized that the meditation might was a little suspicious. On the surface, he was asking why doesn't the mechanical Superman fly last time, but in fact, there was only one subtext. Do you have to take a spaceship? Isn't there any other more convenient way? However, he did not ask so directly. He first wrapped the question with the question of whether the mechanical Superman can fly, and then repackaged it with a joking tone, but the essence of the question did not change. Chentao knew that if he laughed it off at this time, it would be bad, so he immediately interrupted his opportunity to continue to use his imagination. Haha, this is a new guy's idea, Mr. Batson. Each of the 4 of us can fly out of the Earth physically. But what does that saying say? Don't walk if you can ride a mule. The Alliance is very busy, and the trains and planes have been taken away. We can only ride a mule, but it's better than walking. That means, you see, there are so many things in our alliance that can travel through space quickly, and they have been taken by Batman to do other more important things. Didn't you see that even Batman himself is not on this mission? It's good to have a spaceship that can jump through space. Don't despise the mule. The metaphor of mules and airplanes and trains temporarily dispelled the doubts of the meditation might. Chentao hurriedly controlled Wonder Woman to pull the lever, leaving him no time to think further. Let's go. Have you ever made a spaceship that can go directly to the sky and break through the gravity of the Earth? With a rumbling sound, the spaceship made a deafening roar. Chintao also manipulated Wonder Woman and said some information that was enough to attract the attention of the meditation might. You know, the lightning rod. It's a machine that can drain the speed force. This time we want to. This tone was carefully designed by Chintao. It was not too intimate and even had a hint of politeness, some official tone. This was in line with a person's attitude towards a work partner he was not familiar with, but it was not too harsh, otherwise it would also arouse vigilance. The key point was to create a feeling that everything was normal. Most people in the league have their own missions. You know, the war is coming, and Batman always has a plan. Chintao manipulated Diana to mutter about his future plans. After this matter is over, I plan to take a good rest and go back to Paradise Island. Does Mr. Batson want to take Billy out to make up for it? Well, me. CC Batson hadn't figured out how to reply, and Diana's topic began to switch repeatedly under Chintao's manipulation. Hey, fasten your seatbelts. Although we can withstand acceleration, if we accidentally fly out and hit a hole in the spaceship, we will really have to walk to Ice Moat. You should know how far it is. Even teleportation magic can't reach it. Diana chattered, feeling Chintao's nanorobots exerting force on her from various parts of her cheeks, and the strange feeling in her heart became stronger and stronger. Chintao was concentrating. It takes a lot of computing power to manipulate others to speak in this way. The purpose of his manipulation of Diana to say so much was to make the other party mistakenly believe that Wonder Woman mistakenly believed that it existed in the future plans and lives of the entire alliance, so that he would naturally think that today was a safe day. The spaceship flew into the vast space 6 o'clock. After several wormhole jumps, they had been traveling in the vast universe for nearly an hour. The advantage of a long distance is that it makes the target feel safe, which is a classic way to kill people halfway. 7 o'clock. They arrived at the interstellar market mentioned earlier and bought a few parts as mentioned before. All of this is constantly creating a feeling for the meditation might. Look, I'm still helping Green Lantern. Everything is normal today, right? 8 o'clock. During the journey that lasted for several hours, they gradually became familiar with each other. Wonder Woman mentioned that he had just heard at the interstellar market that there were some things she wanted to buy in another market 2 galaxies away. They might be able to dock and buy things before leaving, which would not delay much time. You see, everything is normal, right? 9 o'clock. We are here. Wonder Woman said to CC Batson, you three wait for me a little longer. I'll be back soon after I buy something. You see, Wonder Woman, violated Batman's order to let us go on a business trip and secretly found another interstellar market to stop and buy something. You see, everything is normal, right? You see. Are you still watching? Just as Wonder Woman was about to get off the spaceship and the meditation might was manipulating CC Batson as usual, at the most relaxed moment, the mechanical Superman suddenly strangled his neck from behind. Great, I found Pi again. Book title, Magic. Introduction, funny magic school style. Like this book, it is also a light comedy. The protagonist has a unique mind and clear logic. He uses various strange methods to solve problems. There are many jokes and laughs. Chapter 275 I planted a meditation mite and harvested the fruit tomorrow. 5,000 words long chapter. Magicians. They may be one of the most powerful people in the DC universe. With powerful spells, they can reverse space, manipulate energy, control minds, and achieve all kinds of incredible and strange effects. For example, a scumbag named Constantine, as long as you verbally agree to help him, it is equivalent to signing a powerful magic contract with him. For example, as long as you have been invited to enter his magic fortress mystery house, he can teleport you to help him block damage at any time next time, or even bear evil curses for him. Note, he really did this in the comics, pitting Swamp Thing and Vampire Andrew with blood on his face. See New 52 Dark Justice League. But magicians are also the most vulnerable. No matter how powerful magic they can cast, after chanting the spell, no matter how terrible the impact of these magics can be, before chanting the spell, or before being on guard, oh, come on. We all know the famous joke that Zatanna, the master of irony magic, was almost drowned by the Joker. But magic guards like Shazam are different. They are the kind of countermeasures that magicians set up to prevent the situation of not even having time to recite the spell. Even if they can't recite the spell for a while, they still have the strange power given to them by magic. Therefore, the prey in front of us may not be completely powerless. Let's push the time forward for a while. When Chen Tao was planning to attack CC Batson, a spy controlled by the meditation mite, what was the meditation mite doing? In an unknown corner of the material universe, the meditation mite was floating in the starry sky of the universe. This should be a sector of the universe, and the countless stars around formed a semi-natural magic circle. At this time, the size of the meditation mite is no longer as small as when he was hiding in Dr. Shyvana's cochlea, but has become a giant caterpillar as big as a lion. Around his body, magic portals of various colors opened one after another, and countless magic energies of the same color, but different colors poured into his body like a tide from the vast and boundless space of different dimensions. This is the magic power from the 7 magic continents. These days, the meditation mite has been staying in Dr. Shyvana's body, constantly stirring up trouble in those different dimensional magic continents, thereby absorbing a large amount of magic power backflow, and now it has all been absorbed into its body. The meditation mite chanted the spell in a low voice, gradually guiding the direction of these magic powers. He was using the special magic invented by himself, so that these magic powers he had taken back from other magic continents would not be fed back to the earth, but flow into his body. These magic powers filled every part of his body, every tentacle, every sideburn, every limb, and then merged with his original magic power, making the meditation mite even more powerful. Nothing is more intoxicating than this. However, at this moment, the magic power flowing out of the different dimensional space portals suddenly paused, and then began to gradually decrease. The portals opened by magic also began to become smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared silently from the silent vacuum universe amid the roar of the meditation mite. Dr. Shyvana pushed his glasses. I have helped you maintain the magic portals used to transmit magic power as much as possible, but they have no magic power to flow through, and I can't do anything. Magic power, the meditation mite kept shouting. Dr. Shyvana felt that he was a little overfed. Meditation mite, calm down. All the magic power released by the magic continent has been drained by you. What should we do now? After Dr. Shyvana's reminder, after a while, the meditation mite finally regained some reason. He turned his furry head and looked at Dr. Shyvana. The blood sacrifice of those creatures in the land of interest and the land of savagery is not enough to completely open the portal. The compound eyes blinked. When the meditation mite was still so small, it didn't look that scary, but after being magnified more than 10 times, the meditation mite, which became as big as a lion, looked a little scary at this time. Especially because the opponent absorbed a lot of magic power. All kinds of red and blue colors spread from its compound eyes to its main legs, making the whole insect look even more unlike a normal creature. So what are you going to do? Dr. Shyvana said. Continue to kill the residents of the magic continent and use the pitiful magic power in their bodies to pry open the seal of the Wizard Council? Dr. Shyvana said. Can't you think of another way to bypass the seal and absorb magic power? I can't do it. The meditation mite shook his head. The seal left by the Wizard Council is a lock that absorbs the magical power of those magical continents. This lock can not only seal the flow of magic power between the 7 magical continents, but also use these magical energies to strengthen itself. After thousands of years of reinforcement, this thing has become almost indestructible. The most troublesome thing is that this lock no longer has a keyhole, or the keyhole is too weak to completely open the lock. Meditation mite said. I originally thought that taking away the power of Thunder Shazam would be able to unlock this lock, or at least unlock 1/7 of it, but in fact the connection between the several magical continents has only restored less than 1/28. So, asked Dr. Shyvana. So even if I snatch Billy Batson away, the amount that can be opened is very limited. But I have other methods. Meditation mite said. The most primitive method, but also the most efficient. You still want to find those creatures living in the magic continent for blood sacrifice? Dr. Shyvana said. Those creatures are too weak, and the magic energy in their bodies is pitiful. How many more do you have to kill to open the portal? He said. Why don't I have an idea? Then he met the eyes of Meditation Might and realized that he and Meditation Might had the same idea. The monsters we released from the land of monsters through the eternal cellar. Meditation Might said first. We originally planned to use it as our precious fighting force against the Justice League. Dr. Savannah followed up. But at this moment, the two of them looked at each other, but did not speak. Finally, it was Dr. Savannah who said, the blood sacrifice of these guys is much more effective than the blood sacrifice of those weak and deadly residents of the magic continent. Oh my, we can't hurt our teammates directly. Meditation Might said hypocritically, that's what the evil Batman would do. We won't do such a thing. We are serious villains. Dr. Savannah. In short, after a few minutes of this matter is a bit of a betrayal, and the world will laugh at it, the clouds will be cleared and the sun will be opened, and the eyes will be opened type of hypocrisy. Meditation Might finally finalized its plan. But so far, the power of Thundershazam from Billy Batson is still our most important means of breaking the seal. Meditation Might concluded, with the blessing of the power of Thundershazam, I can absorb magic power many times faster than without it. If possible, if we can continue to usurp more power from Batson. Meditation Might was about to say more power, but suddenly looked at the time. By the way, CC Batson should go to participate in the things Batman asked him to do before. It's a little late, I have to make him hurry up. Realizing that he was almost late for Batman's work, because of his obsession with absorbing magic power, the Meditation Might immediately shuddered. He didn't have time to talk to Dr. Savannah, and immediately immersed his mind in CC Batson, who was thousands of miles away, but he didn't forget to distract himself, and signal the other party, to continue to open the magic portal, and help him collect some more magic power with a smaller transmission power. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. In this way, after controlling CC Batson, and accompanying Chintao and others in the universe for several hours remotely, he was suddenly strangled from behind by the mechanical Superman. The Meditation Might who was controlling CC Batson was immediately shocked. He only had time to say one syllable while controlling CC Batson, and was hit by Wonder Woman's back elbow and his teeth were broken. Through CC Batson's pupils, the Might's eyes reflected the Batman under Wonder Woman's crotch, the thing he originally thought was a seat. Countless nanorobots like black sand separated, revealing his true form. The Martian Manhunter, like a snake, appeared under his crotch. The Martian Manhunter transformed into a snake-like creature and directly wrapped around his entire body from the waist, especially tightening his mouth. CC Batson gathered lightning in his hands. This was lightning magic that could be cast at will without chanting a spell. The powerful magic lightning could penetrate the outer shell of the spacecraft in an instant, and directly melted a large hole in the outer door that was nearly half a meter thick. With the space to move around, no matter what he did, he could. Bang! Supergirl hit him on the forehead with all her strength. She was so strong that the Martian Manhunter who was wrapped around her felt a violent wind of the fist. The entire spacecraft shook, and countless things that were not fixed to the seats of the spacecraft flew in the opposite direction of Supergirl with the violent and even delayed wind pressure. This physical silence almost broke the connection between Meditation Might and CC Batson. Damn it. Meditation Might suddenly became anxious and manipulated CC Batson's chin, which was raised to the upper right corner after being hit. At this time, CC Batson still had not lost the ability to resist. Ordinary magicians, even magic guards like Billy Batson who have been deeply bound to the magic of Shazam, would have knelt down when encountering such a long-planned battle. But due to the special nature of CC Batson, in essence, it is not a simple magician, or a simple magic guard, but a puppet, a remote control car, that controls the power of Thundershazam. So Meditation Might felt that he could still fight back, although the power he could transmit was limited at such a distance, which was basically a drop in the bucket. But the characteristic of not fainting like ordinary magic guards alone was enough to trick the enemy. Meditation Might immediately manipulated CC Batson to pretend to faint. As long as his enemies let him go, he would. Then through CC Batson, Meditation Might saw that the Batman under Wonder Woman had completed the transformation. The nanorobots disappeared from him, silver particles flashed on his body, and the Batman appeared in the spaceship. He was squatting on the ground, with half of his face completely transformed into an aura but still supporting Wonder Woman's hips, but the other half of his face, that had already transformed into the Batman, had already begun to cast spells. The whole process was seamlessly switched, so fast that people could not react. Wonder Woman, who stood up, also played a perfect match. She suddenly used the lasso of truth to put on CC Batson's body. "You can't run away." Chen Tao heard the Cyborg Superman say. He knew that the Cyborg Superman was conveying to Meditation Might that Batman has already discovered you, and he will be sent sooner or later anyway, so it's better to give your spy to his brother as a credit. But Chen Tao didn't care at all. He just continued to chant the spell. Meditation Might immediately realized what Batman wanted to do. He violently manipulated CC Batson to struggle, but was punched back by Supergirl. Cyborg followed suit. For a moment, the two Kryptonians' fists, like drums, hit CC Batson's forehead at the same time, making crackling sounds. Meditation Might simply couldn't manipulate CC Batson to do anything under such continuous attacks. Meditation Might was so angry that he wanted to rush over and punch Cyborg Superman. "What are you doing?" Exclamation mark. "Aren't we teammates?" Meditation Might hurriedly and desperately strengthened the connection between himself and CC Batson. He had to strengthen the connection between himself and the other party as much as possible to continue to control them from such a distance. But Chen Tao did not rush to cut off the connection between the two. He maintained the posture of the Batmage and deliberately waited for Meditation Might to tighten the puppet line of the manipulator CC Batson in the distance until it could no longer be retracted. As Batman's spell ended, the eyes of the Meditation Might suddenly went dark, and he could no longer contact CC Batson. Damn it. He was almost furious. Once CC Batson was lost, well, not completely lost yet. The Meditation Might calmed down. He was still able to call upon the power of Thundershazam from CC Batson at will, which meant that Batman and the others did not kill each other. Great. This is really great. He was too anxious just now. Indeed, Batman and the others could not really kill Billy Batson's biological father. That's good. That's good. His connection with the power of Thundershazam is still not broken. On the other side, Chen Tao looked at CC Batson, who had already fainted, with satisfaction. Wonder Woman had tied him up like a dumpling, but still did not break his connection with the Meditation Might. It's not broken. It's not broken. The Meditation Might can actually maintain such strong control over CC Batson from such a distance. But, great. Chen Tao was filled with joy. The stronger the Meditation Might is, the better it is for him. Facing Superboy Prime and Darkseid at the same time, he really needs a stronger third party who is easier to target. The more magic power the Meditation Might absorbs, the stronger it becomes. He is so happy. Cyborg is also standing next to CC Batson. Fortunately, Batman did not find him, but found the spy of the Meditation Might, which is equivalent to the other party being a scapegoat for him. This level is considered past, waiting to go back. Cyborg thought so. They boarded the spaceship again, tied CC Batson, and embarked on the road back to Earth. Soon, the spaceship flew into the vast space again. 10 o'clock. After several wormhole jumps, they drove in the vast universe for nearly an hour. The advantage of a long distance is that it will make the target feel safe. This is a classic way to kill people halfway. 11 o'clock. Everything is normal. All of this is giving the Meditation Might. The Cyborg constantly creates a feeling. Look, we have nothing to do, not even the interstellar market. Look, everything is over. Nothing to do today, right? 12 o'clock. After passing through several places and a long journey, they finally returned to the starfield that was about to reach the Earth. Everyone was in a hurry, without the deliberate leisure shown when deceiving CC Batson. Look, everything is normal, right? 1 o'clock in the morning. We are finally back. When the sea blue planet reappeared in everyone's eyes, everyone was relieved. Cyborg heard Batman cursing. Damn, this road is too far without the teleporting Death King Golden Ball. Next time I will never lend this thing to Sinestro again. Batman was complaining. Wonder Woman was yawning. Supergirl was sitting behind him obediently, and Martian Manhunter was driving the spaceship. CC Batson was placed in the first of the 3 empty seats under the cabin of the spaceship. Speaking of which, the design of this spaceship was also strange. Why was it divided into 3 cabins? All in all, you see, everything is normal, right? You see. Are you still looking? Just when everyone's eyes seemed to be attracted by the blue planet in front of them, and the cyborg was the most relaxed, Supergeneral suddenly strangled his neck from behind. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.